like. You don't never know why. You just don't like them, and not getting good finishes doesn't help any.
I think I need to go water my thoroughbreds a little bit. I believe this practice is over.
Let's make sure the drivers are happy, that's for sure.
Groom him a little bit, Larry.
Practice is over. The first practice for the Nationwide Series. The fastest in this practice session was Elliott Sadler. And remember, qualifying is set up based upon your practice speeds. Who's fastest will go out last. Elliott Sadler quickest. Carl Edwards had a pretty good lap out there with Brad Keselowski and Stenhouse Jr. and Sam Hornish Jr. winning up our top 5. Brian Scott, Steve Wallace, 2 Toyota drivers in the second 10. Kenny Wallace 19th quick in this practice session. Thanks for joining us here on the NASCAR Nationwide Practice on Speed.
Hey kid, this car is sick. Get in!
Gotta win.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Give yourself an edge. One a day Men's Pro Edge. A complete multivitamin with more magnesium to help support healthy muscle function. More B vitamins to help convert food to fuel. More confidence in a healthy you. One a day Men's Pro Edge.
He's going with the long tongs. Would have gone short tongs, but he's a pro. Montreal steak, unbelievable flavor.
With the mouth-watering flavor of Grill Mates, you can grill like an expert. McCormick Grill Mates. Master the flame. Master the flavor.
Neighbors! It's time to stop wasting our weekend going back and forth to some home improvement warehouse. Look at us. We shouldn't need a GPS to find the fertilizer. We should go to Ace. They can help us find what we need in one trip. Then we can spend our weekends doing weekend things.
It's time to get your weekend back and turn your to-do list into a to-done list. Ace, the helpful place.
Once Dave and his friends experienced the bone-rattling intensity of NASCAR, they knew it was time to reconfigure his surround sound.
All right, guys, here it comes.
15,000 watts later, they realized that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
Welcome back to Michigan, everyone. This huge racetrack in the Irish Hills area of the state is quiet right now. Just a quick break between practice sessions between the Nationwide and Cup Series, and also ARCA racing here this weekend at this big 2-mile oval here. It is a beautiful sunny day. Temperatures are starting to heat up, and so is the action on the racetrack. Hello, everybody. I'm John Roberts. Welcome back to the Sprint Cup Series garage area where these guys are getting ready to go to work in just a couple of moments. But first of all, we want to tell you what's coming up to the rest of today on Speed. We got a lot of action coming your way. It's all live on Speed today as we take a look at the menu. And it's Sprint Cup Series practice at 12:30. Nationwide Series final practice at 2. Sprint Cup final practice at 3:30 Eastern time. The last chance for these guys to see just how far they can push it on fuel, because it could come down to a gamble for somebody to win at this place on Sunday afternoon. And then the hits just keep on coming on Speed as we have ARCA Racing, Rain Wiper Blades 200 at 5 o'clock. Trackside features a couple of Hall of Famers, Darrell Waltrip and Bud Moore, along with Ryan Newman and Martin Truex Jr. And then we will wrap up the entire day of motorsports on Speed Center at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Want to welcome in Randy Pemberton. Randy, this is a tricky track. It is flat, big, and flat out fast. And you know what? It's a challenge to man and machine and also the brains of the crew chiefs.
It is. When you talk about people winning on fuel mileage, of course, we remember the most recent Dale Earnhardt Jr. winning back here in 2008. You can't take anything away from somebody that uses strategy and the technology it takes to figure out fuel mileage. They work on this all year long. They know the racetracks that it will perhaps come down to fuel mileage, and indeed they definitely work on it. But a win is a win, and somebody will take it if they get it on fuel mileage here this weekend.
Yes, absolutely. It is still a W, and it could go a long way towards counting for the championship. Let's take a look at who was fast in this Nationwide Series practice that ended just a few moments ago. Sam Hornish is back and fast.
A lot of experience here at Michigan, running the open wheel cars here as well. One of his favorite tracks, Sam Hornish, looking for a good run here tomorrow.
Also, another guy climbing the ladder quickly is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 4th fastest in practice.
Talk in the garage area is that he would run a Nationwide Series schedule next year. A lot of races left to go, but don't be surprised to see him in a Cup car very, very soon consistently.
He is currently 3rd in points. Brad Keselowski, of course, running for points on the Cup side of things, but what any kind of win here at this racetrack would mean for Brad Keselowski.
Scratching her head, 9 top 10 so far, but cannot find the W. Maybe it'll happen for Brad this weekend. Certainly hoping so.
And let's take a look at Carl Edwards, 2nd fastest in practice, a little bit better than 178 miles an hour.
Well, what can you say about Carl Edwards? He'll be the guy to beat here, no question about it. Ford power under the hood, got 3 wins so far. I think he's the favorite leading into the Nationwide Series race.
2nd in points and fastest in practice. Elliott Sadler making a very good claim towards a championship this year, and things just keep picking up for this team as well, Randy.
I'll tell you, they have done an excellent job. Closer and closer and closer. Elliott Sadler edges towards victory lane. Don't you know he'd love to get one at Michigan? The home or backyard, you should say, of all the manufacturers. This would be a big and popular win for Elliott Sadler.
And his car owner, Kevin Harvick, got the win for Richard Childress here not just a couple of races ago, and that was a big moment for Richard to get back to victory lane here. Let's now go to Hermie Sadler, who is standing by with 4th in points, Justin Allgaier.
Yeah, he's another one of the drivers, Johnny, that is definitely in contention for this championship. I'm going to go back to a couple weekends ago, Chicagoland. What an emotional race that's got to be, from thinking you got a chance to win to maybe out of it and then getting that victory. You guys are playing it just right. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was a really cool race for us. You know, I was trying to catch Carl there at the end, and I knew we were both going to be close. You know, Jimmy kept telling me, he said, I don't think the 60 can make it, but he said, save me a little fuel with about 5 laps to go. And unfortunately, you know, when Carl ran out, I almost ran him over. I had to jerk the car pretty hard left. Probably didn't help my fuel situation very much, but you know, to be my home track, to be Brand's home track, they had about 250 employees and customers and family that was there, and to be able to get that win there was pretty awesome, and then to be able to have an off weekend to kind of enjoy that win has been really cool as well.
And you guys have got a heck of a battle going for this Nationwide Series championship. A long ways to go, but you guys are starting to show that you guys are going to be there each and every week. Talk about this weekend. You're under the weather a little bit, but talk about your car and how you feel so far today.
Yeah, unfortunately not feeling real well, but these guys are doing a great job. You know, it's we only made 2 laps at first practice. We got the same car, pretty much the same setup we had in Chicago, so knew we were going to probably be a little free during the day. So we're going to make a few adjustments here and go out for this next one. But you know, as far as the points battles go, it's really cool because, you know, coming into Chicago, we felt like we needed kind of a big race to be able to close that points gap back up. We got that big race, and you never want anybody else to have misfortune, so you want to keep going out there and running as well as you can to try to gain those points. So they're definitely a lot easier they're easier to lose than they are to gain. So glad we were able to get those points, and now going to this weekend, and hopefully we can get the def finish to Chevy up front. I think we got a really good race car, and I think that the engine package, you know, the Hendrick engine guys have been working really hard this year. So I think we're going a step in the right direction. Now we just got to get this thing a little bit fine-tuned, and we should be okay.
That's Justin Allgaier. He is in contention every week, Johnny.
Hermie, thanks a lot. Let's take a look at the Nationwide Series standings as we look at the Cup Series cars who are getting ready to hit the track here. Reed Sorensen on top, but Randy Elliott Sadler just 2 points back.
Mr. Consistency, like we said, still looking for a win, but he has done dynamite yeoman-like work. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., of course, with the win. Justin Allgaier, we just heard of. And Eric Almirola, you know, he's quiet, but he's sitting right there, Johnny.
And the Wallace family is very well represented up there, with Michael Annette being the car that's owned by Rusty Wallace, Stephen and Kenny in the 8th and 7th position in points as well. And Randy, you know, it's hard to think about it, but as good as Jimmy Johnson has run throughout the course of his career on all the different racetracks, this is one victory that has
eluded him. This is just one of 4 racetracks. Earlier on in NASCAR Live, I had said that he also missed Sonoma, but of course, the other road course, that's Watkins Glen. But a few racetracks he hasn't won on. You know he wants to put the W in the win column this weekend here at Michigan, and certainly going to be a factor. He's been close a lot of times. It just certainly hasn't had those top 5s and top 10s, and you got to get those before you can go to victory lane, Johnny.
And for more reasons than just one, because Jimmy Johnson is edging up on points leader Carl Edwards, and now we're going to see what they can do in practice here as we send it high above this Michigan International Speedway and join a good friend, AA Adam Alexander, for Sprint Cup Series practice.
Thank you, John. Good to be with you in the Irish Hills of Michigan for the opening practice of the weekend for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. This weekend, round 15 at the Michigan International Speedway here in Brooklyn, Michigan. The cars are rolling, and they will have to deal with the sunshine today. Gorgeous, 76 degrees. There is humidity. You get that in the Midwest, but sunny skies, and it looks good for the rest of the afternoon. Glad you're with us for the opening practice here on Speed with Darrell Waltrip, the Hall of Famer, and Larry McReynolds. I'm Adam Alexander. And Darrell, I was walking through the garage this morning, saw a few drivers. All of them were smiling. Why are they so excited to be here at Michigan?
Well, most of these guys like this racetrack. It's a big, wide racetrack, got a lot of options. Move around, run high, run low. But let me tell you, this is an aggravating place to race. You can have a fast car. You can be leading this race, and here comes a guy that can draft you. You can get a little draft here. He'll hang with you down the straightaway. Then he drives in the corner. He'll do a slide job on you, and he'll come up in front of you, break your momentum. You got to get around him again. And while all that's going on, he's bringing a bunch of his buddies with him. So sometimes a fast car here and all these guys get together, it's an aggravating place to race, Larry.
And I tell you, they do love the fact of having the options. You know, we'll see guys, maybe even in this practice, drivers running at the bottom, running at the top, maybe one thing at one end, one at the other. But the other thing about this place, this surface is pretty old, and it has lost a tremendous amount of grip. You're running fast around this 2-mile racetrack, a little more banking than Auto Club Speedway. In fact, a couple drivers I read this week said it's almost like you feel like you're on a 2-mile dirt track, a dirt track running over 190 miles an hour. We know we're going to get long green runs. You don't tend to get a lot of cautions. So this place can be a challenge for that driver and that crew chief trying to find what that car's looking for 400 miles.
One driver that met all the challenges a week ago, Jeff Gordon, winning at Pocono. Let's get more with driver 24. Here's Ralph Shaheen.
You know, Adam, usually you find these springs only in the race cars here in the garage area, but today, here with the 24, you'll find them in the legs and shoes of all these crew guys. They got a big spring in their step after winning a week ago at Pocono, and the vibration, the vibe, and the momentum is definitely here. They said, you know what? Momentum is a good thing. An even better word and term is winning streak, and they'd like to start one of those here today. The car they're running here in Michigan, the same one they ran for the All-Star race and the 600 back in Charlotte. And joining me in the garage area this afternoon will be Chris Neville.
Hey, Ralph, typically a Friday morning there's going to be teams just buttoning things up for practice, but it's been a bit of a scramble at Joe Gibbs this morning as all 3 cars went through tech and NASCAR found an unapproved part on all 3 cars, and that was an oil pan. And the main thing there is that oil pan had never been submitted for approval, so all 3 teams had to pull their motors, take that oil pan off, and put a new oil pan on. Checking on the 18 right now across the garage, it looks like Kyle Busch is getting behind the wheel of that car. The 11, they're still prepping this, so Denny Hamlin not even in the car, and the 20 is even further behind. So these 3 cars not able to get out and take advantage of all of this practice. I did check with John Darby, who is the Sprint Cup director, and he said the main issue here is they never brought that part in for approval. Now NASCAR is going to take a look at that part, and there is the potential that these 3 teams could be penalized.
That's interesting. You know, we've seen a lot of things that teams have tried to put on their race car, especially I think when it comes to chassis and suspension parts, DW, but that might be the first time I've ever heard one on the oil pan. But like Chris pointed out, it never had been submitted for approval.
And I'm sure the fans at home saying, you know, what kind of oil pans are they saying? These engines are dry sump. So they really don't have much of what we would consider a guy at home look under at his engine, his car, an oil pan. It's very shallow, and I don't know what advantages you could have in there, but that team must have thought there was something there, or they wouldn't have come with those engines all the same.
The biggest disadvantage, the fact you miss out on an opportunity to get out for practice. Here's Tony Stewart. Looked pretty decent last week at Pocono. Those transmission problems late in the race took him out of an opportunity.
Let me tell you where else he looked pretty decent. It was on Tuesday going around Watkins Glen in Lewis Hamilton's Formula One car. And quite honestly, Lewis Hamilton was pretty impressive in Tony Stewart's Sprint Cup Series car in wet weather for the most part.
Tony Stewart is a great road racer. I mean, he's won several road races in the Sprint Cup cars. I think back to the IROC race at Daytona a few years ago on the infield course there. He smoked them. And so...
literally.
Yeah, literally smoked them. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, Tony knows how to drive an Indy car. And he dropped off in that thing. I'm pretty sure he felt real comfortable.
And you notice when Ralph Shaheen talked to Lewis Hamilton, the former F1 champ, about coming and driving a stock car, he didn't rule it out. So he obviously enjoyed himself earlier this week at Watkins Glen.
And he actually has a burnout pretty perfected already. It's something
sweet,
I'm not sure you do in a Formula One car.
But you know what? I believe that Lewis Hamilton could come and drive one of our stock cars and fit in and get comfortable. Take Tony Stewart over overseas somewhere and put him on some of those road courses, that might be a whole different animal, because that takes some getting used to.
Yeah.
Well, the last time we did a seat swap, handful of years ago, Jeff Gordon, Juan Pablo Montoya, we all know how that story ended up. JPM now running full-time in the Sprint Cup Series and knocking on the door of making the chase to the Sprint Cup. Just underway in the opening practice of the weekend, Matt Kenseth quickest so far at Michigan.
As a fan of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, I want to get as close to the action as I can get. One way to do that is to use the NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile app for my HTC Evo 4G. Another way is to hide in the back of Carl Edwards' car. Yeah, Carl! Whoa, we're getting ramped!
Fuel your fan with NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile on the HTC Evo 4G. Only from Sprint, the Now Network.
This is not as safe as I initially planned.
Right here in America, more than 17 million children face the possibility of hunger. This should not be happening, not here in this country and not in our racing communities. That's why Feed the Children has teamed up with Speedway Children's Charities to stop childhood hunger in its tracks. Here where these flags fly together with pride. The race is on to end childhood hunger, and you can help. Go to speedtofeed.org for information and to join our pit crew.
Well, I know one thing about marketing. The more logos you put in one place, the better.
Having something unique is better.
Check it out.
The Shell nitrogen-enriched cleaning system acts as a barrier to help protect against performance-robbing gunk. He's good.
Who's serving up a big breakfast this weekend?
On an endless buffet, a juicy steak.
Don't flip out.
Only Golden Corral would include steak for breakfast. It's on our endless weekend breakfast buffet, all for a great low price. Only at Golden Corral.
This is more than a ticket. It's a wallet-sized definition of who you are and where you belong, providing both a place to sit and countless chances to stand up for what you believe in. It's a rite of passage, a declaration of independence, and an invitation to discover 43 new heroes and 100,000 new friends. This is more than a ticket, because it says as much about you as any piece of paper can. Reserve yours today at NASCAR.com/tickets.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice for Michigan brought to you by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, and by Feed the Children and Speedway Children's Charities. Visit speedtofeed.org for more information. And in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. Mike Bliss coming into the garage area.
Yeah, I want you to look at the picture of the gentleman on the hood of the car, and that's Chris Payton. The sponsor on this car, Blue Cigs, which is electronic cigarette, they ran a promotion where people would write in about the Ultimate Father's Day contest. And this man, Chris Payton, he actually ran in what we used to call the Daytona Dash Series. He actually raced against Michael, Larry Pearson, the Allisons, and he actually got colon cancer. And they had to remove his colon, and he had to quit his racing career. We overcame that, And then later on in his life, he had a brain aneurysm. So his son, Kyle Payton, wrote this story in, and they won the contest, and that's the reason that Chris Payton is on the hood of that car. He thought he had won a tour of a race shop. They took him up to Fast Lane Racing the other day, and they unveiled the car, and he was standing there and saw his picture on the hood of the car.
Wow, pretty cool. Yeah, there's the old Baby Grand Series, they called it. Michael actually was the champion of that series a couple of years.
Good to see this kid back at the track. Trevor Bayne making his return. First time he's been in a Cup car since Talladega. Of course, won the Daytona 500 this year. Kyle Busch, a couple of victories in 2011. Short track man.
Look at this bad boy. Huh? What do you see on there, Larry? Look, coming off those front fenders. Look.
Flames.
Yeah, baby.
We got flames all over that race car.
Yeah, baby.
Now, when we left Pocono last week, we felt like that Kyle Busch and his team, they had finished third, and they indeed did. But in post-race inspection, they measure a car after the race and after qualifying at 4 points, and they give the teams a tolerance. And on the left front corner, right there about above the left front headlight door, they were about 1/8 of an inch too low, but that was 1/8 of an inch outside the tolerance. So on Tuesday, the fine came down. Dave Rogers was penalized $25,000. 6 driver and owner points. I heard a lot of fans say 6. 6 is nothing. But just remember, if you go back to the old point system, you could get 190 points for winning the race. And normally the penalty for that was 25 points. That's 13% of 190. Oh, by the way, 13% of 47, what you get now, is 6 driver owner points.
Kyle Busch going to be on race day Sunday morning. He joins Kevin Harvick, and they also talk about Jeff Gordon's win at Pocono and how it stacks up with the rest of the 84-win club. We're talking race day Sunday. It's the ultimate pre-race show. It happens at 10 a.m. Eastern time, only on Speed. When's the last time Dale Earnhardt Jr. won a race, Darrell?
Right here, 3 years ago.
That's right.
And he is obviously getting closer and closer, closer than he's ever been this year. The car's competitive. They've had an opportunity now to win a race or two. He'll capitalize. It could be this weekend.
What's more impressive to you? What he did at Charlotte or Kansas, where they were pretty good throughout the race, or what he did last week at Pocono, a track we know has not been at the top of his list in the favorites category?
Well, I look back to Charlotte, and they were ultra competitive there. He was going to win that race with just another 6 or 8 ounces of fuel in the tank. So I was very impressed with the run they made at Charlotte. But the consistency of this race team is what's paying off. They're up there in the points. That you got to be in the top 5 every week to have a shot at winning. They are there now. They can win this weekend very easily.
DW told you that the 88 car won here 3 years ago. Surprisingly, his teammate Jimmy Johnson has not won here. One of 4 tracks where he is yet to experience victory in the Sprint Cup Series.
But when you think about those 4 tracks, Michigan, now up until this year, I guess you'd have to say include Chicago, Watkins Glen, and Homestead. What is it about those 4 tracks? Well, all of them but Homestead are not in the chase. And he's never had to win at Homestead over the last 4 or 5 years, I'd say, DW.
But I think it also shows the difference in this racetrack in California. I mean, he loves California. He wins California. But when you come here, he doesn't have a win. These 2 tracks may be 2-mile tracks, but they're as different as daylight and dark when it comes to setup.
But he's led 524 laps here, Adam. Like he said, I've been beat several times on just fuel mileage.
And Jimmy Johnson's been good here. He's just never been able to deliver the victory. We'll see what he's got for him Sunday afternoon.
Tide laundry detergent, Downy fabric softener, Bounce dryer sheets, and a pie pan.
Looks like someone used my nice clean towels again for his mud pies.
Was it me?
Who's this?
That guy? Never seen that guy in my life.
Only Walmart has low prices every day on everything to keep your wash fresh and clean. Backed by our ad match guarantee. Save money. Live better. Walmart.
Is your computer running slowly?
Well, why won't we go to the doctor?
My uncle called, speech all slurred, complaining his arms numb. He called everyone. He even called my daughter Tiara, because, you know, she's got a year of nursing. Everyone thinks he needs to go to the doctor, including me. So he said, well, will you take me? I'm like, I'm on the road. He goes, I'll wait. Stroke's no joke. If you or someone you love have symptoms of stroke, don't wait. It may be too late. Dial 911. Time loss is brain loss.
People say I have the voice of an angel. Not because, but because I have Xfinity, the voice service with the best call clarity. I get caller ID on my TV and my PC, and I can check my voicemail online.
And you're saving money.
Get Xfinity Voice with unlimited nationwide calling for $19.99 a month for 12 months. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your current number. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
That's the only song they know.
Is your one-stop shop for exclusive ticket offers for speed viewers. Don't miss Michigan International Speedway's Summer of Speed and get a $45 savings. Choose your ticket and make it a weekend of memories with friends, family, and NASCAR racing. Visit speed.com/deals to purchase your Speed Inside Deal today.
You know, Darrell, as we look at Jeff Burton in the 31 car, we know what a dismal year it has been for him. And I think they're starting to search in all types of directions. I find it interesting that this car right here is a car that Kevin Harvick raced 8 times last year. And oh, by the way, it's actually the same race car Kevin Harvick finished 5th with at Pocono last week. They've made it a 31 car for this week.
Well, that's what happens, Larry, when you just keep having problem after problem. You can't get the car, you can't get the driver happy. You have teammates. And quite honestly, a setup, unless you do everything, and you know this, right to the absolute thousandth, it's never the same. Best thing you can do is just let me have one of your cars. If that's one of your best race cars, let me run it and let me see if it fits my driving style. Really, when you think that's what Hendrick did.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't swap cars, they just swapped drivers. Stevie Letarte still has Jeff Gordon's cars. Jeff Gordon now has Mark Martin's cars. And so that's the best way to do it.
Yeah. But right now, Jeff Burton is 26, and his teammate here, Clint Boyer, in the 33, is 27th on the practice sheet.
The thing that's ironic about Jeff Burton, we're looking at Clint Boyer, but with Jeff Burton, one of his Achilles heels was he couldn't qualify.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? They fixed that. Now he can't race.
Yeah.
His teammate, Kevin Harvick, struggles every Friday or Saturday afternoon when it's time to make him go fast. Sunday, you show him the cross flags, and I mean, he is shot out of a cannon. And he did it again last week.
Kevin Harvick's had 9 good laps this year.
nine real good ones. 2 of them that were not only good, but full of drama, if you remember right. Regan Smith leading in the opening practice of the weekend. And we should point out, there is a chance of rain here tomorrow. Under NASCAR's new qualifying procedures, this practice session that we're on right now and will be on for the next hour or so will at the very least set the qualifying lineup for tomorrow. And if we get rain and there is no qualifying session tomorrow afternoon, it'll go a long way in lining out the field for Sunday's race.
Yeah, and we need to add to that, Adam, there's 46 drivers here. Coming into the race weekend, NASCAR knows, should we get rained out in qualifying, what 43 drivers are going to be in the field.
Right.
They know that coming in here per the rule book.
So you first go to the rule book to set who will be in the field, and then you go to this practice session to determine where everyone will start. That all being if we get rain here tomorrow and there is no qualifying.
That's a little bit better performance out of this one car this week than we've seen in the last couple of weeks as far as practicing, putting up a good number. These guys have been struggling, Juan and Jamie both.
Montoya did finish in the top 10 last week, the first one he had in the last 8 races, and a new look for him. Cars 2.
Yeah, baby.
The highlight this weekend.
Oh, Darrell Cartrip, he'd be calling him home right now. Bring on home there, Juan.
Now, did you know, Darrell Cartrip, that there's a Spanish version of Cars 2, and Juan actually played a role in that part of the movie?
had no idea, man.
This is an educational process.
I believe you, senor.
Woo! Back with more practice after a break.
Who's feeling power hungry? Who's ready to break through more barriers? From brick walls to budgets. Then let's get our hands on some of those tools that only live on orange shelves. Because when we come home with that fistful of doing and keep that pocket full of savings, there's nothing we can't conquer. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Power more projects with this Ryobi Starter Kit or Dremel Multimax, each just $89.
People everywhere are taking a stand and booking on ChoiceHotels.com.
When I book a hotel online, it should be simple and easy.
We have the right to take the kids on a wonderful vacation.
As long as I save 20%.
I want to guarantee that my room rate is the lowest on the web.
Is no vacation bedtime?
Don't push it.
Oh.
It's your voice, it's your ChoiceHotels.com. Get the best internet rate guaranteed on over 6,000 hotels and save up to 20% every day. Book direct at ChoiceHotels.com.
Your car needs air.
What if a disaster strikes without warning? What if life as you know it has completely turned on its head? What if everything familiar becomes anything but? Before a disaster turns your family's world upside down, it's up to you to be ready. Get a kit, make a plan, be informed today. Learn how at ready.gov.
I get the best of everything, and a lot of it. Not because I have a team of personal chefs, but because I have Xfinity. I just upgraded. Now I get more sports channels, more movie channels, and even more on demand. Cool. I'm gonna be a while.
Xfinity customers upgrade to Digital Preferred and get over 60 additional channels and even more of the world's greatest collection of on-demand shows and movies for only $9.99 more a month for 12 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Brings you an inside look at what is happening now inside the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. You see Carl Edwards on track. Yes, he's the point leader, and he's very good right here at Michigan. Best average finish. How about 6.3? That's awfully good. For more stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed.
Yeah, Carl just put up the 8th quickest time there, so car's running pretty good for him right now.
The only repeat winner we've had here at Michigan in the last 12 races, right there. Carl Edwards has won twice. Ralph?
Adam, here's one more leftover for you from Watkins Glen. I know Larry Mack can appreciate this. The garage area here in Michigan is one of the tightest we have, so a lot of times to get these cars angled in so the crews can work on them, the guys will shove a jack up underneath the car, pick it up, and actually slide it around to where they can position it where they need it. Now, Larry Mack at Watkins Glen on Tuesday, I watched 4 crew members from the McLaren squad bend down, pick up the front nose of an MP423, just lift it right up, move it where they wanted, and set it back down. And Darian Grubb's entire crew, their jaws just hit the racetrack. They couldn't believe it. Of course, that car only weighs, what, 1,300 pounds?
Yeah, I found it pretty amazing when they put that car out on pit road for Tony and for Lewis to get into. They did not roll that car out there. It was almost like on dollies. It's like they just never roll that car. They either pick it up or put it on dollies.
If you have a car that costs that much, Larry, I wouldn't roll it either. I'd want somebody to pack it everywhere it went, carry it everywhere it went. That's a sophisticated piece of equipment, baby.
23 minutes into the opening practice of the weekend here at Michigan for Sprint Cup teams. Regan Smith leading in the session. Matt Kenseth, David Reagan, Juan Pablo Montoya, Kurt Busch in the top 5. And another Ford in the top 10. The man you see here, Marcus Ambrose, currently 9th. I know he's excited about what's coming up next week.
Fizzed up.
Okay, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, he's fizzed up.
But let's face it, here's a guy that's become much more than a road racer in the Sprint Cup Series.
He has this year. He has really shown that he can drive these ovals. He's been very competitive.
But no question, he's licking his chops as to where we go next week out at Infineon, a race pretty much he had won a year ago, and tried to coast it uphill, and it just didn't work.
And of course, he'd like to get into the category that this man got into earlier this season, and that is a winner in the Sprint Cup Series. Regan Smith currently quickest in the practice session, Chris.
Yeah, and he's out on his second qualifying run right now. They only made a minor air adjustment after that first run, and Regan is really happy with the car. He's going to do this second run, this second qualifying run right now. Then they're going to switch over to race trim.
You know, we actually have 2 drivers that are outside the top 20 in points that would be eligible to make the chase. Trevor Bayne not electing to take his championship points in the Sprint Cup, but Regan Smith and, of course, Brad Keselowski, who's 22nd in the points right now.
And list these times, these first few guys. I mean, you got a, well, I was going to tell you, they took them down. You've got a 75, 38.75, a 38.77, a 38.78, 38.81 twice, and an 83. That's your top 5, 6 guys. I mean, within hundreds of a second of each other.
And that's what's going to make qualifying good tomorrow. And these are some of the guys that will likely be the final we see in qualifying tomorrow. Regan Smith currently quickest.
Well, it's a glorious day. I don't know about all you, but I've been waiting a long time for this day to happen. And it's finally here. Kawasaki's Good Time Sales Event! Kawasaki! You can win a Kawasaki at every participating dealership. A Ninja 250R, buy a 250, and thousands of other prizes. And on that note, I love ya.
You are cordially invited to Kawasaki's Good Time Sales Event. Get your ticket at kawasaki.com/win.
Welcome to the World Grand Prix.
I get to be a very, very cool character. I'm Jeff Gorvat, friends with Lightning McQueen.
Hey, Lightning, can you believe this party?
It's the glitz and the glamour of an international race.
Come on, Fuzzy Dice!
Air freshener.
Then you throw in a little bit of spy espionage.
Check out that tow truck.
How about that pistachio ice cream?
No, wasabi.
Oh, same old, same old. What's up with you?
Disney Pixar's Cars 2, rated G.
I don't know if I can beat Lightning. He's pretty tough to beat.
Ka-chow! In theaters and IMAX 3D June 24th.
Check out all the great Father's Day gift ideas at Bass Pro Shops, like Worldwide Sportsman Angler shirts for only $14.94 and this Shimano Corrado Baitcast reel for under $140. Plus, don't miss Family Summer Camp going on now.
Here's to the pursuit of better, faster, cleaner, funner. Here's to the pursuit of another 100 years of earning America's trust. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
This July, baseball's biggest stars will gather together in the Arizona desert for one spectacular night in the summer's biggest event as Fox brings you every thrilling moment of the 2011 MLB All-Star Game. Coverage begins Tuesday, July 12th, live from Phoenix at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific, only on Fox.
Looking at Tony Stewart, especially ever since Tony became part owner of Stewart Haas Racing, Tony's dad, Nelson, comes with him almost every weekend. In fact, he was up there at Watkins Glen the other day at that seat swap. But I found it interesting that Tony said that he appreciates so much what his dad did for him here being on Father's Day weekend. He said that he never pressured Tony to be the best race car driver in the world, but he pushed him hard to be the best race car driver he could be. And he did that constantly through Tony's early part of his career.
You know what? And Tony has a tough guy image, you know, but he has one of the biggest, softest hearts of anybody I think has ever been in this sport. The thing he does with the Prelude to the Dream up there and the money they raise for all those children's hospitals, the things he does for people in the garage that never get talked about or anybody knows about. This man, he's a gentle giant, I got to tell you.
Talked earlier about the RCR guys, Clint Boyer among them. Let's hear more from that group. Here's Ralph Shaheen.
Darrell, now I know you've used a lot of excuses to explain to your crew chief as to what your car is doing and why it's not doing what you want it to do, but I think I heard a new one today. I just talked to Clint Boyer. I said, what's the story with your car? He goes, man, the chassis is just not chassising.
Well, that's when your dancing partner just ain't dancing, I guess. Yeah, there's something about the car that it's not getting down in the racetrack like he wants it to, sounds like.
This team had been on a good run. Handful of top 10s in a row, and the last 3 weeks falling on hard times. Clint Boyer 15th in the Coke 600, 18th at Kansas, and 16th a week ago at Pocono. David Reagan needs a win. He'd like to be in the chase, and right now he looks pretty good at Roush's home track. Currently third on the board in practice number 1.
Well, this is that same car that he set on the pole and won the sprint showdown with back at Charlotte, and then started at the rear of the field in the sprint all-star race. He came back to finish 8th in that race with this car.
Nothing like a little confidence. So the top 5 through 30 minutes of practice: Regan Smith, Matt Kenseth, the aforementioned David Reagan, Juan Pablo Montoya, and Kurt Busch, last week's pole winner and runner-up. Time now for an update on what's happening around the world of motorsports to the Speed Center and Lee Diffie.
Thanks, Adam. We'll get back out to Michigan shortly, but first, let's have a look at what else is happening right here in the Speed Center. One of the 3 biggest races in NASCAR, the Brickyard 400 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, takes on a new look in the future. Starting next year, the Grand Am Rolex Sports Car Series will run a 3-hour endurance race on the road course on the same weekend. The now controversial lottery draw for the starting position for the second of last week's IndyCar Twin 275 races at Texas will unlikely happen again. The drivers were very critical of the format, saying it was unfair and gave an advantage to some other drivers. Perhaps an inverted grid is what we'll see next year. ARCA Racing's Ty Dillon is having a superb season so far. The 19-year-old leads the series, has 3 wins. He's going for win number 4 today. It's on Speed Live at Michigan at 5 p.m. Eastern. Ty starts second next to Cale Gale, who is on the pole, and he set a very impressive lap speed. We're going to go out to Cup practice right after the break. I'm Lee Diffie. See you soon.
Yeah, so apparently the engineers who built the 2011 F-150 just got back from a road trip to the future with your new truck engine, okay? It's a bit of high-tech genius called EcoBoost, with stuff like direct injection and piston cooling jets. It kicks out power and fuel economy. Try 420 pound-feet of torque, and from our pals at the EPA, an estimated 22 highway miles per gallon. That's Eco and Boost. We got both, they don't. This is the future. This is the Ford F-150.
The stronger the rapids, the more we loved it. Took some wild risks when I was young, but I was still taking a risk with my cholesterol. Anyone with high cholesterol may be at increased risk of heart attack. Diet and exercise weren't enough for me. I stopped kidding myself. I've been eating healthier, exercising more, and now I'm also taking Lipitor. If you've been kidding yourself about high cholesterol, stop. Along with diet, Lipitor has been shown to lower bad cholesterol 39 to 60%. Lipitor is FDA approved to reduce the risk of heart attack and stroke in patients who have heart disease or risk factors for heart disease.
Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. You need simple blood tests to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor if you are taking other medications or if you have any muscle pain or weakness. This may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect.
Let's go! If you have high cholesterol, you may be at increased risk of heart attack and stroke. Don't kid yourself. Talk to your doctor about your risk and about Lipitor.
Once Trevor and his co-workers experienced the sheet metal strafing intensity of NASCAR, their business trips were never the same.
Hey, she's a little loose coming out of the turns, but overall, I think we had a great car today. You guys did an awesome job.
Forfeiting their preferred status was worth discovering that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
I thought our boss was going to need a wrecker, but looks like he made it back.
The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on track at Michigan for the opening practice, and we have a new leader in the session. One Kevin Harvick to the top of the board. So that obviously means that this group's still working in qualifying trim. We've already established, Larry, that practice speeds from this session will set the lineup for tomorrow. How are you managing time now as a crew chief, and do you think these guys have a routine, or are they still finding how this whole thing needs to work?
Well, quite honestly, though, Adam, when I look at the schedule for tomorrow, with Sprint Cup Series qualifying at 1 o'clock. And, you know, we can't predict cloud coverings. There's no way you can sit here even in the morning and predict that. I just don't know that there's an advantage going out early, in the middle, or the end of a 1 o'clock qualifying session.
Don't believe there is, Larry, but one thing I do believe, that 29 has found the notes for here in California because he has really come on last year and this year at California and Michigan. Two good tracks that he really had struggled at. They got it going on now.
Yeah, one here when we were here in August, and one the last time we were out at Auto Club Speedway in February, early March.
Another top 5 for him last week at Pocono. Saw Casey Kane, former Michigan winner, and here's David Rudiman. One top 10 this season for Rudiman.
Now, I was talking about Tony Stewart's father, Nelson, earlier. Again, Father's Day weekend. David Rudiman's dad, Buzzy, who is 70 years old, will not be here this weekend to celebrate Father's Day. He's racing at the Ocala Speedway dirt track in Florida. He found out through the grapevine it pays $1,000 to win. His owner is David Rudiman.
Oh, yeah. David just hopes he doesn't tear anything up on Father's Day.
I know where you can do some Father's Day shopping. How about this? Next Friday, Orange County, California, home to the greatest collector car event in the world, Barrett-Jackson. And you can only see it on speed. The finest, rarest, and most desirable cars on the planet, all in one place and all up for grabs. Watch the auction live next Friday. It happens at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Speed.
Will our man Mike Joy be there?
Picking people's cars apart.
I'm telling you what, if I was going to sell a car, I'd wait till Mike was taking a break. He is so smart, and he knows every detail of those cars. And he'll know if a gasket, a door gasket's wrong, for heaven's sake.
Paul Menard, 13th. He looked good last week. Regan Smith still in the top 5. Let's get more on him with Chris.
Yeah, Regan Smith taking a little break right now from this practice session. Regan, you're happy with the qualifying setup. You're changing over to race trim right now. You guys have been qualifying so well this year. What's the secret been?
I wish I knew what the secret was. We've had fast furniture row Chevys all year, and today's no different. I'm really proud of my guys for this car. It's a brand new race car, so to come out with no laps, no time on it, and go out and have a good lap right away, that's really cool when you can do that with new cars. It shows the caliber and where this team's at right now, and I think we know we're going to go a little bit quicker, but we opted to save another set of tires for race practice right here, and we'll do that later on maybe.
Well, last week, you said you just lost the setup in the car at Pocono, and that's why they faded back.
Larry, Adam, one of the things that used to drive me crazy as a team owner back when I owned my own team was we'd build a brand new car, and we'd bring it to the track, and we'd have what they called new car blues. And you'd go out and you'd complain about the car. It wasn't doing this, wasn't doing that. It wasn't comfortable. This was wrong, that was wrong. They said, well, what do you expect? It's a brand new car. Well, I expected my brand new car to be perfect.
But, boy, things have changed dramatically.
Boy,
they'll leave pit road with a brand new race car or wide open.
Yeah.
I mean, last week, Kurt Busch crashes out in happy hour, gets 10 laps on the car, and goes out and sits on the pole. I mean, they load 2 nice ones in the barrel these days.
Yeah, they do, Adam. And a backup car, we used to be, it was just a car to haul around. These backup cars are as ready to race as the car they got sitting on pit road. They don't have an old car up in the trailer just to take up space. It's a ready-to-race race car.
Here's a surprising number. Greg Biffle, 30th in practice. 2-time winner here in the Sprint Cup Series, and he admitted to us earlier today this is one of his favorite tracks.
As a matter of fact, my backup cars, I think that's why drivers sometimes are, as I won't say reckless as they are, but as brave as they are, because they know they got another good one up in the trailer. And so, hey, if they wreck the thing in practice, I'll just get out the backup.
And the practice sheet can be so deceiving with this schedule like what we have now, Adam. Back when we did the conventional hour-and-a-half practice on Friday, qualify Friday afternoon, get ready to race on Saturday, you could get more of a snapshot about who was truly quick in qualifying trim. But I think with him possibly being in race trim right now, a little bit of tape and fresh tires will shoot you straight up. He's only been out one time. He's ran 3 laps.
Greg's still going through the paces. He does know what it takes to get around this place. Kevin Harvick, the quickest right now.
Did you know you should review your insurance every year or two? There are big differences between specialists and non-specialists when it comes to RV coverage. For example, the Good Sam Vehicle Insurance Plan offers $3,000 for personal belongings, optional full replacement cost coverage, and more. RV customers who switch save an average of $349 a year. Auto customers save an average of $442 a year. This means better coverage at a lower price. Call 1-866-SAVE-A-LOT. Speak to one of our insurance specialists
To see why millions of people trust Good Sam's Vehicle Insurance Plan.
Who's serving up a big breakfast this weekend?
On an endless buffet with a juicy steak.
Don't flip out. Only Golden Corral would include steak for breakfast. It's on our endless weekend breakfast buffet, all for a great low price. Only at Golden Corral.
Well, I know one thing about marketing. The more logos you put in one place, the better.
Having something unique is better.
Check it out.
The Shell nitrogen-enriched cleaning system acts as a barrier to help protect against performance-robbing gunk.
He's good.
Once you cut a tree,
So what happens if I'm in an accident and need to get my car fixed?
Progressive makes it easy because we give you choices. You can pick where to get your car fixed. We can cut you a check. Or at our service center, we take care of everything for you.
Oh, so many choices.
Take your time.
The service center.
Okay.
Giving you choices. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Sprint Cup Series practice for Michigan brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color. Live forward and in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. Let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
Well, the 21 is just sitting in the garage stall. Kevin Harvick has gone back to the hauler. He's just relaxing. I talked to him when he got out of the car. He's extremely pleased with it. They're going to set the car up the way they had it last, which is what he really liked the best. And then they're just going to leave it here till the next session. He wants to let the track rubber in a little bit, wait around, and go back out. So for this first session of the day, 29 is all done on the racetrack.
There's no question, Darrell, that this track will change dramatically as more and more cars run on it, more rubber goes down on the racetrack. And, you know, that's one thing that's a little unique about this schedule with them doing all their practice today. The only laps they'll run tomorrow is probably one lap of qualifying.
Mental messages. Could there be one being sent by the 29 bunch here?
They've done it before.
Martin Truex Jr. coming off track, but he will be on stage tonight with Ryan Newman and NASCAR Hall of Famer Bud Moore. It's the biggest party in racing. We're talking about trackside. Don't miss it tonight for Michigan. It's 7 p.m. Eastern time, only on Speed.
Should be a fun show. I'm going to have get a chance to talk to Bud and do a little reminiscing. You know, I drove for Bud back in '73.
How'd that go?
It didn't go so good. I don't think he's ever given. But one of the first guys that gave me a big hug Tuesday was Bud Moore. Man, that made me feel really, really, really good because he's in the hall and gave me a big hug and congratulated me. I was really happy about that. But you was talking about Kevin Harvick and his mental message. Right. He sent one to Kyle Busch last week at Pocono again.
I'm not sure how it was received, but the message was delivered,
well,
I believe.
know from upstairs where we are, it wasn't received well at all.
And what was interesting about that is last week was their final race to be on probation. They are officially, at least for now, off of probation after what happened at Darlington.
I think Harvick said, you know, well, if I'll do this while I'm on probation, what would I do when I'm off probation?
Well, and I love what he said in his post-race interview. He hadn't even seen the last. He hadn't even seen the beginning of this.
Yes, baby. Look at those. I like that lane job on this car.
Kyle Busch 23rd in this practice session. And, you know, of course, Kyle's been great at virtually every track on the circuit. Really good here in truck and nationwide competition. Not as good in the Sprint Cup Series car, which I'm sure has got him befuddled a bit.
Yeah, you don't want to be befuddled.
I had to work it in. How about this? Sprint brings you an inside look and what's happening now inside the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Not by coincidence. Kyle Busch on track, and yes, he's the best. Most laps led this season, 865. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed.
And I think to put that in perspective, that's roughly 20% of the laps that we've run so far, I think, in 2011. It's a brand new race car. Dave Rogers and that group unloaded here for Kyle. You know, we were talking about Jimmy Johnson earlier not winning here. Jimmy Johnson has had some good performances here. That's not been the case necessarily with Kyle Busch. He's only led a total of 88 laps here in 12 starts.
You know, a tribute to Kyle's new approach. Last week at Pocono, started deep in the field, outside the top 30 if memory serves me correct, and ended up finishing third. Now, I know we talked about what happened post-race, but that patience certainly paid off for him.
Yeah, that was a qualifying run on the 18, by the way, and he jumped up to 10th quick, so did make an improvement in the car, but 10th quick on a qualifying run might still have some work to do.
Brad Keselowski still trying to work his way into the top 20 in points so he can make good use of that win at Kansas a couple of weeks ago. You saw there he is 8th quick in this practice session.
And Penske Racing will be going for 4 consecutive poles when qualifying happens tomorrow. Brad Keselowski sitting on the pole at Charlotte, Kurt Busch's teammate at Kansas and Pocono last week.
And goodness gracious, can you just, don't you know every owner in the garage area is walking around saying, I don't know what they did, but we have got this figured out, because they just flipped a switch and they went from 0 to hero.
Kurt Busch in the last 3 races has scored more points than any other driver in the garage area.
See Joey Logano here. He is the last of the 46 cars here this weekend to get on track. And he has been on a nice little run here at the Michigan International Speedway in recent years. Spent some time this week in Joplin, Missouri, working with the tornado victims from those horrible storms of a few weeks ago. And you can see his opening laps putting him 18th on the practice sheet.
Yeah, they surprised John and Debbie Lacey by repairing their home because of an accident that one of the couple had at a work accident. They had no homeowners insurance, and they went in there, about 150 volunteers, and rebuilt that home and surprised them on Tuesday with it.
Larry, you mentioned Kurt Busch, back-to-back poles. Of course, his teammate Brad Keselowski getting the pole for the Coca-Cola 600 3 weeks ago, and you know, Kurt's just been the model of consistency. I think you've seen a little extra hip in his step lately, and he's 6th in this practice session.
Yeah, his crew chief, Steve Addington, and that team, they called an audible early in the week. They were going to bring a car they ran at Richmond, but this is that same car that he set on the pole and led 152 of 267 laps at Kansas 2 weeks ago.
That's the car I'd bring.
Yes, sir. This place has a lot of similarities to Kansas.
Very much.
So Darryl, you got a car you like, and then you look, the last 3 races, 4th, 9th, and 2nd. Boy, confidence is a good thing, isn't it, when you're a race car driver?
That's called momentum, and they have got it going right now. And Kurt will run very well here Sunday, I guarantee you. And which probably doesn't sit on pole.
And right now, we talked about Penske. Kurt Busch is 6th. Brad Keselowski in the 2 car is 8th in this practice.
And I can't really decide if having only just 2 Dodges, basically, I can't decide if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Quite honestly, I think it's a good thing. You don't have other teams to draw information from, but when you're Roger Penske and you have the kind of organization he has and they get it going on like they got it going on now, I kind of like being on an island by myself.
And Kurt Busch obviously on a qualifying run. He just jumped up to 3rd on the board. Chris?
Well, Jeff Gordon coming off the win last week at Pocono. Jeff, right now you're 21st in practice. Is the car good?
No, the car is good. We've been in race trim. You know, a lot of guys that are ahead of us are in qualifying trim. We can make it better, and we're trying to make it a little bit better, but now we're swapping over to qualifying trim, so we'll see what we have. But I really am happy with the Drive to End Hunger Chevrolet. It's been a great week, that's for sure, and excited to be here in Michigan, one of my favorite tracks.
Last week's win was your 84th. You're now tied with Darrell Waltrip and Bobby Allison. A huge accomplishment. Has that finally sunk in?
That's going to take a while for that one to sink in. That's unbelievable. You know, I look back at all the wins, and I can't believe we've done this 84 times. It's just my whole career has just flown by, and you know, seeing DW get inducted in the Hall of Fame, you know, for next year, and having Bobby in there this year, you know, and knowing that you know, we're tied for wins. That's just unbelievable. I'm so thrilled to be in that elite group, and but there's too much work to be done. We still got to make this car fast and try to go do it again this weekend.
Well, Jeff Gordon's 11th in points, on the cusp of getting into the top 10.
And there was a time when I thought he might win 100, and he still has an outside chance of doing that.
That's exactly what I was going to say. 84, impressive. But there was a time 10 years ago when you thought it would go way beyond that.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, all season long, live on Speed.
We believe everyone should get low prices every day. Every day.
On everything.
On everything.
And if you happen to find something lower,
We'll match it. We'll match it.
We'll match it. Any ad, any price.
Right at the register.
Get low prices every day on everything you need to beat the summer heat. Like Minute Maid Lemonade or Tropicana Fruit Punch for just $1. Backed by our Ad Match Guarantee. Save money, live better. Walmart.
Today, more than 6 million older Americans face the threat of hunger. In just 2 years, the number of people suffering has more than doubled. With your help, we can make this problem disappear. That's why I've teamed up with AARP and AARP Foundation in the Drive to End Hunger. Join us by visiting drivetoendhunger.org.
If you're looking for a pickup truck, check out the miles per gallon, the length of the powertrain warranty, and the horsepower. Only Ram delivers this kind of muscle. That'll thin out the herd real quick. Guts, glory, Ram.
Just under 30 minutes remaining in the opening practice of the weekend for Sprint Cup teams at Michigan.
Yeah, and we noticed that the flags are flying at half-mast today, and Governor Snyder has ordered that the flags be flown at half-mast in the honor of Charles Armour, who got killed in the line of duty earlier this month, and he was a 17-year veteran of the Detroit Police Department, and they wanted to honor him today with the flags being flown at half-mast.
Certainly our thoughts and prayers go out to his comrades and to his entire family.
And we know each and every weekend when we show up to the racetrack, there are plenty of men and women in uniform who make our lives easier, and we certainly appreciate the service they give us every week. You see Matt Kenseth on track in a Ford. He is 6th. While we were in break, another Ford went to the top. That would be A.J. Allmendinger, currently quickest in practice.
You know, Adam, you said it earlier, our last 12 races, we've had 11 different winners, Carl Edwards being the only repeat winner. And Darrell will realize and relate to this. There was a point in time when you came here as looks like something's going on.
Left front. They got a left front tire now, it looks like.
Marcus Ambrose. And he's just trying to get back around where that thing does not come apart and tear that front fender, because you don't even want to put a dent in a front fender at this place. But what I was going to say, there was a point in time when you came here in the 80s and 90s, you knew a Ford was going to victory lane. It was just a Ford racetrack.
Yeah, well, you knew it because it was number 9. Bill Elliott here in Atlanta, there was a couple of racetracks. You didn't beat Bill Elliott.
Yeah, Ford's won 31 races here at Michigan. And you look at the Roush Fenway organization as Marcus Ambrose continues to limp around the racetrack. They've won here 20 times, 11 in the Sprint Cup Series, but they've recorded 5 wins in the Camping World Truck Series, and 4 in nationwide competition. And when you consider that trucks and nationwide only come here once a year, unlike twice a year for the Sprint Cup Series, those are some pretty impressive numbers.
Well, a lot of people, and I've heard drivers even complain, and some of the others, that they think Ford has a huge horsepower advantage. On the dyno, it doesn't show up. But there are so many other residual values to this engine. It's lighter. It's got a lower CG. And that grill opening where they can run more tape, even when the weather, it's going to even be a bigger advantage when the weather gets hot, because the other teams will have to open the grill wide open. They're still going to be able to use a little bit of tape. That's where their advantages are. They get through the corners better, and they got better cooling.
You talk about 11 wins for Roush. How about 11 for the Wood brothers here as well? Those tied at the top. July 7th, the world's toughest truckers saddle up on their 700 horsepower thoroughbreds and trade some paint in the Bluegrass State. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Kentucky. It's July 7th at 7:30 Eastern Time, live on Speed.
Just believe I'll ease on over there for that little
you
event.
Gonna make
there.
it?
Yeah, I think I'll be over at 7, 8, and 9.
Everybody up in that part of the country, when they got a racetrack up in Sparta at the Kentucky Speedway, said, when are we going to get a cup date? Well, they finally have got it, and it's less than a month away.
It's going to be a big, big event. Bruton Smith and his crowd, and Mark Simmendinger and a bunch of people up there that were there from the beginning, they're doing amazing work on the racetrack. They've moved pit road. They've paved everything up there. They've added suites. They've added seats. You won't recognize the place. It has the Bruton Smith seal of approval on it now.
But I think for 10 years, they have proved that they deserve a Sprint Cup Series race.
They used to, Jim Hunter, Bill France, and all, used to get mad at me every time we'd have a standalone event. I'd be texting, see that crowd? Look at that crowd. 70,000 people at a standalone nationwide race. Look at that, 50,000 people at a truck race.
Casey Kane just jumped up to 13th in this practice. 14th is where he sits.
Yeah, his crew chief, Kenny Francis, and just our condolences go out to him and his family. His mom passed away this past week, and so we'll be thinking of you and praying for you, Kenny, and your family.
Casey won from the pole here back in 2006. This is his kind of racetrack. Regan Smith went out and was fast early in this practice session. Told Chris Neville a few minutes ago, we're done with qualifying trim. We're going to transfer to race mode, and there you see the 78 back out on track.
You know, with this practice schedule, we talked to Carl Edwards about this last week at Pocono, which had a very similar schedule. These guys will go for about another 20 minutes, and then they're going to get about an hour and a half break, and then they'll have about another hour and 20 minutes. I know what they did last week. They started off in qualifying trim. They went to race trim. They started the second practice off in race trim, but the last run of the final practice was in qualifying trim. Carl said, I want to know what I've got when I go to qualify tomorrow.
23 minutes to go in practice. They're the fastest.
Tonight, the wildest party in racing will be rocking the Motor City as Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Newman, and Bud Moore stop by for some fun. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Michigan tonight at 7 Eastern. Only on Speed.
Tell me about Castrol GTX with Dry Shield.
Helps stop particles from building up as deposits.
How?
Well, first it attracts particles.
Like a mermaid song to a lonely sailor?
Right, then it captures them.
Like a Venus flytrap.
Like a black hole.
Like a black hole in a Venus flytrap.
Then it disperses them like a T-shirt cannon.
Like a snowblower.
Like polyisobutamides. Okay, like a snowblower.
Sounds powerful.
Stop small particles.
From becoming big problems.
Do you always?
Yes.
Right.
Help stop deposits before they start with Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
People everywhere are taking a stand and booking on choicehotels.com.
When I book a hotel online, it should be simple and easy.
We have the right to take the kids on a wonderful vacation.
As long as I save 20%.
I want to guarantee that my room rate is the lowest on the web.
There's no vacation bedtime?
Don't push it.
It's your voice, it's yourchoicehotels.com. Get the best internet rate guaranteed on over 6,000 hotels and save up to 20% every day. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
I ate breakfast and got heartburn. Third day this week, so I took my heartburn pill and some antacids. We're having Mexican tonight, so another pill then? Unless we eat later, then pill later. If I get a snack now, pill now. Skip the snack, pill later. Late dinner, pill now? I have got heartburn in my head.
Stop the madness. Take Prilosec OTC for frequent heartburn. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn.
No heartburn in the first place? Great.
Use as directed for 14 days.
I'm Tony Stewart, and I wear my band to Unite for Kids. Band together with me by logging on to www.nascar.com/unites. Pledge your support.
21 minutes to go in the opening practice of the weekend for Sprint Cup teams. 4 Chevrolets in the top 10, a pair of Dodges, and 4 Fords. And the quickest of that group, the top overall, A.J. Allmendinger. Let's hear from him, Chris.
Yeah, A.J. Allmendinger with a big smile on his face. A.J., in this first hour of practice, have you guys just been working on quality setup, or have you done some race trim setup too?
No, we started the Best Buy Ford and race trim. This hasn't been one of our best racetracks, so been trying to figure out the last couple of weeks where we've been missing it a little bit on these slippery racetracks. So we went out there and tried a couple of different setups. I felt pretty decent in race trim. Still need to be a little bit better, but felt happy about that. And just did our first Q run there and, put a good lap down. So it might rain tomorrow, it might not, but right now, no matter what, I think that'll keep us inside the top 5, top 10. If it does rain tomorrow, and if not, we'll go do one more run and see what we have.
The last month has been pretty tough for you. 4 out of the last 5 races, 25th or worse. What do you guys need to do to turn things around?
Just no mistakes. Dover, we had the fastest car out there, and we had engine trouble. Charlotte was a good weekend. Kansas, we struggled really bad. And Pocono last week, we were struggling a little bit, but we were kind of righting the ship and getting in the right direction. We had a bad pit stop that put us a lap down, and never had a yellow to make up for it. So we just got to limit our mistakes. We got to keep getting better as a race team. I feel like we're better than what we've shown the last few weeks, but we're still not quite there yet. So we just kind of keep sticking together as a team. We got Best Buy back on the car, so maybe that's the luck we've been looking for. So hopefully come here and right the ship. That's the great thing about NASCAR. There's always another week to fix it. Good luck. Thank you.
Pretty positive, pretty upbeat, which is what you got to do in this sport. Can't control what's in the rearview mirror, only what's out the windshield.
Okay. Michael McDowell, one of the go or go homers. He is currently 42nd of the 46 on track. And he has got to go here.
There's a little book that Coach Patino gave to me a long time ago. It's called The Precious Present. If you ever get a chance, it's a very short little book. But it basically, the point of the book is yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery. Take care of the present, what's going on right now. Because you can't do anything about what happened yesterday, and you can't do anything about what's going to happen tomorrow.
It's a short enough book, Larry, even you and I could read it in an afternoon.
It's only about 30, 40 pages.
Is there a lot of pictures?
Yeah, you got to connect the dots.
Jimmy Johnson, 9th in this practice session. He's turned 14 laps. Nobody talking about the 48. Everybody talking about the Ford camp. A lot of talk about Kevin Harvick. What about some of these guys that are outside the top 10 trying to make their way into the chase? I think it just plays right into their hands, doesn't it?
It's funny you say that, because when I was saying, yeah, that's the way they like it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they just lay in the weeds and just kind of watch, see what everybody else has got. Throw your best stuff out there. We want to analyze what you got. We'll be ready when those final 10 races roll around.
Yeah, we know Carl Edwards had issues last week and gave up 34 points. That 48 car, Jimmy Johnson, sitting there second in the points, only 6 points out of the lead.
Showed you a moment ago those drivers that must work their way in tomorrow through qualifying and speed. Mike Skinner here missed the field last week at Pocono, the only driver to do so. He is currently 41st on the speed charts.
Mike tested out the new safer barriers, unfortunately, on the back straightaway at Pocono, but
Mike 8th of the 11 in the go or go home category.
Saw Mike Bliss there in the 32 car.
And Larry and Adam, if it rains, if it happens to rain, the 81 car Riggs, the 92 of Keselowski, and the 30 of Strimmy would be the 3 guys that don't make the race.
Yeah, the field would be set as far as where you line up as to the speeds from this practice. But as I said earlier, NASCAR knows which drivers make the show if we lose qualifying to rain.
Carl Edwards, 16th quick in this practice. He was very good last week during the 2 practices at Pocono. And then Larry mentioned his struggles during the race.
And Adam, somebody said, well, they should have lights at Michigan. You don't need them. It doesn't get dark here till 10 o'clock. I mean, last night I was sitting in the coach, wasn't really paying any attention. I thought, well, what time is it? Must be about 7:30 or 8. It was 9:30, and it was still daylight and bright enough to have been racing if we needed to.
But the good news is, I watched Wake Up with Al this morning. The weather looks beautiful for Sunday.
Barrett-Jackson Haggerty Fantasy Bid returns to Speed. Watch the auction live from Orange County and bid for your chance to win cool prizes. Barrett-Jackson Haggerty Fantasy Bid, live next Friday at 5 Eastern on Speed.
Well, it's a glorious day. I don't know about all you, but I've been waiting a long time for this day to happen. And it's finally here.
Kawasaki's Good Time Sales Event!
Kawasaki!
You can win a Kawasaki at every participating dealership. A Ninja 250R, buy a 250, and thousands of other prizes.
And on that note, I love ya.
You are cordially invited to Kawasaki's Good Time Sales Event. Get your ticket at kawasaki.com/win.
Hi, I'm Otto Williams from
Manteca!
Manteca Trailer and Motorhome is Northern California's largest RV dealership. It is an established leader in sales, service, and parts, with thousands of parts. 30 service bays specially designed to save time and money. Rentals, storage, RV services, and of course, a vast selection of new and used RVs and trailers. Click below to learn more about what you'll find at Manteca Trailer and Motorhome in
Manteca!
In the grip of arthritis pain, nagging back pain, joint pain, break the grip with Aspercreme. Its maximum strength medicine relieves your pain, and there's no embarrassing odor. Break the grip of pain with odor-free Aspercreme.
With Gold Bond medicated powder, you've got the power of fast, lasting relief from wetness, irritation, and itch. And that Gold Bond Cooling Rush says it's working like ordinary powders can't. Look for the Healing Seal, Gold Bond medicated, the powder with the power.
In practice here at Michigan 1 year ago, Denny Hamlin enjoyed this weekend quite well. He led 123 laps, collected his 5th win of the year, and as we stand here in the mid part of June 2011, he is yet to visit victory lane.
I think their moniker last year was all we do is win. They need to find that.
But you know, when we interviewed him after that race last week, he was very upbeat. I think when you go out and you qualify 4th, you lead 100 or you lead 76 laps of that race, even though they had the flat tire issue that knocked the brake line, I think he feels good about where they're at from performance. Now they just got to wrap the other things around it, where earlier in the year, I don't think the performance was there.
A couple of drivers have jumped into the top 10. Appear to be making qualifying runs late in this session. David Rudiman did so while we were in break a moment ago, and Clint Boyer just did as well. He's currently 9th in practice number 1. Dave Blaney on track 43rd, but he's inside the top 35 in owner points, so he will race here on Sunday.
Yeah, right now it's awfully early in this session, but the 3 drivers that would be in jeopardy would be McDowell, Lally, and Brian Keselowski.
June 25th, the Rolex Sports Car Series revving up for a fight on a new battlefield. For the first time in a decade, Grand Am returns to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and this legendary track promises road racing at its best. Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series Saturday, June 25th, live at noon Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Pacific, only on Speed.
And you know, there's always unintended consequences of things that we do. Tony Stewart going up to Watkins Glen and running the long course in that Formula One car, and certainly in his own car. Now, all of a sudden, there's some interest in maybe the NASCAR boys running the long course at Watkins Glen.
And yeah, Tony sent that message.
Yeah, he said it looks like it would create several more passing zones if they did that. This may be a practice qualifying run for Jeff Gordon, that 24 car. We interviewed him a while ago. Looked like he had maybe made a little practice qualifying run earlier. So let's see what he does here. Right now he's 25th quickest.
I think he's on it now, Larry. It looks like, yeah. bobbing along there.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a lot of tape on the nose of that 24 car. So I think they started out in race trim, which is what he said when we talked to him. Now they're going to see how fast they can go.
Jeff Gordon, a two-time winner here at Michigan, but has not gone to victory lane at this track in 10 years.
Larry, don't you love Jeff Gordon? I mean, how many times have we heard him coming off turn 4, whether he was on a good run or a bad run, and he knew it?
Yeah.
This is going to be a good one. This is not going to be that good. You know, hey, boys, we're not going to be that good today. He always knows by the time he gets to turn 4, it's going to be good or not.
And somewhere last year, he knew it all coming off turn 2 because he went, oh, brother.
Yeah, right.
He doesn't have the tracker or a stopwatch, and he knows. His teammate made a nice jump. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in qualifying trim jumped to 7th. And David Reagan now quickest.
Yeah, I don't know what I did to it.
In the last 11 races here, only Carl Edwards has scored more points at Michigan than this guy, Dale Earnhardt Jr. He won here 3 years.
Could switching to Geico really save you? Do dogs chase cats?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
That's my Bob. Used to be just me and him. Then one morning he tries Just for Men. Says here it targets only the gray, fast and easy, replacing it with his natural tones.
Hello, Bob.
Hello. Apparently that's not the only thing it replaces. I'm glad Bob's happy. Just for Men. Live forward.
Right here in America, more than 17 million children face the possibility of hunger. This should not be happening, not here in this country and not in our racing communities. That's why Feed the Children has teamed up with Speedway Children's Charities to stop childhood hunger in its tracks. Here where these flags fly together with pride. The race is on to end childhood hunger, and you can help. Go to speedtofeed.org for information and to join our pit crew.
Hey, Kurt, it's Kyle. Hey, you got a minute?
Not really. Kind of busy.
You have got to check out the new NASCAR.com race view. I mean, these new virtual graphics make my car look almost real. Did you know fans can customize this to follow me all race long and listen to my in-car audio? And now my fans can even watch you try to keep up with me in the new head-to-head view. I mean, how cool is that?
Check out the brand new and dramatically improved race view, only at NASCAR.com.
Kurt, hey, Kurt.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice for Michigan brought to you by Johnsonville. Sausage is all we do. David Reagan leading the way in this session. Less than 10 minutes remaining. A.J. Allmendinger, Kevin Harvick, Kurt Busch, Regan Smith, the top 5, and back out on track, Marcus Ambrose. We showed you earlier he had that left front tire issue, and he's not the only one.
Yeah, we saw Matt Kenseth, I think it was, roll in with a left front tire issue as well. But, you know, if Jimmy Johnson wins another championship this year, it'll be 6 in a row, they're going to start calling this Johnsonville.
I'd say you're right.
Did you just think of that when we read the billboard?
I was trying to get it. I was trying to get it in, but
what I just watched with Marcus Ambrose coming off turn 4, if he does that again, they're going to be calling for the backup car because he was walking the dog up the racetrack there.
Probably had too much Vegemite for breakfast.
You can see. I mean, he is fighting that thing.
Have you ever, Adam, you ever had any Vegemite?
I have.
Have you really? What?
Here is the thing. You know, that's one of those things when you try it, you need to baby step with it. You know what I mean? You need to dab your finger in it and lick it. You don't need to take a bite. I had a sandwich and took a bite. It was a bad experience.
He brought some to trackside, and I thought I couldn't do the show. I had to take a break.
Daryl said he was going to have to go get Santa Flush.
Only thing to get rid of that taste is Santa Flush.
There's old Johnsonville.
He got all kind of names, doesn't he?
Oh, he does.
5-time,
Well,
Lord of the Rings.
He keeps winning championships. We're going to have to keep coming up with names. Brad Keselowski was in the top 10. He's dropped down to 12th. He won a couple of weeks ago at Kansas, and I'm not sure there's been a more electrifying win this season than the one this one pulled off right here. Trevor Bayne winning the Daytona 500 back in that Wood Brothers car, 17th in this practice, Darrell.
But you know what I like? They held him out until he got to feeling better, and they thought he was all right, and then he came back and he had that great run at Chicago, finished third, right, first time back in the car. That proved that they knew what they were doing, and he didn't get back in the car too soon. I think he's healthy and he's ready to go.
Yeah, he just jumped up to 9th. That was a practice qualifying run there. And the last time the Wood Brothers were at the racetrack, Charlotte Motor Speedway, what a run that Trevor Bayne's teammate in the Nationwide Series gave that 21 car, qualified 9th and finished 11th.
Yeah, Ricky Stenhouse. I mean, he drove the wheels off that car. He qualified great and put in a stellar performance. I was really impressed.
I've never seen someone so nervous before making a qualifying run than Ricky Stenhouse. It was like the weight of the world was on his shoulders. He talked to every driver at Charlotte before they made their qualifying run, and as Larry pointed out, he delivered, started in the top 10, and had a great debut.
Well, you know what? That's one thing I love about our guys down there, all of our veteran guys. Like Jeff Gordon, he took Trevor Bayne under his wing at Daytona, and they worked together, and that's a huge compliment to Trevor. And we saw Ricky Stenhouse Jr. over there at Charlotte. Jimmy Johnson was walking down pit road with his arm around him talking about that qualifying run. Our guys embrace these young men. They know they're the future of the sport, and I love the way they just bring them in and make them feel at home.
David Rudiman needs a good run for the Michael Waltrip Racing Camp. He just jumped up to 4th late in the session, about 5 minutes to go, and again, here's Juan Pablo Montoya, top 10 last week at Pocono and looking to build on the momentum. He's 11th in this practice.
You know, while we're watching Montoya make this run, I do want to go back and explain one quick thing about the 21 car of the Wood Brothers. Even though they're running a limited schedule, they are still in the top 35 in owner points, so they are locked in the show. That's a bit of a difference from the NNS, because in the NNS, it's the top 30, but to be locked in, you have to attempt every race. You can't lay out a race. That's one difference from NNS to the Sprint Cup Series.
And something that can create some confusion when you get in a rain-out qualifying situation. David Reagan leading late in the opening practice at Michigan.
NASCAR Race Day marches into Michigan. Kevin Harvick and Kyle Busch join us live. Plus, we'll analyze how Jeff Gordon's career stacks up to the rest of the 84 Win Club. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, Sunday at 10 Eastern, live on Speed.
Who's serving up a big breakfast this weekend?
On an endless buffet, a juicy steak.
Don't flip out. Only Golden Corral would include steak for breakfast. It's on our endless weekend breakfast buffet, all for a great low price. Only at Golden Corral.
Remember when you could actually see shooting stars and your nightlight was a jar full of fireflies? Then keep the tradition going at Bass Pro Shop's Family Summer Camp with free workshops, crafts, and activities. Get the details at BassPro.com.
Hi, I'm Montel Williams from Money.
I think someone at my friend's school has this thing called autism. My friend's brother's son has autism. My neighbor's son has autism. My son has autism.
Autism is getting closer to home. Today, 1 in 110 children is diagnosed with autism. That's a 600% increase in the last 20 years. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org.
They itch, sweat, burn, smell. You could have foot dermatitis. It's what Gold Bond medicated foot powder was made for. Medicated to tackle the itch. Keeps feet dry. Look for the healing seal. Gold Bond foot powder. Works as hard as your feet.
I'm a dancer, and until now, my feet showed it.
Since foot skin's 20 times thicker, there's Gold Bond Ultimate Healing Foot Cream. 7 penetrating moisturizers and vitamins help heal rough, dry feet. Gold Bond Ultimate Foot Cream.
This stuff really works.
Telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Closing minutes of the opening practice of the weekend. David Reagan is quickest, and a conversation or two about tires in this practice session. Ralph, what can you tell us?
Well, Adam, we found the left rear tire that came off of David Reagan's car. Looked good, so you push on, and it's flat as they come. I found the hole and circled it for you. It's right here. It's just a little hole in there, but it took all the air right out of this tire. They have no idea what they hit, but it certainly punctured it and took it right down to the rim.
Well, we saw Marcus Ambrose in the 9 with a flat left front. We saw Matt Kenseth with a flat left front. I've watched these guys as they finish a run. They come off 2 and they go all the way down to the apron, down the back stretch and through 3 and 4. And all it takes is a little bit of debris for one of these tires to pick it up, and the result is going to be a flat tire.
Kurt Busch and Regan Smith on track. 6th and 7th in this practice session.
What you're seeing right there is exactly what Darrell talked about at the top of the show, that this place can get aggravating because of all the options a driver has.
Yeah, you don't realize, but you get a lot of draft down these straightaways here. And, of course, the corners are huge. You're in a turn forever. So if you're lacking a little straightaway speed, you can make it up in the corner. And so you pass a guy down the straightaway, and here he comes. He's going to draft right back up on my rear bumper. And now I'm going down in the corner. I just got rid of this guy. Well, he's going to follow me, but he could dive to the bottom and make up time getting in the corner, come out of the corner ahead of you. You got to pass him again.
And Greg Biffle was telling us earlier this morning, since we went back to that rear spoiler, that this car poked such a big hole in the air that the draft is even more so than it used to be when we had the wing on this car.
The opening practice of the weekend is complete. And the man who sits atop the board, David Reagan. He will be the final car out in qualifying tomorrow. Montoya leads off our second 10. Mark Martin, a lot of success at Michigan, 12th. Talked about Greg Biffle, he was 17th. All the Joe Gibbs guys together. Point leader Carl Edwards, 21st.
Some good ones back in there. Tony Stewart, 25th.
Yeah, Jeff Gordon way back.
We got more practice coming up later on today. Sprint Cup Series final practice late this afternoon at 3:30. We will have that. Nationwide Series final practice coming up as well. Right now, it's NASCAR Live. John Roberts has that. Thanks for being with us from Michigan.
A Venus razor, CoverGirl makeup, Olay anti-aging cream, and rubber spatulas.
What's that for?
It helps me look younger.
Does it work?
Mm-hmm.
Grandpa's gonna be so happy when he wakes up. Yeah, he's gonna look like a baby.
Only Walmart has low prices every day on everything to keep you looking young. Backed by our ad match guarantee. Save money. Live better. Walmart.
Today, more than 6 million older Americans face the threat of hunger. In just 2 years, the number of people suffering has more than doubled. With your help, we can make this problem disappear. That's why I've teamed up with AARP and AARP Foundation in the Drive to End Hunger. Join us by visiting drivetoendhunger.org.
Here's to the pursuit of better, faster, cleaner, funner. Here's to the pursuit of advancements that help make new engines possible and dreams a reality. Here's to the pursuit of another 100 years of earning America's trust. Not just oil, Pennzoil. Get the same Pennzoil that Elio uses in his IndyCar, now at AutoZone.
With an eye to the future, America's farmers bring us a renewable energy solution that will strengthen American business, as well as our nation's energy independence. American ethanol, from America's cornfields to America's racetracks. It's a brand new race day.
Welcome back to Michigan, everyone, where things are heating up. Sprint Cup Series practice is over for now. Now it's time to go back to the garage, crunch a few numbers, and come back out when it's actually a little bit warmer this afternoon. Carl Edwards is checking out the tire wear right now, and we are in the middle of it all here as we're bringing you Sprint Cup practice, just part of a full weekend of coverage here on Speed. Want to introduce a good friend, Randy Pemberton. And Randy, after watching that practice, what do you think? No one wrecked up a car. That's a good thing. Absolutely. But right now, no one's really seeming to try to stretch it on fuel to look at what that possibly could mean.
No, I think everybody was working on really the race setup to begin with. A lot of guys that went out early, about the top 10, top 12 that were on the board early on made qualifying runs. And the question here is, no matter when you go out to qualify, you really want to catch a cloud if you can. They always call it a magical cloud. You look up and see if you catch one, because if you don't, this track is very temperamental to the heat. So we're just going to have to see what happens. But one more practice to go to really dial it in, Johnny.
And not quite the gamesmanship here on practice as we saw at Pocono because of the weather. But let's see who is fast right now. Casey Kane was 5th fastest in practice. And you know what, Randy? This is certainly a team that could steal a win.
They sure could. And he's one of those rim riders. I think he'll have to run at the top of the racetrack at some point in time during the race. He's really, really good at that. And of course, he had a win back in 2006.
Two-time winner on the Sprint Cup Series. David Rudiman was 4th fastest in practice, and this team certainly needs a good jolt to their season right now, and a good run here could do it.
They do. Another possible rim rider, a guy that really likes to work the top of the racetrack. I think on new tires, you got to work the bottom, but somehow during the run, David Rudiman and those guys will go to the top.
Kevin Harvick was the driver that brought Richard Childress Racing back to prowess here at Michigan just a few races ago, and he's certainly a threat to get his 4th victory of the season this weekend.
Yeah, Carl Edwards walks by the set. Nonetheless, Kevin Harvick, of course, these guys are up on it. You know, in the Chevrolets, it's going to be a Chevy-Ford battle, I think, and I think Kevin Harvick's going to be one of those Chevys.
And one of the Fords that could surprise us, A.J. Allmendinger's second fastest in practice. And, Randy, we say it almost every weekend, but it's just the doggone truth. This could be the next first-time winner in the Sprint Cup Series.
Everybody says it about Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's going to happen. Well, it's going to happen with the 43 car as well. They're going to get back to victory lane. The Fords always run good here. And look at the guy at the top of the heap. My dark horse to win this race is David Reagan. He's been fast at a lot of places, Johnny, and he's fast here.
And this year, we have proven if you're in it, you can win it. And David Reagan certainly has an opportunity to pull off the upset. Well, a lot of talk earlier today about the oil pans underneath the Joe Gibbs Racing cars. Let's check in with Hermie Sadler for an update. Hermie?
Well, thank you, Johnny. And for those fans who are just viewing for the first time here today from Michigan, all 3 oil pans from all Joe Gibbs Racing cars, the 11, the 18, and the 20, were removed prior to the cars going on the racetrack. As you can tell, all 3 guys, you can see the oil pan being removed here from the engine in Denny Hamlin's car before he went on the racetrack. Now, the main issue is that these new oil pans were not submitted to NASCAR to get permission to run them or get approval prior to coming to the racetrack. So these oil pans were not approved. All 3 were removed. Because all 3 pans were removed before the cars went onto the racetrack, there will be no points penalty. They were never used in competition. However, NASCAR has not said whether or not the pans would have been approved had they been submitted in the proper amount of time or not. My guess is they would not be approved anyway, and we may see some more possible sanctions from NASCAR against Joe Gibbs Racing for these oil pans sometime next week. But for the time being, they were removed from the car, not used on the racetrack, so there will be no points penalty prior to the race this weekend at Michigan. Johnny?
And Hermie, certainly for the latest on that, be sure to tune into Race Hub throughout the weekend. And Randy, that could be something that results in a fine. I mean, unapproved parts that come to a racetrack like that, sometimes that, well, as Randy said, as Hermie said, probably no competition penalty, but certainly maybe a monetary fine.
Yeah, I think a monetary fine because they got them before they got on the racetrack. But I think the big question is everyone wants to know why. What's different about these oil pans? Well, we've done a lot of searching. Hermie's been in the garage area. Nobody really wants to say for sure, but I'm going to tell you that the conjecture in the garage area is everybody trying to get as much weight as low to the ground as you possibly can. Perhaps, just saying, perhaps that these oil pans could have been a little heavy. And as you know, that's one of the closest things to the ground. And these race teams are killing for 5 pounds. If they can cut 5 pounds out of the middle or the top of that car and put it as low as they can, it's a big performance enhancer. Not saying that that's the case because we haven't got a clear indication yet, but that'd be a pretty good guess.
All right, let's take a look at the points as we run right now after 14 events this season. And you know what? We're getting closer and closer to that 26-race cutoff. Carl Edwards is still on top, but you know, Randy, his points lead took a big hit with the engine failure last week at Pocono. But once again, he had that insurance policy going on of the big point lead over Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, that was a killer right there. Now you go all the way back to Tony Stewart, Ryan Newman, tied there for 9th. That is not a comfortable place to be. You've got to win some races when you're back there.
Here's where it gets interesting and different this year. The idea for NASCAR was to have wins mean more, and Jeff Gordon has 2 wins right now. Denny Hamlin with none, but his points put him in the 12th spot. The reason that Brad Keselowski and Regan Smith are not in the wild card spot with their 1 win, Randy, is they're not in the not in the top 20 in points.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if these guys can get in the top 20, and who else might win a race that's outside the top 20 wants to get in as well.
Let's go back to Hermie for one more thought from the garage. Hermie?
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. I originally was told we could not get a look at the pans, but there you see the look at these 3 oil pans. And to expound on what Randy was talking about, there may be an issue with some extra machine work done to these pans to even them up with the bottom of the cross member in the car, maybe to try to pick up a little bit of travel with these cars. That's all speculation at this point. But these oil pans are in the NASCAR hauler. The other competitors, crew chiefs, engineers can come look at them inside the hauler, and we got a sneak peek at them right here on NASCAR Live. Johnny?
Hermie, thanks a lot. Very interesting. I mean, certainly to our eye, it doesn't look like much is different there, but you know what? Anything, Randy, could be.
Hermie's bringing it down there. Hermie is bringing the stuff right here on NASCAR Live. You heard what he said, trying to get as much weight as low as you can, and they're all working on it, and NASCAR didn't like it.
All right, well, we'll certainly keep an eye on that situation as it develops throughout the week because, of course, those are championship contending cars in Joe Gibbs Racing, so we definitely want to keep an eye on that to see what exactly NASCAR does about that. And, of course, as usual, your equipment, once it's confiscated by NASCAR, it's out there for everybody to take a look at. Right now, more practice. Nationwide Series final practice coming your way.
Thank you, John Roberts. Getting ready for NASCAR Nationwide Series final practice from Michigan International Speedway here in Brooklyn, Michigan. Cars beginning to roll out onto the racetrack. Again, a slightly overcast day, partly cloudy, 77 degrees, and just a light breeze. Hello, everyone. Rick Allen, Larry McReynolds, and now we've added Jeff Hammond up to the booth to talk a little bit about Nationwide final practice. Now, earlier in practice, we didn't see all the race cars out on the racetrack. Will we see all 46 make a run this time?
Very simply, yes, you will. Because a lot of these guys, they understand you're limited to the number of tires you can use during these practice sessions. They understand here during this practice session, Rick, this is the best time because now we got a lot of rubber on the racetrack. Conditions are going to be a lot like they're going to race in. So you're going to see everybody out there trying to get that race set up like they need it. Plus, getting ready for qualifying.
And quite honestly, they probably like this schedule that they got that hour-and-a-half break because it gave them time to kind of evaluate what they did in that first practice. As Jeff alluded to, you just can't keep throwing tires. But quite honestly, even though their race tomorrow is a 250-mile race, a lot like the Sprint Cup Series race, you know you're going to get those long green runs. So quite honestly, you have to make some long runs here to truly know. I think at the end of this session, they'll make that little bit of a practice qualifying run. That way, when this session ends, the driver knows what he has when he has to go qualify in the morning.
Surprisingly enough, Toyota has never won in the Nationwide Series here at Michigan International Speedway. So that puts a little added pressure on the Toyota crew, including Kyle Busch. Let's talk to Wendy Venerini a little bit about that team.
Thank you, Rick. And yes, Kyle Busch will be headed here in just a moment from the Cup Garage, finishing up debriefing over there. The Nationwide car sits here, and of course, yes, those Toyotas want to get a victory at this racetrack. Just talked to Jason Radcliffe, the crew chief for Kyle Busch. They are not going to sit out many practice laps like you saw a lot of the teams do in the first practice session. They were working on their travels, and that's where they felt they missed the setup with the travels on the 18. That's what they'll be working on this practice, but not holding back the laps like they did in the first practice session. To Bob Dillner.
Wendy, Justin Allgaier still under the weather here at Michigan, but he's a trooper. He plans to go the distance after making only one in the initial practice session. You can see him. He's getting buckled in behind the 31 right now. I just spoke to him, and he said, it's horrible. I have the flu-like symptoms. I have a fever. I have the sweats. I have the chills. He actually, in between practice, went up inside where they keep the cars in the transporter and tried to sweat this illness out. But Justin Allgaier says he and Jimmy Elledge are on the same page. He had a good car in that first run. He hopes he has a better car in this next run and be better for tomorrow's race here at Michigan.
Well, Bob, he's just kind of like he's got to tough it out right now. That's one of the things about our sport. Unfortunately, you can't go to the bullpen like you do in baseball, or got a backup quarterback or somebody can kind of substitute for you. You really need to try to man up and get the job done as far as that's concerned right now, Rick.
Well, and Jeff, also to that point, we heard a week ago or 2 weeks ago, I guess it was Brad Keselowski talking about how much weight he lost in the car when it's really warm. He said he lost something like 16 pounds. So if you want someplace to sweat out maybe an illness or something, maybe the best place for you is inside that race car.
Provided you got a little bit of reserve in your tank, because like Brad told me, he put on almost 10 pounds of water prior to that weekend because he anticipated losing a lot. But still, the combination, a total of 16 pounds coming out of you like that, I mean, it can be hard on your system if you're not used to it. Take a look right here at Eric Almirola in this 88 car for Junior Motorsports, currently second quickest.
Now, Eric won the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series race here last year back in 2010. He only has one start in the Nationwide Series.
A very dominant finish, too. I think he beat Johnny Benson by, what was it, like 9/1000th of a second.
Very, very close. Very, very close. Speaking of close.
Elliott Sadler. Are we talking points with close there?
No, I'm thinking more close about, I believe this team, they're finally starting to get their hands around what this guy needs to get to victory lane. They have kind of been, hot and cold. Even though he's led the points, they haven't been able to get to victory lane. And that's where this man wants to go. He knows if he wins races, the points will come with him. I really believe if they can get him to victory lane, especially this weekend, I think it could be the magic that they need to kind of carry him through the rest of the season and possibly win this championship, which I think that's what Kevin Harvick and Elliott Sadler expect.
And I think this track could lead to Elliott's experience. He has 24 starts in the Sprint Cup, and we saw in the first practice he was quickest. Already right after the bat in the second practice, he's up there at the top of the speed chart.
And Larry, I know you've done a lot of note-taking this week getting ready for coming to Michigan. This is not a good place for rookie drivers to come up here, first-time winners. I know that Dale Jarrett won here, and when he was driving for the Wood Brothers. But this is a difficult racetrack, and it lends itself to veteran drivers. For whatever reason, they figure this racetrack out. If the car's not working high, they take it to the middle. If it's not like the middle, they'll take it to the bottom. And if they got to run high in one corner and low in the next to make it work, that's what they do. So veteran racers really do well here.
And the guy Elliott Sadler is chasing in the points right now, driver of the 30, Reed Sorensen. And how about the car going by him on the outside, our defending series champion Brad Keselowski.
I know Brad would like to go back to victory lane here, being this close to his house. I'm sure you guys talked about that in the first practice. But anytime you win at a racetrack, you want to go back. You want to do it again.
Yeah, and Brad has the possibility of making it 3 in a row here at Michigan International Speedway, but has not been to victory lane in the Nationwide Series this year, even though he is our defending series champion.
I'm going to go back, and I've said this several times. I'm not trying to get down on everybody involved with the 22 car because they made so many different changes, and elevating Paul Wolf, who was the crew chief on this car a year ago, up to the Sprint Cup Series, which they're starting to produce some results over there. I still think that they've been kind of hit and miss with this new group that's working on this car this year, and for that reason, it's been very difficult for them. I mean, they've been close. Let's don't try to sell them short. They've had some really strong runs, but they haven't been able to make that magic like they did a year ago. And I think, again, this is a team I think is ready to do that. I think they can win this weekend and get him his third race up here or fourth race in a row as far as Michigan's concerned.
He goes to the second spot in this practice. I want to go back to something real quick that Jeff said earlier. Greg Biffle told us earlier this morning that the thing about this racetrack, something happens different on every lap you run. It's not consistent from one lap to the other.
Elliott Sadler, consistency on the top of the charts in practice.
How durable is Quaker State? Reach 300,000 miles with eligible Quaker State motor oils, and we'll give you a check for the Kelly Blue Book trade-in value of your car. Quaker State, real, durable oil.
My feet are killing me.
Well, we're here to get you custom orthotic inserts.
Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotic Center recommends the custom fit orthotic that's best for your tired feet. Foot care scientists are behind it.
You'll get all-day relief.
For your tired, achy feet.
For locations, see drscholls.com.
I rely on my pit crew for a lot of things, both on and off the track. But when it comes to my cars, I take care of them myself because I know I'm going to do it right. Armor All, care for your car. And try new Armor All Ultra Shine Butter Smooth Wax. No hazing, so it protects in half the time.
It may seem ordinary, but in the right hands, this wristband can do incredible things. It can inspire kids to go farther in school and in life. Construct a playground for kids who've never had one, or help children with illnesses experience the ultimate race weekend. But the most amazing thing about wearing this wristband is showing your support for kids in need. Get yours at NASCAR.com/unites and learn how you can help us reach our goal of 1 million volunteer hours.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Nationwide Series practice from Michigan is brought to you by Race Rock and Refresh. To learn more about your chance to win a trip to Chicagoland Speedway, visit Dollar General. Save time, save money every day. By Feed the Children and Speedway Children's Charities. Visit speedtofeed.org for more information. And in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at funaiamerica.com. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. out on the racetrack in his number 6 Ford Mustang. Stenhouse earlier today was 4th quick in that first practice. Already in this practice, 6th quick, 41.46. The 18 car struggled a little bit in that first practice. Looks like they're figuring some things out now as we see Kyle Busch making his way up to the 5th spot in practice, 40.91.
I think the big thing we'll continue to watch with Kyle Busch, and we know Mark Martin will be in this race tomorrow as well, but he continues to chase Mark Martin in the total wins in the Nationwide Series. Kyle has 48 career wins. That's one win behind Mark Martin right now, who's trying to get that 50th win.
The milestone mark of 50 wins. There's Mark Martin on the racetrack. Again, had an earlier win this year in the Nationwide Series for this team at Las Vegas. We talked a little bit about chemistry and successes. Mark Martin, here's a guy who's been able to jump into different cars with different organizations and have success, which that would lead you to think that Mark Martin's a pretty easy guy to work with.
No. But I will say this much about Mark Martin, and I'm going to put him in the same category of a Hall of Famer right now, Cale Yarborough. Cale could drive anything. You get it to a certain point, and he would get up on that wheel, and he would literally wheel that car around the racetrack. You know, when you get to that point, that's all I can do to it. I think Mark Martin's a little bit like that. He's going to make you work on that car, work on that car, work on that car. When they drop that green flag, he, I think, can carry cars better than a lot of people give him credit for. He can get up on that wheel. He can make things happen. He's a very tenacious racer.
Let's go back to the garage and Bob Dillon.
Rick, right now, Eric Almirola, 3rd quick on the stopwatch around this racetrack. He pulls into the pit area right now, and Tony Uri Sr. and the group of the 88 bunch right now working on one thing: overall grip. That's where they're lacking a little bit. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to lower this car more and more with each run. And right now, Eric Almirola saying on the radio, it has not hit the splitter just yet. So they are planning to actually lower this car just a little bit in an effort to get more overall grip.
Well, if you remember, Rick, in that first practice, we heard a couple of drivers complaining about the front splitter hitting the racetrack. And when that happens, it just lightens the front wheels up, and the car doesn't want to turn. And that's a challenge here because, yeah, you want to seal that front splitter where you see that little bit of orange tape there right on the bottom of those. You want to seal it to the racetrack, but this racetrack is very rough. Has a few dips, has a few bumps, so it certainly becomes quite a challenge.
But at the same time, if you're able to do that, what you do, you benefit yourself by picking up more downforce, reducing the drag, make the car run faster down the straightaway. So that's a win-win all the way around as long as you're not hitting.
Eddie Ponstein driving around this 2-mile racetrack here at Michigan International Speedway. Tonight, It's time for some Motor City mayhem. Tune in as Ryan Newman, Martin Truex Jr., and NASCAR Hall of Famer Bud Moore stop by the biggest party in town. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Michigan. That's tonight, 7 Eastern, only on Speed.
You got to have a lot of fun out there tonight. There's Chris Devoda helping us out as far as the traffic cop. She brings a big billy club.
I was going to say she's going to need some pretty much to enforce that crew. She's going to need a big stick.
Look
See Steve Wallace out there on the track.
15th quickest, Rick, and you saw right there, even though he's in the top 10 in the Nationwide Series points, only 2 top 10 finishes in 14 races. We're getting to a point where something needs to start happening, I think, for Steve Wallace in the Nationwide Series.
It's so funny you say that, because my walk from the TV compound up to this booth, I passed Rusty Wallace and I said, hey, good luck tomorrow in the race. And he said, we've got to have something happen now. We've got 3 teams here this weekend, but he said things have got to turn around and we've got to have things happening, because it's just not going the right direction.
And with those 3 teams being here, Rusty Wallace Incorporated will have their 500th career start in the Nationwide Series tomorrow.
Speaking of Wallace's, there's Uncle Kenny in the 09. But guys, go back to Steven. He won an ARCA race here in 2005. But I agree with what Rusty said. I agree with what Larry said. And I'm not trying to throw off on that organization, because I think Rusty has tried every way possible to give this young man every opportunity, from switching manufacturers to changing crew chiefs. I think Stephen Wallace is going to have to, get in front of that mirror and take a good hard look on the inside and figure out, what does Stephen Wallace need to do to make that chemistry you and I were just starting to talk about a minute ago work with whoever I'm having to deal with.
They need to get some momentum. One guy who has a little bit of momentum after coming back is the driver of the 16, Trevor Bayne. Bobby D, what's going on with that car?
Well, Rick, he's excited to be here doing double duty once again this weekend in Cup and Nationwide. But the big thing for him right now, a little twitchy coming off the corners, is Trevor Bayne. But we keep on talking about ride height and this front splitter right here. One way to find out if the splitter is banging the ground, spray paint the bottom of this thing, which this team just did. The other way, take a look at this indicator right here. This actually gets screwed into the splitter, and they're able to actually put it underneath the splitter. Say they wanted about a 1/4 inch off the ground. They can screw this bolt so it's a 1/4 inch off the ground, and if they see it ground off a little bit, they know they're riding just a little bit too close. So that's what Trevor Bayne and the 16 team are working on with this next run.
And it's amazing, Larry, we talk about a 1/4 inch, making a difference, but it's a huge difference at a track like this.
And they'll be changing different things in thousandths of an inch. They cannot run the bump stops like you run in Sprint Cup, but they're obviously doing a process we call coil binding those front springs, where the spring basically becomes solid as it travels.
You mentioned that 1/4 inch. Just remember, last week at Pocono, what happened to the 18 car after the race, and it was a 1/16 of an inch below the mandated height that NASCAR allows in the Sprint Cup Series, and they were fined and penalized points for it. They lost 6 points, and Dave Rogers wound up getting fined. But as to Larry's point, you would love to be able to make this thing skim at about maybe 20 thousandths off that racetrack. But the problem is the racetrack's so rough, you got to build yourself a little bit of a cushion. See that 12 car right there? I mean, you see him skipping off that racetrack, and that upsets that car. It unloads the front tires, and it can make you very unnerving.
Let's go back to the garage. Wendy Venturini, what's happening with the 32 team?
And Mark Martin's concern is the splitter hitting. The same thing with the 32 in this second practice session. I heard the words from Mark Martin say he was confused. He said, we were really close in that first practice, but I think we've changed so much that now we've changed the aero of this race car. So they are going to make some adjustments, possibly put some nose weight back in it, and the car has been loose in, but still some splitter issues around the board in this garage area.
Rick, in the first practice we did earlier with DW, it was about getting the driver happy. Now we got to work on the splitter.
You can't make everyone happy. Elliott Sadler, though, he's got to feel pretty good. He's led both practices here in Michigan.
Right here in America, more than 17 million children face the possibility of hunger. This should not be happening, not here in this country and not in our racing communities. That's why Feed the Children has teamed up with Speedway Children's Charities to stop childhood hunger in its tracks. Here where these flags fly together with pride. The race is on to end childhood hunger, and you can help. Go to speedtofeed.org for information and to join our pit crew.
Is your computer running slowly?
In less time than you need to make a bag of popcorn, you can become an organ donor. All it takes is 90 short seconds out of your life to one day save someone else's.
Through the years, many things pass from father to son, like Aquavelva Aftershave. Smells great, cools, firms, and tones. Cool. Aquavelva, men get it.
How do I deal with joint pain? I use the power of nature.
Introducing Icy Hot Naturals with natural menthol that gets icy to dull pain, hot to relax it away fast, plus 4 essential oils for a fresh scent. New Icy Hot Naturals, powerful pain relief.
Powered by nature.
Yeah, we got a problem. Chad Finley has a lot of damage to the right side of that race car. So unfortunate for Chad Finley. Look at the contact, hard contact with the outside wall. Let's take another look.
Yeah, he has definitely smacked that wall hard.
He just bad loose in the middle of 3 and 4, overcorrected, and it just went straight to the wall.
Larry Mack, what are you supposed to do when you get one in a situation like that?
Keep turning it left, lock it down, let it spin, come in and get 4 more Goodyear tires.
And here's a driver who is trying to make his Nationwide Series debut tomorrow. And it looks like the primary car will have to go back into the truck, and they'll have to bring out the secondary.
And he was actually 26 quick, as he had run a total of 7 laps in this practice.
So the safety crew has already gone to the aid of Chad Finley. Put him in the ambulance, take him to the infield care center, and check him out. Let's go to the garage now with Wendy Venerini.
Elliott Sadler has been fast in both practice sessions. He said they need to work on rear grip. They're taking a lot of knowledge from that first practice, applying it to this practice session, much like everyone else in the garage. But he feels like he wants to tie the back of the car down a bit. It's a little bit everywhere for him, and the entire corners around this racetrack, 1, 2, 3, and 4 for him, feel like it felt in Chicago for this race car. So he's comparing a lot of what's happening and feeling with this race car to Chicago, but no doubt Elliott Sadler's been fast. Also want to note that Elliott Sadler was on old tires, and he was really fast on these old tires. So fast that the 18 car of Kyle Busch and Jason Radcliffe, the crew chief, were comparing their lap times to Elliott Sadler to see if they were good enough on old tires. Bob?
Wendy, down here, a lot of people talking about weather conditions, and not necessarily today. They're talking about how the weather conditions are going to be tomorrow here in Brooklyn, Michigan. Today, it's kind of a nice day. Sun's been out, partly cloudy, a little bit warm. Tomorrow's supposed to be a lot cooler and possibly a little wet at times. So Chris Andrews, who's the crew chief on the 16 team, told me right now they're honestly trying to figure out what to do to Trevor Bayne's car and this entire Roush Fenway camp, trying to decide what to do to their cars to prepare themselves for tomorrow, because everybody, guys, are expecting a lot different weather conditions tomorrow than we see here today.
Yeah, and what's strange, Bob, is I think it's warmer now than it was in the first practice, but it's a lot cloudier now. But you know, back to Chad Finley, it puts this young man in a box. He's trying to make his Nationwide Series debut in that 25 car. He is a go or go homer, so they're going to have to go to a backup car. And we've got 46 drivers here in less than an hour of practice left.
So that means 3 will not race tomorrow as they pull the 25 of Chad Finley back into the garage. Stay informed and up to date with Speed's extensive NASCAR stats. Find the latest practice and qualifying reports. Get it at speed.com.
We used to bet who could get closest to the edge. Took some crazy risks as a kid, but I was still over the edge with my cholesterol. Anyone with high cholesterol may be at increased risk of heart attack. Diet and exercise weren't enough for me. I stopped kidding myself. I've been eating healthier, exercising more, and now I'm also taking Lipitor. If you've been kidding yourself about high cholesterol, stop. 80% of people who have had heart attacks have high cholesterol. Lipitor is a cholesterol-lowering medication, FDA approved to reduce the risk of heart attack and stroke in patients who have heart disease or risk factors for heart disease.
Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. You need simple blood tests to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor if you are taking other medications, or if you have any muscle pain or weakness. This may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect.
Keep going. Great ride down. Yeah. If you have high cholesterol, you may be at increased risk of heart attack and stroke. Don't kid yourself. Talk to your doctor about your risk and about Lipitor.
Hi, I'm Montel Williams from Money.
Manteca!
Manteca Trailer and Motorhome is Northern California's largest RV dealership. It is an established leader in sales, service, and parts, with thousands of parts. 30 service bays specially designed to save time and money. Rentals, storage, RV services, and of course, a vast selection of new and used RVs and trailers. Click below to learn more about what you'll find at Manteca Trailer and Motorhome in
Manteca!
Through the years, many things pass from father to son, like Aqua Velva Aftershave. Smells great, cools, firms, and tones. Cool. Aqua Velva, men get it.
How do I deal with joint pain? I use the power of nature.
Introducing Icy Hot Naturals with natural menthol that gets icy to dull pain, hot to relax it away fast, plus 4 essential oils for a fresh scent. New Icy Hot Naturals, powerful pain relief.
Powered by nature.
Baseball's biggest stars will gather together in the Arizona desert for one spectacular night. Summer's biggest event as Fox brings you every thrilling moment of the 2011 MLB All-Star Game. Coverage begins Tuesday, July 12th, live from Phoenix. That's 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific, only on Fox. We have stopped action on the racetrack because of Chad Finley having a problem in the 25 car. They've gotten that car off of the racetrack. Take a look at our Go Homers and where they currently are in this final practice.
And the reason that Trevor Bayne, the 16 car, they're up in the top 30 in owner points, but they missed a race a few weeks ago. And then Joey Logano, the 20 team, they skipped Chicagoland. Different from Sprint Cup. Even if you're in the top 30 in owner points, if you do not attempt every event, you are not eligible to be locked in on time.
Jennifer Joe Cobb, Rowe, Harmon, the bottom 3 right there on the Go Homers. That's a problem because 3 will have to go home as we have 46 here on the premises. Let's go back to the garage and Bob Dillner.
Well, Rick, we already have one going home, and that's because Chad Finley and this 25 team, they don't have a backup car. And as you can see, actually, this Mustang is pretty darn damaged. The tow truck bringing it into the pit stall right now. But Chad Finley, the team told me, said he just lost it on the radio before he got out of this car. But you can see the right side pretty much pancake down here in the garage area. The 25 going home.
And Bob, like Larry and I were talking about, I hope he'll go back and look at our video from Speed here today and take away that page we made the comment about. I believe he might have been able to spin that car all the way around, at least initially, possibly save this car right here. And it's just a matter of Dick Beatty used to be the director of competition. Tell these guys, looky there, the car was sliding to the point that it was almost like he could save it. And when he tried to save it, when it finally caught, what does it do? And these cars, when they coil bind like that, Rick, and when that car loads and comes back the other way, it transfers that weight. It's just like having a really big right rear tire. It just spun right around and right up and outside safer barrier it went.
These drivers are averaging well over 170 miles an hour. You're in the throttle a lot, so when that thing got loose, I would say at that point of the racetrack, he's still well over 150 miles an hour. Oh, by the way, Mr. Allen, this is a really big weekend because it's Father's Day weekend, but I hear tell it that today is a big day. Happy birthday, Rick Allen.
Well, thank you.
Do what? Yeah, it's his birthday. He's been holding out on us.
Yeah.
Serious.
It is.
Well, I figured what better place to spend my birthday than with my very close friends. Jeff, Larry, DW, Phil Parsons is here. He has a birthday next week, too. So, but this is a place I'd like to be on my birthday. That's nice, you guys. Thank you. Let's go down garage and Wendy Venerini.
Well, here in the 20 garage stall, Joey Logano's just pulling out as we are getting ready to go back to some practice laps. What we wanted to show you was was the dash of the 20 from the first practice session to the second practice session. From the first practice session, that carbon fiber dash was causing a glare into Joey Logano's eyes, and he asked if they could possibly paint that carbon fiber because the reflection was causing him to not be able to see the racetrack. So in between practice sessions, what they did was actually lay that piece down and riveted it, pot riveted it to the dash to cover it up instead of painting it. I don't know if you got a good look right before he pulled away, but it definitely has a matte finish instead of that glossy finish that the carbon fiber have. So it's going to be a little bit better. Although the sun is just coming out, it had been a little bit shady here for a while with the sun covered up.
Yeah, that's interesting, Jeff. I know you'll remember, I think we always painted the tops of our dash. It was called a wrinkle.
Exactly.
And it wouldn't give off a glare on a hot, sunny day.
Yeah, you'd spray paint it and take a hairdryer and warm it up, and it would just kind of crinkle. And that way, when the sun hit it, it would not reflect it as much. And not to mention, it made it look kind of stylish, didn't it?
You guys are always cutting edge.
Oh, yeah, always
paint and a hairdryer. That's something that I would definitely put in your in your garage stall there, Jeff.
It goes right along with baling twine and duct tape.
That's right. Justin Allgaier on the racetrack, most recent winner in this series, as he was able to go to victory lane in Chicagoland.
Comes in here fourth in the points. We talked about this earlier. The top 4 drivers after 14 races only separated by 11 points in the Nationwide Series.
You know, guys, let's just try to put this in a little bit of a perspective. We know that he's sick. Okay, and usually when you're sick, everybody sitting at home kind of help me with the symptoms. Usually, you know, like your nose is running, your head's throbbing, you run a little bit of a fever.
You feel lethargic.
Yeah, you just kind of like feel like you're backing up instead of going forward. And all of a sudden they come to you and they tell you, okay, put this really nice hot fire suit on. Put a helmet on top of your head. We're going to stick you down the side of a race car that's going to be, you know, maybe not 140 degrees a day, but let's say somewhere in the low hundreds, you know, 110, 120. And it's real noisy. And we're going to make you go out there and we want you to tell us what the race car is doing.
Listen real quick. I mean, I think he was trying to not come completely out of the throttle.
Oh, he got one in the car right there.
Yeah. That's Timmy Hill in the 15 gets into the wall. And I think that's one reason Allgaier got out of the throttle even more. He was anticipating there.
Yeah, Timmy Hill, we could see him getting loose just in front of him.
Get ready, Bobby. Got the wall a little bit. Right side.
Just in front of Justin.
You're hearing the spotter right now.
Yeah, he actually got in that wall pretty good, which, you know, you're in 18 degrees of banking, and you're carrying so much speed on the exit of the corner, and this thing flattens out so quick off of turn 2 onto the back straightaway.
That ain't nothing right there with this kind of car here, Larry. You remember, these cars are a lot tougher than the old ones used to be. The body helps that. But you see, he just kind of slid up, and he just lightly brushes the wall. But that right rear tire, right front tire, leaving its mark there. Good move by Allgaier not to make matters worse. But the Bobby he was talking about was Bobby Burrell, the crew chief, and the spotter let him know that definitely coming to pit road to do a little bit of cosmetic work.
Yeah, you can run the top here, but I think you could see up there where Timmy Hill was on the exit of 2 that he was up all the way against the wall, and there's no rubber whatsoever there, no grip.
Yeah, we've seen rubber put down on the racetrack, and you can see it's a little bit darker all the way around the racetrack except where Timmy Hill was, which was a groove just above where the guys have been running the high line here. Brad Keselowski jumped to the top of the charts. Can he grab the pole again? We'll have to find out.
We believe everyone should get low prices every day.
Every day.
On everything.
On everything.
And if you happen to find something lower,
We'll match it. We'll match it.
We'll match it. Any ad, any price.
Right at the register.
Get low prices every day on everything you need to beat the summer heat. Like Minute Maid Lemonade or Tropicana Fruit Punch for just $1. Backed by our Ad Match Guarantee. Save money, live better. Walmart.
We're on the road with the General, talking to people about their auto insurance.
Okay, how many think you're paying too much for insurance? How many are uninsured because you think you can't afford it? Then you need to go to thegeneral.com for a super fast quote. Rates and monthly payments are low, and the down payment's as low as $59. And you'll get instant proof of insurance. For the best car insurance rates online, go to
At Goodyear, everything we've learned making these tires inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven.
Samuel Adams Summer Ale is a flavorful wheat beer. It has a very nice spice note.
It has a little lemon zest and a historic brewing spice called Grains of Paradise.
It's citrusy, lemony.
Samuel Adams Summer Ale, it totally reminds you of summer, you know?
Check out all the great Father's Day gift ideas at Bass Pro Shops and BassPro.com, like Columbia All Trail Cruise and Lookout Pass shorts, each for under $20. And save $20 on New Balance 608 cross trainers. Plus, don't miss Family Summer Camp.
Behind every driver's number is another lucky number. It's your official NASCAR hologram code, and it earns you a cool e-gift when you enter it at NASCAR.com/hologram.
Welcome back. Final practice for the Nationwide Series here at Michigan International Speedway. Fastest car on the racetrack in this practice session is Brad Keselowski.
Just trying to find victory lane somewhere.
Well, and that's a bad sign for his competitors, because Brad Keselowski has won at this racetrack the previous 2 times they've been here, looking to make it 3 in a row.
Yeah, he did it from the pole last year, led 89 laps, and we talked about this in the first practice. This is one of the 4 racetracks where they ran this new car in 2010.
Familiarity has got to be helping all these drivers. We come back to racetracks in this new car. They at least have notebooks now of this is the way it handled the first time we were here. We can go from this point, where before they had a clean slate when they showed up these tracks.
Yeah, instead of doing it by the seat of your pants, at least now you've got a reasonable educated guess when you look at notes and can draw conclusions from the information. We always make a big thing to do out of it, but it really does help give you a direction, hopefully get the balance in your race car.
David Rudman on the racetrack once again, driving for Rusty Wallace Incorporated. And let's go back into the garage and Bob Dillner.
Rick, a Keselowski is on top of the charts, but a Lewandowski is not even on the charts just yet. Not a single lap for the 40 just yet, but they got a brand new sponsor that's going to allow Charles Lewandowski to run the entire race here in the NASCAR Nationwide Series. But we want to know, why haven't you been on the racetrack yet?
Well, you know, we're here with Key Motorsports, and they actually have 3 cars here this weekend, and great hard-working group of guys, and just trying to split up the practices and make sure all 3 cars are competitive come for qualifying and for the race tomorrow. So I'm going to finish up with you guys here, jump in, and lay a couple laps down.
There we go, Charles Lewandowski, one of the fastest Polacks in the field.
Okay.
Elliott Sadler.
What was that look on your face for, Rick?
It was surprise, actually. I apologize that you didn't see that at home. But Elliott Sadler 5th quick in this practice session. But Elliott Sadler still has the fastest time of the 2 sessions combined. And remember, that's the way the Nationwide Series puts together the qualifying list as far as who goes out first and who goes out last. The fastest car will go out last from either of the 2 practices.
But Larry, if I was Elliott, I wouldn't want to be the fastest guy.
I think it's too late.
Yeah. This is one of those
Can't
deals.
take it back.
Yeah. Too late now, but it's one of those situations where with qualifying being early in the morning, we take a look at the guys on the 5-lap average. Elliott Steele, along with Brad Keselowski, are looking like they're a force to be reckoned with, followed by Mark Martin, Paul Menard, and Kyle Busch. But going back to my point, I'd want to go out early tomorrow morning. Cooler racetrack, should be a little more grippier, a lot more forgiving. So being fast, it sounds good, but it could be a disadvantage.
You might not want to win practice.
Well, what I would, in the perfect world, I'd like to be maybe the 5th to the 10th driver to go out. I want to give 1 or 2 drivers an opportunity to show me what the racetrack's got in it. How much grip does it truly have? But I want to go early enough before it starts heating up.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, you hear about those guys that are either test pilots, you know, that fly airplanes. I want to make sure that thing will go airborne and
right.
do what it's supposed to do. Same where the race car driver. I want somebody to test that racetrack and tell me that I can hold my foot wide open around through 1 and 2 before I have to prove it.
Pretty nice day here in Brooklyn, Michigan. Brad Keselowski, the Michigan native, up on top of the charts in this final practice.
Hot seat. Hot. Time to check your air conditioning? Come to Meineke now and get a free AC system check. Meineke, we have the coolest customers.
Talking a big game about your engine is one thing. Having a proven history that can back it up is a whole other story. Unsurpassed torque, best-in-class towing, legendary Cummins engines. Which engine do you want powering your truck? Guts, glory, Ram.
So what's this option?
That's new. Personal pricing now on brakes. Tell us what you want to pay. We do our best to make that work.
Deal. My money, my choice, my Meineke.
The Unprepared Man's Guide to Camping. The tent is an essential camping tool. For the unprepared man, however, there is another way. First, create a bedding of sticks and foliage and a stable tree. Erect a domed covering with branches and mud. Drape a jacket or sport coat over the opening. It's that simple.
Don't be that guy. Come into Gander Mountain and get everything for your next outdoor adventure. Gander Mountain, we live outdoors.
Want to pump up your gas mileage? Come to Meineke for our free fuel efficiency check, and you'll say, my money, my choice, my Meineke.
This is more than a ticket. It's a wallet-sized definition of who you are and where you belong, providing both a place to sit and countless chances to stand up for what you believe in. It's a rite of passage, a declaration of independence, and an invitation to discover 43 new heroes and 100,000 new friends. This is more than a ticket, because it says as much about you as any piece of paper can. Reserve yours today at NASCAR.com/tickets.
Welcome back. Carl Edwards, he's won in the Nationwide Series 3 times already this year, but the last 3 races he's finished second. He's out of his car already. They're going to push that back into the garage. Let's find out what's happening with Wendy Venerini.
And Carl Edwards is done with this practice session. It's not a surprise since Mike Beam and him usually will end the last Nationwide practice a little bit early if Carl feels good about his race car, so chances are he feels pretty good. They ran a lot of laps on their tires, which was the key to make sure these cars are running good on a lot of laps. He said that it felt so good and he appreciated how good the race car felt. You see the gloves and the helmet are sitting on top and the crew's just gathering all of his stuff. He has gone back to the Cup garage. Bob Dillner.
Well, Wendy, Timmy Hill has climbed out of his number 15 machine. And Timmy, what happened on the racetrack?
Just trying real hard on the track, trying to get speed out of the car. Come off of turn 2, and I couldn't really tell if I just got too high or if I just got air loose and the car's behind me, but got up and brushed the fence. I don't think we heard anything suspension-wise. I think it's mostly just cosmetic, but it's a shame. We haven't torn nothing up all year long, and I haven't done in practice. This kind of sucks for the team, but we try to get it fixed here, and the guys are hard at work like they always are, and I think we can get it fixed here and go out and have a good race for tomorrow.
Some body damage on this 15, guys, but not really a problem. They're going to get this banged out. And by the way, Rick, I'm Polish.
Well, when your last name was Dillner, I didn't put those 2 and 2 together, so I'll figure that out later. But it's not a bad thing, Bob.
Now, the good thing for Timmy Hill, unlike Chad Finley, we know Chad Finley, they withdrawn from the race tomorrow. But Timmy Hill, that team, they are locked into the show. So, they know they will race tomorrow afternoon. But, Jeff, back to Carl Edwards, Wendy was talking about it. I do find it a little bit strange. He only ran 9 laps in this practice. And when I look back at the first practice, he ran 15 laps. It's only a total of 24 laps total combined.
The thing about Carl, and I think also with his crew chief Mike Beam, Larry, is that I've seen this a couple times this year. If it feels good and they feel like he's got the right balance and they feel like the car, they can tune it, Carl's not really big on running a ton of laps. I mean, he's trying to save the engine, trying to save the car as a whole, and plus, saving tires. I mean, if it feels that good, let's don't start, monkeying around. The other part of this equation, and let's go here, more time he can get away from this car and spend on his Cup car since he's leading the points over there, it may also pay more dividends and keeping his head a little bit clearer too.
Well, Sunday, NASCAR's Ultimate Pre-Race Show marches into Michigan. That's right here in the Irish Hills of Michigan. Kevin Harvick and Kyle Busch join us live. Plus, we'll analyze how Jeff Gordon's career stacks up to the rest of the 84-win club. NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot from Michigan. Sunday, 10 Eastern, live on Speed. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. second quick in this final practice. This time of 40.72 seconds. Just a little bit off what he ran in the first practice at 40.506. Wendy?
He's saying right now that he just can't turn exactly how he wanted. He has to give it a lot of wheel, which is a little bit better and an improvement from his last time out on the racetrack, because that last run before this, he said it won't turn for nothing. So you know a driver's upset when they say that. So improvements little by little, but the speed is there. It's just now getting it the comfort level where Ricky Stenhouse Jr. wants it.
Wendy, we just watched him through 1 and 2. It turned pretty good there. He had the left side tires below the white line down there in 1 and 2 the last time by.
And one thing I've noticed about Ricky Stenhouse too during the course of this year, if he can, he loves being a bottom feeder. He's a little bit like Tony Stewart and maybe a Mark Martin. If he can run to the bottom of the racetrack, that's where he wants to get that car set up to work.
You know, in both practices now, I think the common theme and the common word we've continued to hear is driver comfort. It's not so much speed. I mean, we haven't talked about guys trying to find speed somewhere. It's been, is the driver comfortable?
And that really gets back to getting that balance, Rick, here at this racetrack. These corners are so big and so sweeping, they can get you in so much trouble. And everybody understands you can get through the corners. You can give up a little bit down the straightaway because you will make it up because you're making a good exit speed off the corner. You know, it's a little bit of a trade-off. But if you can't get through these corners and get comfortable through the corners, you're dead meat down the straightaway. I promise you that.
Paul Menard, fourth quick in this final practice session, 40.73 seconds.
Guys, we've got 13 drivers that's attempting the double duty, and that ties us with the number at Daytona for the most of the season. And Jeff, I go back to something you said about Carl Edwards wanting to get back focused on his Cup car, and we know they have one more practice. Another thing that's a little bit of a curveball, a lot of the times when we have the NNS and the Sprint Cup guys at the same track, they're on the same tire. Not the case here. It's the same left side tire, but the right side tire is significantly different, which certainly will give these guys a little bit different feel.
Every driver trying to get the feel of his race car, convey that to his crew chief. Final practice continues here on Speed.
Whatever you want, whatever you need, low prices guaranteed. You can have it now, you don't have to wait. You can buy a lease to own the Aaron's way. Nobody beats Aaron's, nobody, nobody beats Aaron's, nobody.
Who's serving up a big breakfast this weekend?
On an endless buffet with a juicy steak.
Don't flip out. Only Golden Corral would include steak for breakfast. It's on our endless weekend breakfast buffet, all for a great low price. Only at Golden Corral.
Look, we've all dealt with the itching of athlete's foot. I can't just wash it away. Killing it takes clinical strength. I only use Lotrimin Ultra. Its powerful formula can even cure severe cases of athlete's foot. Nothing cures better. Lotrimin Ultra, the killer cure.
If you or a loved one has...
So my uncle calls and he says he's dizzy and he's losing his balance. I'm like, Uncle, you want me to take you to a doctor? He's like, no, I'm gonna look up the symptoms. I said, your symptoms are you're dizzy and you're losing your balance. So he said, I can't get on the internet because my arm is numb. I said, well, use your good arm and dial 911. Stroke's no joke. If you or someone you love is showing symptoms of stroke, don't wait because it might be too late. Dial 911. Time lost is brain lost.
She notices when my skin gets rough.
Gold Bond Ultimate Softening Lotion. 7 moisturizers, vitamins, plus shea butter. Lock in moisture for soft, healthy skin.
Soft. Can your lotion do that?
Gold Bond Ultimate Softening.
This stuff really works.
Bug bites, poison ivy, and sunburn? Relieve the pain and itching fast with Gold Bond Maximum Relief Anti-Itch Cream. 2 maximum strength medicines cool and soothe pain and itch on contact. Gold Bond Maximum Relief. The quick fix for almost every itch.
Nationwide Series practice, final practice from Michigan, is brought to you in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. Let's go to the garage and check in with Bob Dillner.
Rick, in the first practice session, Reed Sorensen said he couldn't even turn the wheel because the car was so loose. Well, that balance has gotten so much better for Reed Sorensen. He's 18th quick, but he likes how his car feels around the racetrack. But the one concern for this team is something that Reed hears inside the race car. He felt the vibration, and he said the exhaust sounds funny. Well, they checked the exhaust, and they said it's all tight. So right now they're wondering what's going on with this race car, because Reed says it does sound a little funny, feels like a little vibration when he's on the racetrack.
You know, it wasn't too many weeks ago this was been with a Sprint Cup Series car. The exhaust was not loose, but it was up against the frame so tight that it was creating a harmonic, like a vibration, until they finally found it.
And with this series right here, these guys, they try real hard, Rick, not to use the brake. They try to get off the throttle, let the car roll, and get right back to the throttle, you know, very aggressively. So they have a lot of sustained RPM. And as rough as this racetrack is, and the amount of RPMs that they're carrying around here, you know, he may be feeling something that just is kind of like different, and making this concern right now by our point leader.
Looking at Brian Scott in that Shore Lodge Toyota Camry, number 11, Joe Gibbs Racing entry into this field. He's currently 12th quick on the charts. Trevor Bayne back out on the racetrack in the 16.
Yeah, Brian Scott just jumped up to 10th, Rick. That must have been a practice, little qualifying run for him.
Brian Scott coming off his third place finish at Chicagoland, which is his best finish of the season. So trying to keep that momentum up.
Rick, I talked to Brian Scott at Charlotte earlier, and as we watched, you know, Trevor Bayne in the 16, and that's what he told me. He said, right now I'm so frustrated. I know I got a good race car, and I just got to get some consistency. And a finish like at Chicagoland, that's got to do a lot for his confidence as far as that team right there is concerned. And speaking of confidence, as we ride along with Trevor Bayne, we're looking down this long front straightaway, big sweeping. You got some bank right here, Larry, and this really allows you to carry a lot of speed off into turn one. You see a lot of guys do what we call a late entry. Hold it up there, and all of a sudden you kind of cut across this corner. You heard him get out of the throttle, now he's back into it. And the back straightaway can be a little bit tricky if you don't get off of it. I would like to say with your nose headed in the right direction, get a little loose coming off there, you can have a tendency to get in that outside safer barrier if you're not careful.
So Trevor Bayne is currently 7th quick in this final practice. Eric Almirola jumped to the top of the charts, knocking Elliott Sadler all the way down to 6th, Wendy.
And Elliott Sadler comes into Michigan with only 2 points behind the leader in the driver points. Elliott, I had read that this was one of your favorite racetracks. Why is that?
I just love this racetrack. It's a fun track because it's so slick and you can move around as a driver. It really puts it in your hands. It's a wide track. I know fuel mileage comes into effect a lot of times here, but if your car's doing one thing, you can really search around at this racetrack to make it do different things. So we're very happy with the One Main Financial Chevrolet. We feel really good about our race car right now. Feel as good as we did a couple of weeks ago at Chicago. So we're looking forward to a good race tomorrow.
I heard how you were really working on your tires and putting a lot of laps on your tires. How important is that for the race?
Well, it's very important because this place has a lot of history for long green flag runs, so we want to know which way our car is going to go. It's good to make your car handle for 1 or 2 laps here in Michigan, but here you got to keep your balance throughout the whole entire fuel run. So we were running long runs just to see tire temperature wise and tire pressure wise which way our car was going, but the guys have done a good job. We're done for the day. We feel very confident that we got a good shot tomorrow, but I do want to congratulate all the guys that got voted into the Hall of Fame this week, especially Darrell Waltrip, who's a part of the Speed family with me. Congratulations to him, and also a special congratulations to Glenn Wood, one of my heroes when I drove for him, a great, genuine man and a great pioneer of this sport. So I want to say congratulations to him and his family.
Good, very nice, and happy Father's Day, and good luck on finding the sexier baby this week.
We find out Tuesday. We have another baby due in November. We'll find out Tuesday what it is, so fingers crossed.
All right, good luck to Elliott Sadler this week, and happy Father's Day to all you guys up there in the booth.
Well, thank you, Wendy. Now, to Elliott's point about a lot of laps on the tires and long green runs, in the last 5 years, Michigan's average cautions per race is the fewest among every track in the Nationwide Series. So these guys know long green runs will be the case.
Yeah, this field can get very spread out here at Michigan. when they go on those long green flag runs.
And one of the things you got to be careful about, if you take a look right here at this 18 car, Kyle Busch right now, he took her all the way down below that white line. This guy here, you talk about hunting around for a line, he's not afraid to do something a little bit different to try to find more speed out of his race car. But on these starts and restarts, main thing is, Rick, that's when you get broke up. Not a lot of guys like Kyle Busch understands, I've got to go when they drop that green flag. I got to have a fast race car and one that can run the long run.
Bob Dillner.
Guys, take a look at the 22 car down here in the garage area. They are up on jack stands right now because they are done for the day. Brad Keselowski, second quick in this session, third quick in the first session today. The team just told me this is the best car they've had all year long, and they need to break a string of some pretty tough luck here in the Nationwide Series. Keselowski's won 2 in a row here at Michigan. He's looking for number 3.
I would not bet against him tomorrow.
Well, next Friday, Orange County, California is home to the greatest collector car event in the world, Barrett-Jackson. And you can only see it on Speed. The finest, rarest, and most desirable cars on the planet are all in one place and all up for grabs. Watch the auction live next Friday at 5 Eastern, only on Speed.
Speaking of betting, I bet you there's going to be some really cool and some real hot cars going across that deal.
It will be excellent. Stay with us. More Final Practice here on Speed.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, all season long, live on Speed.
You've reached the age where you don't back down from a challenge. This is the age of knowing how to make things happen. So why would you let something like erectile dysfunction get in your way? Isn't it time you talk to your doctor about Viagra? 20 million men already have. With every age comes responsibility. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. This is the age of taking action. Viagra. Talk to your doctor. See if America's most prescribed ED treatment is right for you.
I rely on my pit crew for a lot of things, both on and off the track. But when it comes to my cars, I take care of them myself because I know I'm going to do it right. Armor All. Care for your car. And to protect against brake dust and grime, try new Armor All Wheel Protectant.
Welcome back, NASCAR Nationwide Final Practice here on Speed from Michigan International Speedway. We see the 40 of Charles Lewandowski making his way back onto pit road and heading to the garage. Let's head to the garage and Bob Dillner.
Jason Leffler inside the garage area, his team making some preparations on that race car. How good is your race car right now, Jason?
It's pretty good. Great Clip Chevy's fast. It's going through left front spring changes. The splitter is obviously really critical, and last run we were on it too hard, so trying to get it up off the racetrack here, but you don't want to get it too high up because the pace slows down, so then you're not traveling as far. So it's a fine line there, but we're working through it.
Jason Leffler, 11th quick so far.
Rick, I think he brings up a really valid point. And Larry, what he's trying to tell us is that if these race cars all of a sudden start running about a half a second slower because the tires give up some grip and you can't stay in that throttle, all of a sudden that race car will almost kind of raise up a little bit. It won't be compressed like it would normally be. You see the two Rusty Wallace team cars right there, the 64 David Rudiman and Stephen Wallace in the 66. It looked like Stephen was doing a little bit of, hey, I want you to go around me. I want to follow you for a little bit.
Yeah, he waved him to go to the inside down the back straightaway that last time.
Teammates working together to see how they handle the draft here. 2-mile racetrack. Again, we're seeing speeds upwards of 178 miles an hour as far as an average speed. So they're well over that entering the turns.
Larry, I was just noticing something, and I'm going to see if it happens again when he gets in behind the 64. But look at the hood on this car all of a sudden. The way the air is coming off the car in front, it's really buffeting that hood. You can see the 5-hour energy right there. It's bouncing around. When he pulled to the inside a minute ago, kind of out of that air pocket or that dirty air, it seemed like it settled down.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see in a wind tunnel what the car behind the car does, because this car is so different. It's very big. It pokes a really big hole in the air, but the configuration that rear spoiler, it's a big rear spoiler, and then it has, I call it the 2 puppy dog ears on each end of it. So it really pokes a big hole, but I'd have to say it disturbs the air a lot for the driver behind it.
I remember we did a test like that one time at GM. We actually took a car, put it behind another car, and started backing it up like 2 foot at a time, so we could do a reading on that to better understand where the car in front got the loosest and the car in the back, you know, had the cleanest type of air, and get some kind of feeling for something like that, just so you can enlighten your driver how you can affect the guy in front of you, whether you need to be 2 foot off his back bumper or pushing him.
Jason Leffler brought up a good point. You want to get that car sealed down as low as you can, but at the same time, if you're going to follow someone, there's not as much air on the front end of your race car. So that was good to see the Rusty Wallace entries going out there and running nose to tail to see if the front end did come up a little bit off on that second car, the back car. Let's go back to the garage and Bobby D.
Eric Almirola, the man of the hour so far in this NASCAR Nationwide Series practice. Your team won here a couple of years ago. You've won here in the Truck Series. How important of a weekend is this for you, Eric?
I'm excited about coming here to Michigan. Our Swabman Chevrolet is pretty good, and coming back a year later after winning the truck race here, I'm excited. I love this place. It's a lot of fun to race at, and we cut our practice a little bit short. We had a cut in the right rear tire, and we don't really want to use any more of our tires, so we went and made a qualifying run, and the car's pretty good.
Pretty good is an understatement right now. These guys are pretty happy.
That's something we saw in about 2 or 3 of the Sprint Cup Series drivers' cars in that practice, was little cuts in the left side tires. I still truly believe I see these guys come off turn 2 to end the run. They go way down to the apron on the backstretch and through 3 and 4, and I think they're just running over little bits of debris or trash and cutting those tires.
13, Jennifer Jo Cobb on the racetrack. Down at the bottom of the racetrack. Doesn't look like she's quite up to speed.
At least she's coming in. She's just coming off the racetrack. But, you know, going back to Eric Almirola, there's another team and another driver that needs to get to victory lane, and so they can kind of change the attitude of that entire group. Think about Brad Keselowski. Where was he driving when he started winning here at Michigan? He was driving that 88 car. So that got a good setup for this racetrack.
A lot going on in the world of racing. Let's go back to the Charlotte studios and Speed Center with Lee Diffie.
Thanks, Rick. Yeah, we're just cranking things up here in the Speed Center, and here are some of the stories that we are following. Petter Solberg opened up a healthy 51-second advantage over Sebastian Loeb. By the end of day 1, the WRC Acropolis Rally, Solberg, the 2003 champion at Team Motor, won 3 of the 6 stages of the day. He's trying for his first rally win in 6 years. In MotoGP news, Dani Pedrosa's collarbone surgery has been a success. The Spaniard had bone fragment issues after the French GP at Le Mans in May, and it is still uncertain whether the one-time title contender will compete next week in Assen. Yes, it's been done before, race car drivers swapping rides, but this year when F1 champion Lewis Hamilton and Sprint Cup champ Tony Stewart did it, they were a historic Watkins Glen road course. Both drivers and all the fans had a really good time. Cup final practice is coming up next. Back to nationwide final practice after the break. I'm Lee Diffie. We'll see you again in the Speed Center.
July 7th, the truck stampede into Kentucky, where NASCAR's roughest and toughest saddle up and trade some paint in the Bluegrass State. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Kentucky, July 7th at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
These sweet clustery things have fiber? Fiber One. Almost tastes like one of Jack's cereals.
Ugh, forgot Jack's cereal. What's for breakfast?
Try the, Number One.
I've never heard of it. It's great.
It's a sweet honey cereal. You'll love it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Are you guys all right? Yeah.
Half a day's worth of fiber. Not that anyone has to know. Fiber beyond recognition. Fiber One.
Here's to the pursuit of better, faster, cleaner, funner. Here's to the pursuit of advancements that help make new engines possible and dreams a reality. Here's to the pursuit of another 100 years of earning America's trust. Not just oil, Pennzoil. Get the same Pennzoil that Elio uses in his Indy car, now at AutoZone.
Green flag.
NASCAR Nationwide's final practice continues here on Speed, your Motorsports Authority. Joey Logano back out on the racetrack. Some guys saving their tires. Joey Logano, he wants to get a better feel for that race car.
Found it interesting something Joey said. He said not that we have not always went for wins, but with them skipping that Chicago race, that pretty much takes them out of the owner championship. He said now our philosophy is absolutely just win races. That's what it's all about every week.
Just a few cars on the racetrack. June 25th, the Rolex Sports Car Series is revving up for a fight on a new battlefield. For the first time in a decade, Grand Am returns to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. This legendary track promises road racing at its best. Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series Saturday, June 25th. That's live at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, only on Speed. Let's go back to the garage and Wendy.
Well, Larry, you were just talking about how they're not worried about points on the 20, just going for wins. And it's so apparent, and they want to get that in Joey's head. There actually is the saying that they printed out and put right above on the dash closest to his steering wheel. Don't worry about points. And then it says in parentheses, just wins, with an explanation point. So just to further drive home that idea to Joey when he's in that race car. And it's not so much big picture thinking. It is going for the victory every time he gets in that car.
Just win, baby. You hear it all the time.
Yeah, I don't think that's not been their philosophy, but as he expanded when I read these quotes, he said, you know what? If we're close on fuel, who cares? We're going to run it till we either win or run out.
Well, it gives you an opportunity to maybe throw something kind of like a semi-caution to the wind set up underneath it, just so you can learn at the same time. So I think that makes this 20 car even more dangerous than what it was prior to that.
About 15 minutes to go in this final practice for the NASCAR Nationwide Series. All 46 cars have been on the racetrack, but remember, problems for the 25 relegate us now to 45 in the field.
Barrett Jackson Haggerty Fantasy Bid returns to Speed. Watch the auction live from Orange County and bid for your chance to win cool prizes. Barrett Jackson Haggerty Fantasy Bid, live next Friday at 5 Eastern on Speed.
How durable is Quaker State? Reach 300,000 miles with eligible Quaker State motor oils, and we'll give you a check for the Kelly Blue Book trade-in value of your car. Quaker State, real, durable oil.
In the next 60 Action, excitement, competition. This is not your typical online auction. At Score.com, winners can save up to 70, 80, and even 99% off retail price. Here's how it works. Scored is a style of auction where you pay a small fee each time a bid is placed. When no further bids are placed, the auction closes and the item sells, even if the price is a penny. Plus, after you sign up at Score It, enter the code BIDNOW and you'll receive $10 in free bids. Signing up is quick, easy, and doesn't require a credit card. At Score.com, thousands of bidders have already won millions of dollars of discounts. Score It features incredible and one-of-a-kind products. $1,000 gift cards, gold bars, sports collectibles, and top-end consumer electronics. Plus, you can rest assured that Scored is an accredited member of the Better Business Bureau. So what are you waiting for? Go to Scored.com now. Get your $10 in free bids. Give us a try. Scored.com. You bid, you score.
Josh Wise on the racetrack. He's 20th quick in this final practice. Josh Wise has a best finish at this racetrack of 14th back in 2008.
Rick, we talked about Brad Keselowski sitting on the pole here a year ago, and he's won the last 2 races. Something I find interesting is the NNS, they've raced here 19 times. Qualifying was rained out twice. We've had 17 qualifying sessions. We have never had a repeat pole winner. 17 different pole winners, and quite honestly, I don't see any domination of a driver in the race. Keselowski's won the last 2, but we've had 14 different winners. No one has won more than 2 races here in Michigan in this series.
The way it stands now as far as qualifying goes, Elliott Sadler is going to be the last car to go out. He has the fastest time in the combined practices at 40.255 seconds. In this practice, Eric Almirola has been quickest at 40.42 seconds. So almost 0.2 of a second slower in this second practice. Probably because of the heat of the day. The track's a little bit slicker for the cars out on the racetrack, and they're trying not to use up too much of their tires. They only have 6 sets.
All those things up there you said are exactly, what this series and this racetrack kind of have in common. When it gets hot, racetrack's going to give up grip. You don't want to use tires. I mean, new tires right now would make a lot of these guys look good, but you got to save them. So it's a very frustrating racetrack, I think, from this series. Just the aspect that you can't put tires on to fix some of the problems. And then a new set of tires and making a different chassis adjustment where you can see if it was the right direction would really help a lot of these drivers and crew chiefs. But it's not the way you play the game.
Adds to the strategy. Well, tonight, stock car racing stars of tomorrow take center stage in Michigan. Tune in as the next generation of superstars battle wheel to wheel with Motor City bragging rights on the line. Don't miss the ARCA Racing Series from Michigan. That's tonight, 5 Eastern, live on Speed. Bob Dillner, what's going on with that 64 team?
Well, Rick, heard you guys talking about new tires and old tires and who's on what. Well, guess what? David Rudiman is about to go out for his mock run on new tires, and a couple of people here in the garage area putting on those new skins to go out and do their mock qualifying run. Right now, David Rudiman sitting inside that race car. He's been talking to his team about the balance of this race car. He says, when I'm by myself and I charge in hard, the rear end of this car just wants to come around. But when I charge in hard and I get up right behind somebody, it just shoves the nose. It's all about balance, and that's what this team is trying to figure out.
Well, I would say if they're going to make a mock run here with about 9 minutes to go, this would still be a good set of tires that they'll be able to use in the race, because they're probably only going to run 1 or 2 laps with this mock run.
And what he brings back may help the other team mates also.
A lot of information they'll try to grab from David Rudiman. Stay with us. More Final Practice here on Speed.
Tide laundry detergent, Downy fabric softener, Bounce dryer sheets, and a pie pan.
Looks like someone used my nice clean towels again for his mud pies.
Was it me?
Who's this?
That guy? I've seen that guy in my life.
Only Walmart has low prices every day on everything to keep your wash fresh and clean. Backed by our ad match guarantee. Save money. Live better. Walmart.
We're on the road with the General, talking to people about their auto insurance.
You know, right now, finding the money every month to pay my car insurance is really tough.
Did you get an online quote from the General yet?
No, but a friend of mine did.
Well, it's super fast, and you might save a whole bunch of money. Rates and monthly payments are low, and the down payment's as low as $59. And you'll get instant proof of insurance. Are you ready?
For the best car insurance rates online, go to the General and save some time.
Check out all the great Father's Day gift ideas at Bass Pro Shops, like Worldwide Sportsman Angler shirts for only $14.94 and this Shimano Corrado Baitcast Reel for under $140. Plus, don't miss Family Summer Camp going on now.
Introducing the Wall Lithium-Ion Groomer. With up to 3 times the runtime, up to twice the power, and a 1-minute quick charge. The Wall Lithium-Ion Groomer. It's positively better.
Finding free NASCAR merchandise and gear just got easier.
Just enter your official NASCAR hologram code at NASCAR.com/hologram for a chance to score free gear and great offers, or a VIP experience that puts you right next to the action.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Nationwide Series practice from Michigan is brought to you by Dollar General. To get your favorite brands for race day, visit Dollar General. Save time, save money every day.
You know, you do that so well. I'm just glad you made it up here in time to be able to handle that today. You're making us a little bit nervous to start a practice. I mean,
I'll tell you what it was.
I know it's your birthday. I know it's your birthday. Yeah, but it was the girls that brought the birthday cake that I was worried about. I saw them running around down there in the TV compound.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You actually thought this practice started at 2:30, didn't you?
I did. I was in the TV compound, and it was quiet, and I thought, wonder why it's quiet now. That's kind of amazing. We don't start practice till 2:30. I started walking over here, and sure enough, no, it's a 2 o'clock start.
You made it.
And I'm just glad I'm here with you guys.
Yeah. You come running in here with a minute and about 20 seconds. What are we going to talk about?
Well,
you being late?
Like I said, you guys are professionals. You knew exactly what we were talking about.
We had your back, Alan. That's all we got to say, Rick. We got you covered.
Steve Wallace on the racetrack. Again, this team looking for success to start right here at Michigan. And we talked about he's won in an ARCA race at this racetrack, so he knows how to get around, knows how to get to victory lane. Just has to dial it in with the Nationwide car.
You could tell he's definitely down on grip right now because he was having to play with that throttle a whole lot. But, Bob, I think you might be with Uncle Kenny.
I am with Uncle Kenny right now, and Uncle Kenny is running pretty good. 13th quick so far, and you've been pretty good lately on these intermediate tracks. How are things going to shake out tomorrow for you?
Well, you know, you can drive yourself crazy here by constantly chasing the racetrack, and Scott Zipadelli and Robbie Benton, they've got the car where I like it. I want to be a little faster, a little more speed, but I like the feeling of the car, and as everybody knows, my Achilles heel my whole life has been the 1.5 miles. So this is the first team, and I want to congratulate Scott Zipadelli and Robbie for giving me my top 10 at Vegas, Chicago. So now I'm becoming a 1.5 mile driver.
Look at that. He's an old pro on the 1.5 miles and the dirt tracks, by the way, boys.
He may need that experience tomorrow as far as that dirt track racing when his track gets slick.
Well, he loves the dirt tracks.
Oh, he does.
Loves them.
Kenny Wallace, 9 wins in the Nationwide Series. Most recent one coming back in 2001, though. So it's been a while since he's been to victory lane.
But Kenny Wallace is
a race car driver. Joey Logano out on the racetrack, logging more laps. Joe Nemechek on the racetrack in the 87.
Joe's actually 24th quickest. He's run a total of 15 laps in his final practice. See the 1992 Nationwide Series champion.
Guys that have run the most laps so far have been Kyle Busch. He ran 26. David Rudiman ran 26. David Stremme. Steve Wallace, excuse me, was run 26 laps in this practice session. So a lot of laps run. Eric McClure also in that category. Guys trying to get that comfort and yet balance it with the speed that they're looking for as well.
And like you pointed out earlier, there's a lot of guys out there I think are more happy about being balanced and comfortable than giving up that little bit of speed if they get that car where they can make a long run.
We know at Michigan International Speedway, long runs happen quite frequently. Stay with us. More final practice here on Speed.
Tonight, the wildest party in racing will be rocking the Motor City as Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Newman, and Bud Moore stop by for some fun. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Michigan tonight at 7 Eastern. Only on Speed.
Whatever you want, whatever you need, the low prices guaranteed. You can have it now, you don't have to wait. You can buy a lease to own the Aaron's way. Nobody beats Aaron's, nobody, nobody, nobody beats Aaron's, nobody.
Is your computer running slowly?
Does it take more than 3 seconds for your email to load? Are you frustrated with error messages, blue screens, computer freezes, and crashes? These are not only annoying, but can cause permanent damage to your computer. If you're experiencing any of these symptoms, your computer and your privacy may be at risk, because these are usually the telltale signs of a virus, and it can only get worse until you act. Get a free diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
My Clean PC is outstanding, and my computer is running faster than ever.
My Clean PC came through with flying colors when no one else could.
My Clean PC totally cleaned up my system and increased my speed.
MyCleanPC.com can remove spyware, viruses, and infected emails, all speeding up your PC's performance. It offers all-in-one protection, and it's been downloaded by millions of users. Even if you have antivirus software, your computer could still be infected. Find out instantly with a free comprehensive diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Final minutes of final practice as we see Trevor Bayne coming off the racetrack in his Ford Mustang. Trevor Bayne currently 9th quick in this final practice. Eric Almirola set the pace at 40.42 seconds. That was on his 18th lap and the last time he was on the racetrack. Sam Hornish Jr. coming off the racetrack. He's 6th quick. A few guys making a Q run here at the end of this practice.
A couple of guys looking to see exactly what the car's got, especially guys who are going to have to go out, tomorrow and try to lay down a pretty good lap. And, it gives you a little bit of shot of confidence. You come back, tell the guys what's going on here. Take a look at Jason Leffler in the 38. And I believe he's also on a Q run, try to see what he can do with this great Clips car.
Well, we know Trevor Bayne still has an hour and a half practice in the Sprint Cup, but drivers like Jason Leffler, Sam Hornish, this is the last thing they'll feel before they have to go out and qualify. So it's nice that you know what to expect.
One of the stories we've been following is ever since the beginning of practice, Justin Allgaier hasn't been feeling so well. Bob Dillner, what's the update on that?
And how about this? Top 15 in this practice session for the guy that's not feeling too shabby here. Good on the racetrack, but everybody wants to know. You can tell you're not feeling well because you haven't shaved yet today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, this is not the way I would normally look, but I got up this morning and felt really bad. So, the depth finish of Chevy's pretty good. We don't feel like we've got that 1 or 2 laps of speed like we need, but we feel like over the long run our car is as good, if not better than everybody. So, we'll just have to wait around and see. Obviously we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow with qualifying, so we're going to go at it with putting a lot of effort into this race, and hopefully we can move our way through the field and have a good finish.
Go get some rest.
Thanks, bud.
He had a smile on his face, and that's a good thing.
Well, I think he knows he's got a pretty good piece, and that'll make you feel a lot better when your race car is doing what you're asking to do.
That'll do it for final practice. So the fastest in this final practice was Eric Almirola. As we see the 13 of Jennifer Jo Cobb slowing once again. Almirola quickest. Keselowski, Stenhouse Jr., Mark Martin, Paul Menard, your top 5.
Of those 17 different pole winners I talked about, Rick and Jeff, only 3 of those drivers will be in this show this weekend. And, of course, that's Carl Edwards, Brad Keselowski, and Mark Martin.
Keselowski has the possibility of becoming the first repeat pole winner at Michigan International Speedway, but that'll all take place tomorrow right here on Speed. And we've got final practice for the Sprint Cup coming up here on Speed, your motorsports authority. So thank you for those birthday wishes, by the way. It's been a lot of fun.
A genuine happy birthday.
Enjoy the cake and dancing girls.
I rely on my pit crew for a lot of things, both on and off the track. But when it comes to my cars, I take care of them myself because I know I'm going to do it right. Armor All. Care for your car. And try new Armor All Ultra Shine Butter Smooth Wax. No hazing, so it protects in half the time.
Who's serving up a big breakfast this weekend?
On an endless buffet with a juicy steak.
Don't flip out. Only Golden Corral would include steak for breakfast. It's on our endless weekend breakfast buffet, all for a great low price. Only at Golden Corral.
Right here in America, more than 17 million children face the possibility of hunger. This should not be happening, not here in this country and not in our racing communities. That's why Feed the Children has teamed up with Speedway Children's Charities to stop childhood hunger in its tracks. Here where these flags fly together with pride. The race is on to end childhood hunger, and you can help. Go to speedtofeed.org for information and to join our pit crew.
My feet are killing me.
Well, we're here to get you custom orthotic inserts.
Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotic Center recommends the custom fit orthotic that's best for your tired feet. Foot care scientists are behind it.
You'll get all-day relief.
For your tired, achy feet.
For locations, see drscholls.com.
Following your passion always puts you right where you're supposed to be. NASCAR home tracks, where what happens on the track is just part of the story.
Welcome back to the Michigan International Speedway, everyone. Nationwide Series final practice is over, so for them it's all over with the qualifying and the racing. But still, the Sprint Cup Series has plenty of time on a hot, slick track that is only getting hotter and only getting slicker as the day wears on here in Michigan. We are in the middle of it all in the Sprint Cup Series garage. Glad you could be with us as Speed continues a full weekend of coverage here from this huge 2-mile oval. Hello, everybody. I'm John Roberts. Glad you could be with us. Want to bring in Randy Pemberton. Randy, one more practice for these guys before they qualify. What do you think everybody's going to be focusing on?
I think you focus on race runs as much as you can. I mean, qualifying pays, but it only gives you a starting spot and it gives you a good pit stall. You got to remember, Michigan is super fast, it's super wide, and there's a lot of things a driver can do to help a race car. But the bottom line is you want the best race car that you possibly could have when you get ready to go 400 miles. I think you use every ounce of time you can to work on your race setup.
Well, Randy, let's go back to Nationwide Series practice. It was somewhat eventful earlier today. They call it happy hour, but it's neither happy nor an hour. Chad Finley in the number 25. Take a look as he has a hard lick in the outside wall, and you know what? Thank goodness for the safer barriers once again.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a terrific lick there in the 25 car. And then, of course, we have Timmy Hill also up, scraping along the safer barrier as well. Did a lot of damage to his car also, Johnny, of course. That Chad Finning wreck was that was a tough one, Finley.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with third fastest in final practice. Another one of those Roush Fenway drivers. You know what? This is a good place for those guys.
Absolutely. Everybody pointing their fingers at Roush Fenway, whether it's the Nationwide Series, Johnny, or the Cup Series. Those guys are ones that could win here. How about Brad?
And you know what? Who they got to knock off to win here is going to be Brad Keselowski, second fastest in final practice and 2 wins of this racetrack. He loves coming here racing anything because this is the hometown.
It's a hometown for him, so it's a hometown gang. No doubt about it.
Eric Almirola was fastest in the final practice, a little bit better than 178 miles per hour. Randy, another force to be reckoned with this weekend.
He sure is, driving for Dale Earnhardt Jr. I mean, he would love to continue to progress in this series and grab a couple of wins. I mean, he could be a threat for the championship before this is over.
Well, no matter what he drives here, Sam Hornish Jr. has a good record at this racetrack, whether it's open wheel or in the stock cars. Let's go to Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, and it's good to see Sam Hornish Jr. back at the racetrack, less than an hour away from home, so shaping up to be what could be a good weekend for you this weekend.
Well, I sure hope so. We started off pretty good today, and just for some reason throughout the first practice didn't get the car where we needed it to be, and Chad and all the guys on the Lines Trunk Parks Dodge did a really good job of getting the car back running how I wanted it to be, where we could move around the track a little bit. The great part about Michigan is you can run a bunch of different lines to be able to find somewhere where your car runs good. And we at the end of first practice we didn't have any that were working for us, so I felt pretty good about it at the end there. And our qualifying run we're pretty free, so I feel like we've got a little bit of room for improvement for tomorrow morning.
This is your second start this year in this car. How much more difficult? I know you want to get back out here full time. How difficult is it to run a limited amount of starts when you're not in the seat every week?
Well, it's really tough, trying to build chemistry. Chad and I, this is, really only our 6th race working together. So, it still takes a little bit for him to learn my lingo and the things that I feel like the car needs to be able to be better. But I feel like everybody's doing a really good job. But the toughest part is just not being able to go out there and race and having to watch everybody else race. It looks like a lot of fun out there. And I really like these Nationwide cars. You can move them around quite a bit. There's some things that you can do with them that you can't really do with the Cup cars because of the little bit less amount of horsepower that allows you to drive the cars in the corner a little bit differently.
Well, that's Sam Hornish Jr., Johnny. He is a limited start, but he's at home this weekend in a Penske car at Michigan. Don't count him out.
Fort Defiance, Ohio, Sam Hornish Jr. Hermie, thanks a lot. And as the Cup cars roll out behind us, over the years, Randy, some people might say that some of the brand identity has been taken out of NASCAR. But when you come here, Ford, Chevy, or Dodge really wants to win in their backyard, and Toyota really wants to upset the apple cart.
Yeah, they certainly do. And, of course, we're going to get even more brand identity when we unveil the new race car back when we come out in 2013. But, of course, the Nationwide Series cars, those cars look absolutely terrific. And these Cup cars that are rolling out in the garage area behind us, of course, they're looking more and more like the cars that you can buy in the showroom. So we're getting closer and closer to what we had here back in the, say, 70s and 80s.
Well, Randy, let's quickly go back to what happened in this first practice, see who was fast and see who may be fast in this one. David Reagan driving a Roush Fenway Ford. A.J. Allmendinger also in a Ford. They were on top of the speed chart with Kevin Harvick close behind.
Boy, you don't see Kevin Harvick quick on the speed chart very often. David Rudeman with a good run there. Casey Kane looking for a win all the way back through. How about Trevor Bayne just coming back off the sickness, and he's top 10, Johnny.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. third in points, and remember, this was the scene of his last victory, and who could really forget the in-car camera of how Dale Earnhardt Jr. was masterfully working the on-off switch in the ignition box to get that victory. Showed it's not only just speed and not only what you do on the racetrack, but sometimes what you do inside that cockpit can really make a big difference in winning or losing.
And we saw just a couple of weeks ago Brad Keselowski do the same thing. I mean, Brad Keselowski working the throttle and then shutting the engine off, things of that nature. But let's go back to Dale Earnhardt Jr. 108 races. That's how long it's been since he's won a race. Of course, he's the sport's most popular driver. Nearly everyone, including competitors in this garage area, they want to see him win a race, and I think we're all the same way. If he can get one done, it might very well be here at Michigan. They've got good speed in the race cars. He and crew chief Steve Letarte have been communicating very well. I think Junior's head is obviously in the game, and this could be the weekend, and he may not need fuel mileage to get it done. He may just wax everybody on the racetrack. We'll see.
Now, arguably the second most popular TV guy in the sport is Hermie Sadler. Hermie, what do you got for us?
Well, we just talked to Sam Hornish Jr., obviously a Penske car. His teammate, Brad Keselowski, remember, he won here in what was basically the first race at Michigan in this new style Nationwide Series car. And just talking to these guys on this car, they're talking about how much these cars have changed the underworkings of the car, the geometry and the bodies. A good car, what won last time is not going to win this time. These guys are still working on this car, trying to get him where he needs to be, Johnny.
And Hermie, thanks a lot. Simply put, those cars are cool looking, and we're going to see them in the Cup Series in 2013. As Randy referred to just a moment ago, they're the Cup cars. They are ready to go. And ready to go also is our good friend Adam Alexander. He's got Sprint Cup Series final practice coming your way.
Thanks, John. We are about ready to roll with the final practice session of the weekend for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Getting set for round 15 here on Sunday afternoon at the Michigan International Speedway in Brooklyn, Michigan. The cars, they are rolling, and the kids having fun in the sunshine. 78 degrees. Yeah, there's some humidity. Slight breeze, and boy, is it gorgeous. I think we have found something for these two to do.
I want to go down there.
Welcome in, Kyle Petty.
You can handle it, right?
And Jeff Hammond. I'm Adam Alexander.
We're
Sure,
going down.
I can.
Okay.
Why not?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, take your headset and we'll get a report from down there.
Yeah, okay. Don't worry, I'll be screaming. You want to have the headset.
So that deal, a little bit unpredictable. This track can be unpredictable. Yes. Final practice, what's the agenda, Kyle?
It depends on what they did in the first practice. We get this a lot of times with the two practices on Friday and the way they do now. then I think you look at it and you say, okay, these guys, we've got to do some qualifying stuff, but we also need to do race stuff because we came here to race. And this is a place that qualifying is incredibly important. But when you look at this racetrack, it's different this race than it's going to be the next race, and it's different this race than it was the last race.
And let me tell you something right now. You're watching that kid a minute ago bounce up down and flip around. I promise you that when they go and start listening to these drivers talk about this racetrack from the first practice to right now, there's going to be several of them that are going to be spun out because their cars are not going to be balanced. They're not going to be able to get a grip of this racetrack. We've already heard it from the NNS series a minute ago that this track is losing some grip. It's gotten warmer than what it was earlier. There are going to be some unhappy drivers, and a lot of crew chiefs are going to be slinging springs in this final practice.
No, we know there will be some changes when it comes to a racetrack like Michigan, especially when it is as warm as what we have today. And we got 90 minutes to get everyone dialed in with the cars on track. And here you see Jamie McMurray, team that needs a shot of momentum. Saw Jamie earlier today, and he said basically he's running out of answers. They have brought a number of changes with their race team up here this weekend, hoping they can hit on something that sends them in the right direction.
And Kyle, the thing that to me is amazing with these Cup teams, as good as they were a year ago, when we were bragging and singing the praises, you see them almost get into that wall right there off the exit of that corner car. Again, it's loose, and we're expecting that. This racetrack doesn't have the grip it had earlier. See Jimmy Johnson out there, his car bouncing, coming through the bumps there. This is a rough racetrack, doesn't have a lot of grip. But going back to what I was saying, we were singing Jamie McMurray's praises, and right now they're looking for some relief because neither he or his teammate can find the combinations that were working last year, making them look like heroes.
And it's funny, we see that sometimes with teams. I think we saw it with Mark Martin the year he finished second in points and comes back the next year, and really it's just the slight changes in tires, it's a slight change in the nose, it's a slight change in the aero. You think you move the car to a better place and you think you get in a better place, but sometimes teams get lost because they lose their notebook when there's changes like that. And you know, you look at the year he had, that's a career year.
It was.
You know what I mean? So I don't really put a lot of stock in saying that he's really fallen off the face of the earth. That was a career year. And you look back and you come back into it and you say they've not run like they want to. And both teams are struggling. But I do believe the two drivers they have will work good together and try to get or pull them back up.
And Jeff, you know as well as I do, when you look at adjusting on these race cars, the difference between success and failure, oh, it's so little.
It's so little, and I think that as we take a look at Brad Keselowski and David Reagan, I'll bring this into play. Jamie McMurray is frustrated because they made that rule change, which would have got him into the chase a year ago. Right now, he's not where he needs to be. He's not winning races, and I know that's eating at him. David Reagan, for example, his car's running well. He needs to get a win. Brad Keselowski, we saw a moment ago, he's already got that win, but he's outside the top 21 in points, so he's got to do some moving. So a lot of things are going on, and there are a lot of scenarios right now starting to play out. It's going to get real interesting during these summer months.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. second early in the practice session. Let's ride along with him, and Kyle, take us through a lap as we head down the back straightaway.
Yeah, you see how quick he rolls out of the thing. Now he goes to the bottom of the racetrack, from the bottom to the middle. Hearing him pick up the gas, he's in it, and he feathers into it. He doesn't just go into it hard, he feathers it, and that's a product of the slick racetrack. You can't just jump back to the gas. This place, the front stretch is a little bit banked, not much. Let me tell you, when you're running at speeds like these guys are, it feels flat, and these corners feel real flat. But you see, he floats the car off in the corner, rolls it up this corner, he runs up next to the wall. Obviously, he feels like his car's got a little bit more grip up there and picks up the throttle. And there's such long sweeping corners and such slow corners. Really, when you look at it, I remember we used to come up here and you'd put a G meter inside the car. You're really only running in a straight line for about 200 or 300 yards down the backstretch. The rest of the time, the car is actually in yaw and actually turning. So the corner speeds are the most important thing here, more so than these straightaway speeds.
Kyle, the other thing I've noticed during this practice session so far as we continue to look at the 88 car, there's a lot of race cars on the racetrack. I look at each end of this thing. There's cars everywhere, and it looks to me like they're all making long runs, trying to get an idea about the balance of the race car and what they can expect. Not making qualifying runs right now, but really looking at trying to get some long runs. Look, oh, it looks like we're running a race all of a sudden.
Yeah, but really, this is the first practice that they've had that's at the time the race will be going on. You know, the first practice was a little bit before race time, and you start looking at things like that. These guys need to get out there. They want to see what the car's doing under basically race conditions, because the weather's supposed to be fairly decent, kind of like this for Sunday.
Yeah, and again, you've had a lot of starts here at this racetrack. I think something like 51 or 52 starts.
God,
I mean,
I'm old.
But this racetrack, from a driver's perspective, you have to stay on top of it.
Yeah.
It's ever changing, and you've got to change with it.
You have to change with it. This is what I like about this racetrack, is you see Clint Boyer go up next to the wall. We saw Junior up next to the wall. We see the 51 of Landon Castle.
Oh, we got a car smoker right here, the 20 car.
20 car right there. Yeah, but the thing is if your car doesn't drive good, you can find a place to make it go.
Yeah, and real quick, going back to this 20 car, remember, guys, they may have a problem here with an engine. They had the oil pan off this car earlier this morning because NASCAR confiscated their other oil pans, and they may have an issue right now developing on this 20 car. Maybe something's it's loosened up, or it didn't seal up like it should. Maybe leaking a little bit of oil.
And could be. You know, and that's something that you don't expect when you go to the racetrack, to have to lift the motor up and pull an oil pan off and put another oil pan on. So you have the right stuff, but you're not in that sanitary engine room that there's not a speck of dust and there's not anything. All the seals, all the silicone, everything fits up.
Yeah, now back in the day at one time, that may not be unusual, but that was back in the 70s.
Yeah, back in the
smoke right there.
Back in the day, you'd see.
Looky here.
Yeah, that's a lot of smoke. Back in the day, you'd see manifolds and heads. You'd see headers off of. You see guys completely with their stuff, just like Leonard Wood. The legend goes that Leonard Wood changed the cam in the car under the hood at Daytona one year because he didn't want to see anybody to see what he was doing. That's cool.
7 minutes into final practice here at Michigan. Mark Martin at the top of the board.
Today, more than 6 million older Americans face the threat of hunger. In just 2 years, the number of people suffering has more than doubled. With your help, we can make this problem disappear. That's why I've teamed up with AARP and AARP Foundation in the Drive to End Hunger. Join us by visiting drivetoendhunger.org.
The Unprepared Man's Guide to Camping. The tent is an essential camping tool. For the unprepared man, however, there is another way. First, create a bedding of sticks and foliage and a stable tree. Erect a domed covering with branches and mud. Drape a jacket or sport coat over the opening. It's that simple.
Don't be that guy. Come into Gander Mountain and get everything for your next outdoor adventure. Gander Mountain, we live outdoors.
Here's to the pursuit of better, faster, cleaner, funner. Here's to the pursuit of advancements that help make new engines possible and dreams a reality. Here's to the pursuit of another 100 years of earning America's trust. Not just oil, Pennzoil. Get the same Pennzoil that Elio uses in his IndyCar, now at AutoZone.
This is more than a ticket. It's a wallet-sized definition of who you are and where you belong, providing both a place to sit and countless chances to stand up for what you believe in. It's a rite of passage, a declaration of independence, and an invitation to discover 43 new heroes and 100,000 new friends. This is more than a ticket, because it says as much about you as any piece of paper can. Reserve yours today at NASCAR.com/tickets.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice from Michigan, presented by Gander Mountain. Don't be that guy. Gear up at Gander Mountain. We live outdoors. And brought to you in part by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. 40 cars have been out in final practice. The Roush Fenway organization always good at Michigan, and early in the session, Matt Kenseth and Greg Biffle dancing together on track.
Yeah, these guys are here, been going at it. They've really been putting on quite a show as far as teammates are concerned. They really look like they're trying to figure out not only the balance of the race cars, but also to maybe take a look and see how they're affected. We saw a moment ago the 16 almost tucked up and behind the 17, like we were at Daytona or Talladega.
Yeah, and we talked to Greg Biffle a little bit this morning and talked about what draft means. And this is what most people think draft means. When you run up behind somebody, get right up on them and push them and bump draft them. That's what the majority of fans think. Greg was trying to explain to us this morning that these cars have such a drag coefficient to them that they make such a big hole in the air that when you're the second car, you suck up to the first car with that hole. It's dead air. It helps the engine run up, and that's the old style draft that we remember from Daytona and Talladega and places like that. And he was really surprised, I think, with this car, how critical the draft was at a place like this.
And I think even though we've had this car around for a long time, with this new nose configuration, I think it's changed the way the air actually flows over the car enough and even punches a hole in it that they're still learning, you know, what at each track, you know, how much that affects it.
The other thing Greg said is if you want to feel really fast, get 2 cars running side by side down the straightaway and suck up behind them. Good afternoon, Marty Snyder.
Good afternoon, Adam. I can say your name. Adam Alexander, Kyle Petty, Jeff Hammond. See, I got all you guys up there. And you guys were mentioning the changes for Joe Gibbs Racing this morning. As you mentioned also, it's not an easy thing just to hand over an oil pan. Took about an hour for the 18 team to get the engine out, hand the oil pan over, get the engine back in. Certainly nothing was wrong with the engine, but they did have to put the new oil pan in, the one that was approved by NASCAR. And they only missed about 5 minutes of practice. So kudos to the Joe Gibbs Racing team, especially Kyle Busch's team. They missed about 5 minutes of practice right now. Too tight. One thing they thought they might have done is gone too far on the adjustments they thought they might need because they thought the track would be slick. Actually, turns out it's not as slick as they thought it would be. But his teammate Joey Logano having some issues. Ralph Shaheen's all over that. Ralph?
Yeah, Marty, we're down here right now. They got the number 20 here. Joey Logano sounds like he's coming out of the car now. They're just saying over the radio, it looks like this engine is dead. They're going to replace it, so they're going to pull Joey out of the car, turn the car around, and for the second time today, these guys are going to go to work in the engine bay of this number 20. Of course, they had the oil pan issue earlier today, and now a lost motor here. It's going to make for a long afternoon for these crew guys. They have been in the belly of this beast all day long working on it, and it looks like they're going back in there once again.
Joey, the final car to get out in the opening practice session because of the oil pan problem. Now you lose an engine here. If they have to change the engine, he starts in the back on Sunday, and you lose even more practice time, an uphill climb for the 20 bunch.
Very frustrating, and this is the kind of distraction for a driver and a team that you don't really need. And Kyle, my question, it kind of like comes back to the fact, where did that oil pan that they put on there come from? Did they anticipate this? If that's the case, NASCAR is not going to look very favorable at that. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of guys in the garage area that have suffered some penalties in the past. They're going to look there and say, you know, remember what you did to us? You remember what you did to this? And so, I mean, this could have some pretty serious ramifications toward the Gibbs organization come Tuesday.
Yeah, when people start looking at it, that's exactly right. And that's you know, we talk about what happened with Kyle last week with an equipment failure, and I truly believe that was equipment failure straight up. But you begin to look at things and you think, okay, I don't understand this. Everybody's trying to get a competitive advantage, and I applaud the Gibbs organization because we all used to do it. Everybody's done it. But the reins are so tight right now, NASCAR doesn't let you buy with much. I'm going to say something about Joey. The one advantage that this team does have, even though they were the last cars out in the first practice and the first car's done in the second practice and don't have a lot of time, Joey's running the nationwide race, right?
Yep.
Right, so he's going to have tons of track time. So he's going to know the track and know where it's at. They also have the 11 team and the 18 team, and through the 2 or 3 years, they know how Joey's field sets with their field, so they have a decent place to start from.
Another sampling of the mood in the 20 garage with Ralph Shaheen.
All right, Joey, second time today, these guys are going in there and pulling motors out of the car. How frustrating is this getting for you today?
It's pretty frustrating right now. You know, I don't know, what can I do about it? Nothing we can do, but it's frustrating. You know, we didn't get much practice. Got a few qualifying runs, and you know, that one run there, which I think it was blowing up the whole time. I just never really had any motor since we took off, and we will be relying on our teammates 100% now, and you know, try to put a setup together that's somewhat decent for when we start the race. So it's unfortunate for our Home Depot team. You know, these guys have been working extra hard now, changing these motors out, but we'll be fine. We're a tough team, and we've been through a lot, so I think we'll be just fine.
All right, Joey, thanks. Hang in there.
Hey, guess what, Adam? That made Kyle look like he coached him on that right there almost.
Maybe he is.
Oh.
We're underway in final practice at Michigan. Mark Martin at the top.
We believe everyone should get low prices every day.
Every day. On everything.
On everything.
And if you happen to find something lower,
we'll match it. We'll match it.
We'll match it. Any ad, any price.
Right at the register.
Get low prices every day on everything you need to beat the summer heat. Like Minute Maid lemonade or Tropicana fruit punch for just $1. Backed by our ad match guarantee. Save money, live better. Walmart.
Alone, you have the action, excitement, competition. This is not your typical online auction. At Score.com, winners can save up to 70, 80, and even 99% off retail price. Here's how it works. Scored is a style of auction where you pay a small fee each time a bid is placed. When no further bids are placed, the auction closes and the item sells, even if the price is a penny. Plus, after you sign up at Score It, enter the code BIDNOW and you'll receive $10 in free bids. Signing up is quick, easy, and doesn't require a credit card. At Score.com, thousands of bidders have already won millions of dollars of discounts. Score It features incredible and one-of-a-kind products. $1,000 gift cards, gold bars, sports collectibles, and top-end consumer electronics. Plus, you can rest assured that Score It is an accredited member of the Better Business Bureau. So what are you waiting for? Go to Score.com now. Get your $10 in free bids. Give us a try. Score.com. You bid, you score.
With Speed's extensive NASCAR stats, find the latest practice and qualifying reports, race results, and driver standings. Get more at Speed.com in the NASCAR section. Most recent winner in the Sprint Cup Series, Jeff Gordon, going to victory lane for the 84th time in his career last week at Pocono. 29th in the opening practice, 27th here in final practice. Gordon, a two-time winner at Michigan, but has not experienced victory since 2001.
I think you can take those kind of notes right there and kind of throw them out the window right now, because I think that this is a different team we've seen in recent years. I think we're looking at even a more, rejuvenated driver, if that's at all possible, because I think this guy has always had the desire to win. But Kyle, in my opinion, I'm seeing more focus, more determination than even I saw, a year ago when he was trying to get to victory lane. I think it's because of his kids. I think right now that he is racing hard for his family, and for those kids to know that his daddy is not only a four-time champion, but he can win, and he can win now.
Are you saying he's got more mouths to feed? That's what you're saying. He's having to work hard.
I'm sticking around saying that. I'm glad you brought that up.
No, but I believe that too. I believe that too. You look at some of these guys, and they won a lot of races when they were married and had no kids, and now all of a sudden it's like Matt Kenseth. That was the coolest thing when he brought. When he brought his kids to victory lane for the first time. And he said when he won at Texas, they were asleep because it was 11:30 at night. They couldn't come out to victory lane. So when he wins the next race, they're right there in victory lane with him, which is really phenomenal. And I think I look back at photos with my little sister or me when I'm 4 or 5 years old. Those are some of the coolest times. You remember being in victory lane when you're that age. And I think Jeff is more focused, more renewed. This is a different team. I think he's shown it on the racetrack this year, and I think he's going to be a threat. When we get to the chase, if these guys keep building, they're going to be a threat.
Carl Edwards, the point leader coming here to Michigan. He's currently 20th, Marty.
Trying to recover from that blown engine last week at Pocono, or the engine problem at Pocono last week. The other problem, Adam, that we saw in the first practice were left front tire issues. Carl was one of those cars that had left front tire issues, so they really feel like they did not get enough information in that first practice. And then in this first run here, their car was way too loose. Carl said he wanted to run high like everybody else is starting to do. You guys mentioned guys running on the top line. He said, I just can't do it. The car way too loose. So some fairly big changes here for Carl Edwards and his team. The other thing they want to do at the end of this practice session, something they started last week at Pocono, the very last run, they want to go back to qualifying, just so they have that very last read on the racetrack before they do qualify tomorrow morning.
Marty mentioning the 99 and dealing with some problems in that left front tire in the opening practice today. His teammate Matt Kenseth, another one of those drivers that had issues on the left front, as did Marcus Ambrose. And we just heard Marty make a point about the plan on how they're mapping out the day in the 99 camp. You go out in the opening practice of the day, you work on qualifying, you switch over to the race setup, you do that throughout the final practice, and then you make one last Q run so he knows exactly what it feels like in anticipation of qualifying tomorrow. I think there's still a lot of balls in the air for these teams on how they manage these sessions with the new format the way it is, Joe.
Oh, you do, but each time you come to a racetrack, you have to factor in the weather. You know, what's going on here? What are your problems right now? You'd like to come in here with a standard game plan each and every week, but this is what makes, I think, the difference between the guys who are winning races and are a threat for the championship. As the circumstances dictate, you adjust to them.
And you know this, Jeff. How many times, you know, when you're on top of the heap and you're running good like the 48 team or like Jimmy Johnson, like Carl Edwards, like some of those guys, you can make a plan and stick to it. When you're not running good, other little things will crop up along the way, and the best laid plan will go awry. And when practice is over with, you look at your sheet of paper and you're thinking, man, we didn't get to do 4 of those things because we ventured off down a path. I applaud Carl and that team and Bob and those guys for having a plan, trying to stick to it as good as they can, and then circling back for that qualifying run, because that shows they're confident in what they have and what they can do and where they can get to when they look at their notes.
Well, speaking of notes right now, take a look here. We were looking a moment ago at Kyle Busch in the 18, Denny Hamlin in the 11, both Joe Gibbs cars. Now you got the 20 car. They've been in a hole since they unloaded here at Michigan because they didn't get out a lot of practice in that first session. Now you got Joey Logano having problems. Maybe they had a plan between all 3 of these teams. You're going to run this setup, you're going to try this, and we're going to try that. Now they've lost part of their plan. What do they do? How do they react? What are they going to focus in on? Are they going to eliminate part of the steps that they had originally, laid out, or what will they do? I mean, this is things that the teams have to do when you get to a racetrack. You have to adjust.
Speaking of plans, I think a qualifying run was in the plan for J.J. Yaley here in the final practice. He's quickest.
Geico. Saving people money on more than just car insurance.
Bring home a complete meal for your family. 10 pieces of the world's best chicken, 3 large sides, and 6 biscuits. Enough real food to feed a family of 4 or more for just $20. Today is a KFC day. Today tastes so good.
He's going with the long tongs. Would have gone short tongs, but he's a pro. Montreal steak, unbelievable flavor.
With the mouth-watering flavor of Grill Mates, you can grill like an expert. McCormick Grill Mates. Master the flame. Master the flavor.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson.
They itch, sweat, burn, smell. You could have foot dermatitis. It's what Gold Bond medicated foot powder was made for. Medicated to tackle the itch. Keeps feet dry. Look for the healing seal. Gold Bond foot powder. Works as hard as your feet.
I'm a dancer, and until now, my feet showed it.
Since foot skin's 20 times thicker, there's Gold Bond Ultimate Healing Foot Cream. 7 penetrating moisturizers and vitamins help heal rough, dry feet. Gold Bond Ultimate Foot Cream.
This stuff really works.
Uh-oh.
When diarrhea hits, KO. KO Pectate stops it fast. Powerful liquid relief speeds to the source fast to stop diarrhea and get your system back to normal.
Fast.
KO Pectate. Stop the fast with KO.
She notices when my skin gets rough.
Gold Bond Ultimate Softening Lotion. 7 moisturizers, vitamins, plus shea butter. Lock in moisture for soft, healthy skin.
Soft. Can your lotion do that?
Gold Bond Ultimate Softening.
This stuff really works.
I wear my band to Unite for Kids. Band together with me by logging on to www.nascar.com/unites. Pledge your support.
Final practice for the Sprint Cup Series. Kevin Harvick making laps here at Michigan. 45 of the 46 drivers have been out. Scott Riggs, the only one yet to practice here in the final session.
You know, go back. We talked to Biffle this morning. Biffle said when he won this race, he had won 2 races previous in the truck, the only 2 races. When he won this race for his first Cup win, even though it was his second Cup win, he legitimately said, I'm a Cup driver. I have won a Cup race on a racetrack. He'd won at Daytona, and a lot of people talked about fuel mileage, he said, and all that stuff. I felt like last year when we came here and right before the chase and some of this stuff, when we got into it, here's a team that I felt like was a restrictor plate team. And all of a sudden, these guys step up and win a race on a 2-mile track, and I'm thinking, this team is a championship team. They're a contender because finally they won something somewhere different than just the restrictor plate races.
Well, look at their wins this year. Won at Auto Club Speedway out in California early in the season. Last lap pass and get a victory at Martinsville and do the same thing at Charlotte. I mean, this is a team that has really shown what they can do at all different kinds of facilities in 2011.
And if you're going to be considered a chase contender, you have to have that ability to do that. I mean, that's what Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus have been so great about, is those final 10 races, they make a statement during the course of that 10 race, run. And that's a variety of different racetracks, and that's what Kevin Harvick and Richard Childress Racing was able to do last year, was open up some people's eyes and say, hey, you better consider us besides just Daytona and Talladega.
A new crew chief for Martin Truex Jr. last week. Chad Johnston came on board. They finished 10th at Pocono on a day when you really sensed they didn't have it exactly where they wanted it to be. But I think anytime you can make something out of nothing, that's when you know you got a race team that has a chance, and they were able to finish in the top 10 last week, and I'm sure Truex feels like that's a nice foundation to build on with a new man calling the shots.
Well, we're going to get a chance to talk to him tonight on trackside exactly about that as we continue to watch this 56 car. It looks to me like he's a little bit unstable, and looking at him during his practice session, he's 35th. He's only run 9 laps. I don't think this car is still to his liking, though, Adam.
It's been a busy day here at Michigan.
Has been, and we're not done yet.
Two nationwide practices. This is the second of 2 Sprint Cup Series practices, and time to strap them up tight, because tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, the Stars of Tomorrow hit the track here at Michigan. It is the ARCA Racing Series. You can see it only on Speed. We hope you will stay with us after Sprint Cup final practice.
And Kyle, just watching this 56 car, he was trying to run around the middle of the racetrack. Looked like he couldn't get the grip. The car was just kind of a little bit too nervous. Now he's kind of gone to the top of the racetrack, trying to find a place maybe that this car will get a little happier.
Yeah, and you watch him. I watched him down there through 1 and 2. You see him here through 3 and 4. He's right up next to the wall and makes a nice sweeping arc with that. Down in 1 and 2, he wasn't as comfortable. He went in high, rode up next to the wall, and then tried to cut down off the wall a little bit, like he was afraid to let it just drift on off up next to the wall coming out of turn 2. And there's when you're doing that, you're not comfortable with where the car is going to go. You've got to get a comfort level to run up next to the wall. You see that thing stepping out. It just steps and steps and steps. And if you're up next to the wall and it steps out, next thing you know, you're in the wall. Yeah. So he's got to get it stabilized and settled so that he feels comfortable in the seat.
If you're going to be good here on Sunday afternoon, you need to be good on the long run. As you see Carl Edwards on track. 15 lap runs today. There have been 3 drivers that have run 16 straight laps in this practice. Matt Kenseth, David Rudiman, and Greg Biffle. So 2 of those Edwards teammates.
Yeah, and I think the 17 and the 16, as Jeff pointed out earlier, I think those guys went out and did it right off the bat and did it together. And ended up kind of running dirty air, clean air, who can lead, who can run behind, how's this going to work for me when I'm on the high side or the low side. They were all over the racetrack, but just trying to learn and gather information.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s turned 17 laps. He is 4th on the board, Marty.
And I would describe him as fairly happy with his race car, Adam. On the first run, he said he was good into the corner, really loose on exit. Then on the second run, he said, well, now I'm waiting on the nose. You see him coming to pit road right now and to the garage. He said, I'm having to wait on the nose. So Steve Letarte said, well, we had the back end of the car fixed. Let's work on the front end of the car. They did that this last time. Junior said it is better, but he still needs a little bit more. Still too tight on exit. Ralph?
Kyle, right now, Denny Hamlin's fairly happy with the car. He said the last round of adjustments made it about 15% better. But the one thing he did say, and you could probably explain this better than I can, is that he's waiting just a little too long for the front end of the car to do what he wants it to do. Basically, the driver knows what he's looking for, and he knows when he wants it. Denny's not getting it when he wants it out of the front of the car.
Yeah, and really what he's saying is when he gets to the corner, the front end feels positive, obviously because he's turning into the corner and he's getting where he needs to be. But right in the middle, when you need to make that second little cut, he's having to wait for the speed to match the grip of the tires, for the match the downforce that's on the front. So he feels like he's having to wait 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, whatever that may be. But he has to wait just a little bit longer for the car to rotate and come on around. What happens, and you'll hear a lot of these guys talk about this, once they get the car to rotate like they want to in the center, they're dead loose getting in, or they can be loose getting off. So it's a compromise. And as we said before, This racetrack is all about corners, and you've got to get in, you've got to get through the center to be able to accelerate up off of them.
J.J. Yaley, quickest in the final practice session. Time now for a Speed Center update. Here's Lee Diffie.
Thanks, Adam. No shortage of events and stories this weekend. Let's check out what's going on so far. ARCA Racing's Ty Dillon is having a great year so far. The 19-year-old is the point leader. He has 3 wins so far this season and is going for number 4 today. On speed, live at Michigan from 5. He starts second next to Cale Gale, who's on the pole. Petter Solberg in WRC opened up a healthy 51-second advantage over Sebastian Lowe by the end of day 1 in the Acropolis Rally. Solberg, the 03 champion, is a team owner. He won 3 of the 6 stages of the day. He's trying for his first win in 6 years. And in MotoGP news, Dani Pedrosa's collarbone surgery has been a success. The Spaniard had bone fragment issues after the French GP at Le Mans in May. Still uncertain, though, whether he's going to race next week in Assen. Ryan Newman, Martin Truex Jr. and Bud Moore are on trackside at 7. ARCA Racing is coming up next. I'm Lee Diffie. This is the Speed Center. See you soon.
Well, I know one thing about marketing. The more logos you put in one place, the better.
Having something unique is better.
Check it out.
The Shell nitrogen-enriched cleaning system acts as a barrier to help protect against performance-robbing gunk.
He's
good. Here's to the pursuit. The pursuit of better, faster, cleaner, funner. Here's to the pursuit of advancements that help make new engines possible and dreams a reality. Here's to the pursuit of another 100 years of earning America's trust. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
You like who you are, the man you've become. And you learn something along the way about the world and yourself. This is the age of knowing what you're made of and knowing how to get things done. So why would you let something like erectile dysfunction get in your way? Isn't it time you talk to your doctor about Viagra? 20 million men already have. With every age comes responsibility. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. You didn't get to this age by having things handed to you. This is the age of taking action. Viagra. Talk to your doctor. See if America's most prescribed ED treatment is right for you.
What can you tell me about Shell nitrogen-enriched gasoline?
They clean up gunk left by lower quality gasoline.
Then they act as a protective barrier that shields and protects engines against performance-robbing gunk.
You really are experts.
Speed Inside Deals is your one-stop shop for exclusive ticket offers for Speed viewers. Don't miss Michigan International Speedway's Summer of Speed and at a $45 savings. Choose your ticket and make it a weekend of memories with friends, family, and NASCAR racing. Visit speed.com/deals to purchase your Speed Inside Deal today.
Kyle Petty, where did all the cars go? We had a big racetrack full of cars a while ago.
Yeah. I think they've all gone back to the garage area. I'm with you. I think they started out, and a lot of these guys started right at the first of practice, making 5 and 8 and 10 lap runs, and now they're adjusting accordingly.
I'm just beginning to wonder, Adam, look up. Oh, speaking of adjustment.
Did he get in the back of him, or did that thing just break loose? Wow.
You're talking about closing rate.
And that's the deal when you start up off the corner. If you have to feather out of it a little bit and that next guy's coming, yeah, he's out of it.
He's out of it.
Oh, my.
He was about out of here.
Yeah, I think he was thinking about almost coming down pit road if you really looked at it, because he's out of it. And then, wow. I'm going to tell you what, Jeff did a great job of keeping that thing going straight. And honestly, David Reagan did a pretty decent job, even though he realized he was in too deep on him. Did a pretty good job of not hitting him any harder.
There's some damage there, Jeff.
Yeah, I saw the front
there's got to be some
fender
damage.
buckle just a little bit to me whenever he got into him. I mean, he did do some damage to it.
Yeah, look at the left rear on that. Yeah. You saw on the right front of his car. Let's see what the left rear. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Honestly, they're both about to be thankful they're not going to backups.
That's exactly right. I mean, I think both of them did a really. Jeff was slowing down for whatever reason, and I don't know if he was slowing down to come down pit road. I don't think David realized that he was closing on him that quick, and just closed incredibly fast and got into him.
I think he'd already missed exit of pit road. I don't know what was going on there, but inquiring minds want to know. I hope somebody will get the answer to that.
I would like to know why he slowed down so much, because, I mean, from the shot that we had, it was incredible. You know, if these cars get any bigger, they're going to have to build a new garage area here.
We've been saying that for 30 years.
I realize that, but look at that. I mean, these guys take these cars, work in immaculate race shops, and then come here and have to work within a foot and a half of the guy next to you.
It's kind of like, excuse me, coming through, excuse me, coming through.
It's hard on these guys, but look, that busted that thing. Wow.
It did a number on it. I mean, that rear bumper bar is severely damaged.
Well, what's tough for David Reagan is now you have something to think about on a day when you were quickest in the opening practice and top 10 here in final practice.
This is where you don't push the panic button. I mean, you just got to be a little bit, kind of careful.
Again, this incident happened when Jeff Burton and David Reagan were coming through turns 3 and 4. This is real speed here.
Yeah, and you see, you don't even see the 31 car at this time. Wow.
And somebody's going to say, why did David Reagan go up there? I mean, that's just a normal line as you come off that corner to let the car drift up, and you're anticipating the car to keep going.
And I think David thought that the 31 car had just kind of checked up and was going to be back in the gas and keep going, and the 31 car did not appear from where we're sitting up here in the booth, and we could be totally wrong. Somebody needs to talk to Jeff Burton about it. But did not appear to be up to speed as much as David thought he was.
Talk about the disappointment in 2011 for Jeff Burton, a team that has not finished inside the top 10 in the last 18 races dating to last fall. And here you see Ryan Newman. Special weekend for him. Carrying the Army colors this weekend. 236th birthday of the Army. And how about honoring Bud Moore, a decorated Army vet in World War II.
I watched him on the hub the other night. And Steve Burns said that in a joking way, so let's be honest here, that Ryan Newman said, who is that Boy Scout on the quarter panel of that car? Because it's Bud and his uniform and his hat, and you know, that was a great conversation between Steve Burns, Ryan Newman, and Bud Moore, sitting there talking about his years in the Army and what this car means to him and what it means to him to have Ryan and this group do this.
But you kind of lose sight when you look at the sport the way it is today of what guys like Bud Moore went through and the commitment they had beyond what's happening on track.
Oh, yeah. He landed at Normandy. You had Leonard Wood. He went to the military. Lemon was involved in the Army.
Yeah,
also.
a lot of those guys. A lot of guys that are going in the Hall of Fames are from that generation.
Era. Yes.
You know what I mean? And you got to say, and it's funny because Brokaw wrote the book, The Greatest Generation. When you look back, they've been our greatest generation in this sport. Those guys that are now going into the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. Well said right there.
Hall of Famers for sure when it comes to NASCAR, but their contribution way beyond what they've done here at the racetrack.
If you're looking for a pickup truck, check out the miles per gallon, the length of the powertrain warranty, and the horsepower. Only Ram delivers this kind of muscle. That'll thin out the herd real quick. Guts, glory, Ram.
With DirecTV, you can start watching in one room, pause, and continue watching in any other room. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV.
Welcome to an exclusive tour of the 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. We have big changes to discuss and new faces to meet. But first, we're going to take a look at some of the new cars hustling their way into the series.
Just traded some serious paint with that Mustang.
These are some of the new faces that I mentioned earlier. Of course, their faces aren't always this angry looking.
The 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. Something new around every turn.
Just over 40 minutes into the final practice, and it's a session that's been not without incident. David Reagan and Jeff Burton getting together. For more, let's send it down to Marty Snyder.
And David has climbed from his car. Adam, what exactly happened there?
I'd been catching the 31 for a lap or two, and I think he got tight or loose, and he really had to get out of the throttle. I wasn't expecting for him to, to slow down that much. There were 2 or 3 car lengths between us, and before I know it, I was right on him. So glad that Jeff held on to it and didn't tear up anything. And our UPS, We Love Logistics Ford, is pretty fast. We were happy with it in the first practice session, and just trying to put some laps on some tires here to see how it is. So real happy. I think we got a race winner here if we can hold on to it.
There you go. Might have a race winner. Asked him how bad the damage was, Ralph. He said not too bad. They do expect to get back out.
All right, Marty. Well, they're working on Jeff Burton's car over here. We heard David Reagan's take on it. Jeff, what's your opinion of what happened out there?
We just were way loose. I got loose in front of him. He didn't see me loose, and I think he had on fairly new tires. It was coming pretty quick, and we just got loose in front of him. He didn't get checked up. So just it's typical for our year right now. Anything it'll go wrong. It pretty much will right now.
Yeah, he's got a serious level of frustration going on right here. Just sick to his stomach looking at the guys working in the car and just feeling terrible about what's going on with the 31 over here. But as you can see, they're going to have the car repaired and hopefully have him back out here in a few minutes.
Significant damage, but not near as big as what it would have been if Jeff hadn't saved the race car. I mean, that could have been ugly and definitely would have been a backup if he gets into the wall.
Yeah, because he's got him sideways coming out of turn 4. Jeff overcorrects, gets into the outside wall. Jeff doesn't overcorrect, cuts down across in front of him, and David gets into him. We've got 2 torn up race cars. I mean, there's a lot of different scenarios. I think, David realized he was closing so fast. He tried to slow down as much as possible. Jeff got hit, and David was off of him and gave him room to save it. And, Jeff did a great job of explaining it. Just, my car got loose, I checked up, and that's basically what David said.
That's what you call a racing accident.
That's a true racing accident.
It really is. But the thing I took out of that interview, you really could see and feel the frustration of Jeff Burton, who, like he said, no matter what we do this year, it just turns out wrong. I mean, we car's too loose. It's right in front of somebody who's way too fast, and next thing you know, I've got back end knocked off, and lucky not having to go to backup.
Yeah, and I look at Jeff over the last 2 years. I think he's had, and not Jeff Burton can drive a race car, so let's take that out of the equation. Those guys can build winning race cars, and they're a winning team. Let's take that out of the equation. They just get in positions just like that right there, that they're pure accidents, and they only happen to Jeff Burton for some reason. It's like all of a sudden the luck pendulum has swung to the other side. There were a couple of races last year I felt like he could have come out of last year with 2 or 3 wins, and he didn't. And this year they've just not started off strong, and they've just not caught up.
Saw Trevor Bayne. He's been out for 15 laps in this final practice. He takes it to the garage. Another Ford on track. The point leader, Carl Edwards, who has not been out for as many circuits as several other drivers. Only 9 laps turned to this stage in practice for Carl Edwards. He's currently 27th. He's won here twice. Tony Stewart, 1 victory at Michigan.
To me, I'm kind of a little bit surprised and, find it kind of somewhat ironic that Tony Stewart started off as strong as he did this season, and they've just kind of flattened out. They've been trying to find it. They haven't really found it. Now they wind up being tied for 10th with their teammate Ryan Newman, and both these guys looking to get to victory lane for the first time in 2011, and right there on that edge of falling off into no man's land, which you don't want to have happen. I mean, they've got to turn this year around and get back to scoring some points and get to victory lane.
Cool week for Tony Stewart. We talked earlier in the first practice about Tony Stewart and the fact that he had the driver swap this week with Lewis Hamilton. He's an Indiana native. And they brought out in the state of Indiana this week a specialty license plate for Tony Stewart. Specialty license plates cost more money if you buy one. A certain portion of the proceeds will go to Tony's Foundation. A pretty cool deal for the native Hoosier. J.J. Yaley leading in final practice. We're 45 minutes in.
A Venus razor, CoverGirl makeup, Olay anti-aging cream, and rubber spatulas.
What's that for?
It helps me look younger.
Does it work?
Mm-hmm.
Grandpa's gonna be so happy when he wakes up. Yeah, he's gonna look like a baby.
Only Walmart has low prices every day on everything to keep you looking young. Backed by our ad match guarantee. Save money. Live better. Walmart.
Here's to the pursuit of better, faster, cleaner, funner. Here's to the pursuit of advancements that help make new engines possible and dreams a reality. Here's to the pursuit of another 100 years of earning America's trust. Not just oil, Pennzoil. Get the same Pennzoil that Elio uses in his Indy car, now at AutoZone.
In the next 60...
A few keystrokes and a couple clicks. That's all it takes to become an organ donor. 90 seconds of typing could change someone's life forever. The power to save a life is literally in your hands.
Now is the time to take advantage of a great offer from Xfinity, only from Comcast. Get Xfinity Internet for $14.99 a month for 6 months and get the speed you need to upload photos, download music, and more. Plus, surf the web safely with Constant Guard, our comprehensive security suite, a $360 value. Switch today to Xfinity Internet for $14.99 a month for 6 months and start doing more of what you want online. Call 866-814-5972 today.
Cars will gather together in the Arizona desert for one spectacular night in the summer's biggest event as Fox brings you every thrilling moment of the 2011 MLB All-Star Game. Coverage begins Tuesday, July 12th, live from Phoenix. It's at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 Pacific, only on Fox. JPM 37th in final practice, well off where he was in the opening session of the day. That Cars 2 paint scheme not adding any speed right now, Jeff.
No, and just watching this car, and they're definitely working on race runs, but just watching where he's running up there against that wall, you can see how rough this racetrack is. And it, to me, Kyle, the way it kind of is bouncing back and forth, you know, from the front to the rear, it looks to me like it's just killing him as far as overall speed around this racetrack. It looks like it's giving up grip.
Yeah, you know, we talk about that all the time up here. When you watch a car on the racetrack, when the front comes up, the back goes down. Sorry, that's just physics on things like this. You know what I'm saying? And when you get one that'll do that in the corner, it never settles down. The driver never gets that good, clean feel. Talked about Denny Hamlin wanting to wait on that car because when he turned in, but he didn't talk about it bouncing. He just talked about waiting on it. You have to wait on a car when it does this because you don't know if it's on the front or the rear when you get ready to go to the gas.
Sprint brings you an inside look at what is happening now inside the Sprint Cup Series. How about Mark Martin? Most positions gained in a race at Michigan 2 years ago when he jumped some 31 positions, started 32nd, won the race. That's the deepest anyone has ever started and won from here at MIS. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed. Marty?
Kevin Harvick very happy with this car, Adam. That's because, and that's why he's out of the car right now. He said on the last run they'd gotten much better than it had been all day long. But at the end, he said, you know, something happened with the tires. Car felt like it got loose. Well, that's what's happening on the left front. You see the blading here. You see it chunking out of the left front tire for Kevin Harvick. This is the set that just came off his car. Come around the corner with me. These are 3 left front tires that have come off Carl Edwards' car today. See all that chunking where it's all come out of the left front tire. You know, Goodyear saying it's probably camber with the teams. Could have to do with air pressure as well. Could have to do with the rough racetrack that Jeff just mentioned. But certainly everyone down here keeping an eye on these left fronts. And this has been about the 6th set in this practice that I've seen with drivers having problems with their left front tire, Adam.
Well, and we saw Jeff in the opening session of the day, and we talked about this earlier. Marcus Ambrose and Matt Kenseth definitely had left front tires that went down. We'll continue to keep an eye on things.
But like what Marty was showing right there, on that outside edge like that, it makes me think that they've got a camber air pressure deal. When you look at this 88 car, if you watch to the left front, you can see the sidewall flexing going down this front straightaway, or down that back straightaway. And as sweeping as these corners are, Kyle Petty's already talked about it. They did a measurement here one time. How much do you say? About 200, 300 yards that you really get the car back where it's flat. Otherwise, that left front, right front, they're still loaded and they're really working, and the guys are trying to use maybe too much camber and too little air pressure to make the car turn and get that front grip. And now we're seeing some of the problems that are being created because of that.
2000 Sprint Cup champion Bobby Labonte on track, a three-time winner at Michigan. Remember one of the headlines last week at Pocono, Pat Tryson reassigned at Michael Waltrip Racing, and Michael Waltrip Racing has an alliance with JTG Doherty Racing, the owner of Bobby Labonte's car, and Tryson over helping the 47 bunch this week to see if they can find some speed.
A lot of times, sometimes two heads are better than one, and you never know when it's going to pay off. But I was going to ask you, Kyle, Rain Eater. I mean, I'm sure you're on top of this right here. What is that?
What is Rain Eater?
Rain Eater wiper blades.
Okay.
Oh, is it wiper blades?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? All right.
And not only are they on Bobby Labonte's race car, making their Sprint Cup sponsorship debut.
I was trying to lead him into that because I know he watches the ARCA race all the time.
They're the title sponsor on the ARCA race. Coming up next here on Speed.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, all season long, live on Speed.
Well, I know one thing about marketing. The more logos you put in one place, the better.
Having something unique is better.
Check it out.
The Shell nitrogen-enriched cleaning system acts as a barrier to help protect against performance-robbing gunk.
He's good.
Well, it's a glorious day. I don't know about all you, but I've been waiting a long time for this day to happen. And it's finally here.
Kawasaki's Good Time Sales Event!
Kawasaki!
You can win a Kawasaki at every participating dealership. A Ninja 250R, buy a 250, and thousands of other prizes.
And on that note, I love ya.
You are cordially invited to Kawasaki's Good Time Sales Event. Get your ticket at kawasaki.com/win.
Tell me about Castrol GTX with Dry Shield.
Helps stop particles from building up as deposits.
How?
Well, first it attracts particles.
Like a mermaid song to a lonely sailor?
Right, then it captures them.
Like a Venus flytrap.
Like a black hole.
Like a black hole in a Venus flytrap.
Then it disperses them like a t-shirt cannon.
Like a snowblower.
Like polyisobutamides. Okay, like a snowblower.
Sounds powerful.
Stop small particles
from becoming big problems.
Do you always?
Yes.
Right.
Help stop deposits before they start with Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
What can you tell me about Shell nitrogen-enriched gasoline?
They clean up gunk left by lower quality gasoline.
Then they act as a protective barrier that shields and protects engines against performance-robbing gunk.
You really are experts.
The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series rolling on in the Irish Hills of Michigan. Final practice, and check out that right headlight for David Reagan. It's all taped up or just below the headlight, and it's ready to go.
That's a piece of bare bond right there. They got her all fixed up. She's ready to rock now.
If you weren't with us, he and Jeff Burton had contact a few moments ago. Reagan said he would be back out, and he delivered. A little damage to Jeff Burton's bumper, rear bumper, and they've worked on that as well. And Burton also back on track. No worse for the wear, huh?
The greatest mechanics in the world work on these garages. I can fix about anything from drivers tear up.
I'm not going to say what I was thinking. Marty?
That sounded like a pat on the back to himself, didn't it, for a second, Adam, from Jeff Hammond. And I tell you what, Jeff Hammond could come down here and help Kurt Busch out a little bit. That has not been a good practice for this team. In fact, just a few moments ago, Steve Addington said, all right, everybody stop. put the car on scales. Let's figure out where we're at. They have not been able to get this car to not be tight for Kurt Busch. It's been a very big struggle for them. In fact, he said it feels like it's riding on the splitter all the way around the racetrack. And this is the car they had at Kansas a few weeks ago. Led 156 laps. Looked like it might win the race. So they don't have an unproven piece here, but they're certainly scratching their heads down here on how to make this 22 car a little bit better, Adam.
Well, the thing is, Adam, this is not Kansas, Dorothy. I hate to tell you, this is Michigan, and what worked there ain't going to work here.
I hope you got your sleeves rolled up, Hammond.
Okay.
You already had nationwide practice, doing Sprint Cup final practice, and you're just getting started. Tonight, it's a party in the Motor City. Ryan Newman, Martin Truex Jr., and the Hall of Famer Bud Moore stopping by. The biggest party in racing. Don't miss Trackside from here at Michigan. It happens at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
And Kyle, I got to sit between Darrell Waltrip and Bud Moore when we got him on Trackside. You think I'm going to be safe?
Yeah, no. You know what, though? I will say this. I thought it was really cool the other day during the Hall of Fame inductions when Darrell was inducted. Bud Moore was one of the first guys to get up off the back row and come up there, because we all know the story about Darrell driving Bud's car and Bud telling him when Darrell crashed it and was on fire, and Bud said, "Bring the radio. It's the only thing worth anything in the car," which means you need to just sit there and burn up, because I ain't got no use for you, Darrell.
That's about right. Them two right there, they go a long ways. Hey, I want to say right quick, though, Kyle Petty, you did a great job on that show, as well as a voting panel member.
Oh, it was fun, man. I enjoyed it. That's a lot of fun to do.
There's the new engine going in for Joey Logano. Does he have time to get back on track?
NASCAR Race Day marches into Michigan. Kevin Harvick and Kyle Busch join us live. Plus, we'll analyze how Jeff Gordon's career stacks up to the rest of the 84 Win Club. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, Sunday at 10 Eastern, live on Speed.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Is the pen mightier than the sword?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
People everywhere are taking a stand and booking on ChoiceHotels.com.
When I book a hotel online, it should be simple and easy.
We have the right to take the kids on a wonderful vacation.
As long as I save 20%.
I want to guarantee that my room rate is the lowest on the web.
And no vacation bedtime?
Don't push it.
It's your voice, it's your ChoiceHotels.com. Get the best internet rate guaranteed on over 6,000 hotels and save up to 20% every day. Book direct at ChoiceHotels.com.
Witnessing the sheer spectacle of NASCAR inspired Neil and his friends to share their passion for speed and power. One customized ringtone at a time. Now each call reminds them that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, back here at the Michigan International Speedway, final practice. See Jeff Gordon on track. Gordon trying to make some progress to the front. Now we look at top 10 speeds. Now, the new rules by NASCAR, the first practice of the day will set the qualifying lineup, and should there be rain, those are the speeds you would use to help set the field. Final practice has nothing to do with qualifying. Doesn't mean you can't make a qualifying run. Let's look at the go or go homers. Here they are. 5 of them inside the top 10 in practice, and I am guessing each made a qualifying run here in this final session, Jeff.
Yeah, the thing is right now, when you look at the top 5, they've only run like a total of 16 laps by these first 5 guys. So they're all just focusing on one thing, and that is getting in the race. So they'll be around here on Sunday, because 2 guys are going to go home, Adam, and that's you don't want to be one of those 2. And right now, David Stremme, J.J. Yaley, and Travis Kvapil are making a pretty good statement right now.
But in that same vein, you look at Stremme and Yaley and Kvapil, and then you look 4th and 5th. That's Martin and Earnhardt. You know they probably didn't make a qualifying run yet. We've not seen them do that yet. So for their race speeds to be comparable to these other guys, that speaks volumes for those guys. For Biffle, you look at David Reagan, guys like that. Those guys are fast.
Sprint brings you an inside look at what's happening now in the Sprint Cup Series. Jeff Gordon, 84 career wins. That's most among active drivers. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed. An update on Joey Logano with Ralph.
Adam, they're coming along pretty good in replacing the engine here in Joey's Toyota. In talking to the guys, they could have the engine swapped out and ready to go, but they're not so sure they're going to be able to get any more time in the car for Joey, because you'd have to get the fluids warmed up. You got to get all the fluids in the car. They don't want to have to go through this. Just throw the engine in there, run him back onto the track, and then something goes wrong with the engine again, and then you're right back where you started. And just so you're thinking at home, they're thinking it might be the bearings is where they had an issue with it, Marty. They're going to check on that a little later on with NASCAR.
Well, Ralph, it's been a long day for Clint Boyer, but they're finally headed in the right direction. The first practice was a big struggle for this 33 team. In this practice, they've made a lot of progress. I talked to Shane Wilson just moments ago, and he said, you know, we don't have the takeoff speed everybody else does, but on the long run, we're better than everybody else, or as good as everybody else is on the longer runs on older tires. This last run, Clint wants a little bit of a change. They're going to go out and make one more run on sticker tires, but they're very happy with it. And Adam, weren't we talking a little bit earlier in the show about how important those green flag runs will be on Sunday? 33 team expects to be very good in that category.
And right now, Marty, when you look at the 10-lap average, drivers that have run 10 or more laps in succession, the top of that list, Clint Boyer. Kyle Busch not afraid to pick him up and put him down in final practice. 37 laps in this final session. He's currently 10th on the board. But he's getting faster, Jeff.
No, well, I'm not surprised about that, but the weather is conducive, I think, for that. We got a lot of cloud cover. Things have cooled down. The racetrack's definitely going to have the grip you're looking for. And this is where you got to be kind of smart about the information that you do bring back to the crew chief and what kind of adjustments you make, because you could dial yourself right out of here if this place gets hot and slick come Sunday.
Yeah, and remember, you know, he run his fastest lap probably 3 or 4 laps ago. So that tells me maybe one thing has happened. He's put on some decent tires, and he's going to make a long run here at the end of practice after they've done all their adjustments. And then he may be on the Carl Edwards routine, where then they come in after 10 or 12 laps or whatever, switch back to a qualifying setup and make one final run.
And going back to that 20 car, and they talk about, they've got about maybe 28 minutes here, 27 minutes to get that car out and on the racetrack. But if in the process of rushing through, they make a mistake, they leave an oil line loose, all of a sudden, well, we got about 50 more minutes. But even at that being said, if they can get it out, fine. But if they get in a hurry and they make a mistake, it could cost them more than just an engine.
Yeah.
You know, they can always go to the engine. They know they got to go to the back of the field. But if something's left loose and they back that car in the wall, now we're starting over really from scratch. We got no information about how the balance of the car is, how the driver feels inside the car. All these variables now have all been thrown out the window. And
you and I have both seen that. And we speak from history on having it happen to us by leaving an oil line loose or something like that. I think these guys are better served, just as Jeff said, to thoroughly go through the engine compartment, to thoroughly go through that process, heat everything up, let everything cool down, and then go from there.
And guys, you know, we've talked about this early in the season. We saw some engine troubles with Joe Gibbs Racing early in the season, and we thought they had it fixed. Now, this could be a byproduct of this oil pan issue, that somebody either didn't get a line hooked up right or a scavenge didn't work properly and it knocked the bearings out of that engine. Yeah. But this is the 6th engine change of 2011 for Joe Gibbs Racing. That's not the kind of stuff and kind of statistics you want to be, you know, having right now.
No, and they've had one with almost every team. It's not been endemic to the 20 team or to the 18 team or to the 11 team. It's been pretty much spread across the board.
And let's face it, if you're an engine guy and there are some racetracks where you have high anxiety, this is one of them, because that continual high turn of RPM.
And we go back in time, and the technology is so much greater now than what it used to be. But there were engine builders that used to come here that would actually run more oil pressure, which took horsepower away from the engine, just to keep the bearings, just to keep the valves, just to keep the oil flow going in the engines, because this has always been notoriously a hard place on engines, because you're constantly, again, in the corner, slinging the oil away from the crank,
right?
Slinging the oil away from all the working parts in the engine.
It's like a super speedway. I remember Junior Johnson telling Cale Yarborough and Darrell Waltrip, all those skirts. Every now and then you need to lift enough to where you could suck that oil back up in the cylinder, the oil the bottom of the skirts to kind of cool them and lubricate them. There's a lot of stress that's put on these engines, and we've seen more probably engine problems at this racetrack than just about any other.
Paul Menard on track. He's 17th quick. David Strimmy continues on top.
Barrett Jackson Haggerty Fantasy Bid returns to speed. Watch the auction live from Orange County and bid for your chance to win cool prizes. Barrett Jackson Haggerty Fantasy Bid live next Friday at 5 Eastern on Speed.
Here's to the pursuit of better, faster, cleaner, funner. Here's to the pursuit of advancements that help make new engines possible and dreams a reality. Here's to the pursuit of another 100 years of earning America's trust. Not just oil, Pennzoil. Get the same Pennzoil that Elio uses in his Indy car, now at AutoZone.
You don't have to go bald.
Addicted to Dr. Drool?
Shh, no one ever talks about that.
Well, now, get your fix. Weeknights at 9 on HLN. We know you're excited. Just breathe.
Look, I'm a physician. I know what's important to people.
Watch Dr. Drew at 9, weeknights on HLN.
And now we can talk about love addiction.
To 11 million cancer survivors, Happy Birthday is a victory song. We're the American Cancer Society, the official sponsor of birthdays.
I get the best of everything, and a lot of it. Not because I have a team of personal chefs, but because I have Xfinity. I just upgraded. Now I get more sports channels, more movie channels, and even more on demand. Cool. Coming to be a while.
Xfinity customers, upgrade to Digital Preferred and get over 60 additional channels. And even more of the world's greatest collection of on-demand shows and movies for only $9.99 more a month for 12 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Is set for the ARCA Racing Series. 25 minutes from now, they hit the air on Speed. Cale Gale going to lead them to the green this afternoon in the Irish Hills of Michigan.
See Ty Dillon right there alongside him in the 41 cart, grandson of Richard Childress.
And RC's other driver, Tim George Jr., winning for the first time in his career last week, as Kyle pointed out earlier, at Pocono.
I want to drive. I want to drive.
Joey getting in the car, and the man who won this race last year, Denny Hamlin, coming over and perhaps giving him some words of advice.
Yeah, and Denny, obviously, for Denny to let somebody else in this car, and let's be honest, at this stage in practice, he must feel pretty comfortable about where his car's at. So the thinking may be, and we're speculating from up here in the booth, so let's be honest, let's let Joey drive my car, and if Joey likes this setup or it feels pretty good, this is something that we can put in the 20 car. And this is really, Denny's talking to him about what he's feeling in the car, what things are going on. You see a lot of the Home Depot guys over there.
Yep.
We talk about teammates and how people are teammates and aren't teammates and they don't work as a team. I think this is one of those deals where, Joe and those guys in this organization, you see Denny and Zippy talk right there about what's in the car, where we're at, what to expect, how this thing's going to feel. He goes out and runs it and likes it. He may be your winner tomorrow morning, or tomorrow afternoon. How bizarre would that be? Not bizarre, but it would be incredible.
No, but this is, again, you brought it out. This is what teammates are supposed to do. This is right here is a perfect example of what could happen when you got a bad situation. Let's turn this total thing into a good situation. My car is good. I like what I got here. Stick Joey in it. He likes it.
Yeah.
Hey, here's the setup verbatim, because these cars are all supposed to be the same.
Yeah, the cars are built the same. If you talk to this organization, especially, and to the crew chiefs, they are on the same page. They're communicating well. You go through that part of it. I think there's some issues sometimes with the drivers when they communicate and how they do. But you look at Denny and Joey and that group. Those two groups continue to work well together, the 11 and 20.
And if you remember, in August, Hamlin and Kyle flip-flop rides in practice to feel what each other had so that they knew when they went back and gave themselves a little bit of a baseline of what to work on.
And honestly, it's a lot easier as a driver to sit there and say, oh, okay, I understand what your setup felt like because I just drove it, or I understand that. Sometimes it's so abstract to a driver when you start talking springs and shocks and stuff. You know what it's supposed to do, and the crew chief has a better feel for it sometimes than what the driver does.
You know what? And what I like about this here, I think it shows how much Denny Hamlin trusts Joey Logano to let him take his piece out like that. I know he's not going to scratch it.
The other piece of the Joe Gibbs Racing puzzle, Kyle Busch, a part of race day. It is the ultimate pre-race show that happens on Sunday morning. Kyle Busch will be there, Kevin Harvick, and they will break down Jeff Gordon's career and how it stacks up to the other drivers who have won 84 times in their career. See it Sunday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. We got more practice after a break.
With DirecTV, you can start watching in one room, pause, and continue watching in any other room. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV.
The stronger the rapids, the more we loved it. Took some wild risks when I was young, but I was still taking a risk with my cholesterol. Anyone with high cholesterol may be at increased risk of heart attack. Diet and exercise weren't enough for me. I stopped kidding myself. I've been eating healthier, exercising more, and now I'm also taking Lipitor.
If you've been kidding yourself about high cholesterol, stop. Along with diet, Lipitor has been shown to lower bad cholesterol 39 to 60%. Lipitor is FDA approved to reduce the risk of heart attack and stroke in patients who have heart disease or risk factors for heart disease.
Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. You need simple blood tests to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor if you are taking other medications or if you have any muscle pain or weakness. This may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect.
Let's go! If you have high cholesterol, you may be at increased risk of heart attack and stroke. Don't kid yourself. Talk to your doctor about your risk and about Lipitor.
He's going with the long tongs. Would have gone short tongs, but he's a pro. Montreal steak, unbelievable flavor.
With the mouth-watering flavor of Grill Mates, you can grill like an expert. McCormick Grill Mates. Master the flame. Master the flavor.
Bring home a complete meal for your family. 10 pieces of the world's best chicken, 3 large sides, and 6 biscuits. Enough real food to feed a family of 4 or more for just $20. Today is a KFC day. Today tastes so good.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup final practice from Michigan, presented by Gander Mountain. Gear up at Gander Mountain. We live outdoors. 7 minutes remaining in the session. Hendrick teammates together on track, Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson.
And who is that?
And if you're just tuning in,
who is that masked man in that 11 car?
Joey Logano in the 11 car. I think it's a great thing. You have resources, use them, you know?
Yeah, this is bigger than Lewis Hamilton and Tony Stewart.
You think?
Come on, Kyle. Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, just a little bit, just slightly this time. Just trying to watch to see what the tracker is telling us.
Joey Logano lost his engine early in this session. Had only 10 laps in practice in that 20 car after going out late in the opening session. And so, Denny Hamlin climbed from the 11 car. In went Joey Logano, and thus the youngster gets some laps here at Michigan that could pay dividends on Sunday afternoon.
Joey took that first lap, kind of snuck up on it. He's still sneaking up on it a little bit. That's
60.
I'm just wondering if they left those laps, those old tires on that car.
Yeah. But he should sneak up on it. I mean, this is his teammate's car. His job is not to go out there and crash this thing. His job is to go out there and more than likely, and I'm speculating here, his job is to go out there, fill this car out, fill this setup out, fill the springs, the bump stops they have, the things that they're running, and the bars and stuff, and say, okay, I like that. Let's put that in my car.
What are they saying, Ralph?
10 laps on those tires, Jeff. That's what are on the 11 there for Denny Hamlin, or I should say for Joey Logano. And I talked to Denny Hamlin, and Denny said this is exactly what they're doing. You know, he's just trying to help a teammate out. He's got his car set the way he likes it. He explained to Joey what he should be feeling when he gets in the car, and they want to see if this is a setup that Joey likes and they can put it on his car, and at least they'll be a little bit better when they go tomorrow to qualify in the clock.
Let me ask you one question, Kyle. How hard is it for somebody to walk up like you, your teammates?
Yeah.
What will a driver tell you once you get behind that, what to expect? What is he telling you?
No, he's going to say, okay, for me, the car's a little bit free getting in the corner, so you can expect it to be a little bit free. Rotates good, maybe a little snug up off, whatever. He just gives you basic information on what you've got to go out there and fill it. And what's been interesting to watch him run these first 2 or 3 laps. First lap he ran on the racetrack, he was right on the bottom through 1 and 2, right on the bottom through 3 and 4. Next lap, he moved up a groove. Here he's higher this lap than he was the lap before. What Joey's doing is just going out and doing exactly what they want him to do, driving this thing at different places on the racetrack. And so he's not running the fastest laps in the world. That's not a big issue for it. He just needs to run within a half a second or so and figure out what the car is doing.
Next Friday, Orange County, California is home to the greatest collector car event in the world, Barrett-Jackson. And you can only see it on Speed. The finest, rarest, and most desirable cars on the planet are all in one place and all up for grabs. Watch the auction live next Friday. You can see Barrett-Jackson at 5 p.m. Eastern only on Speed. Just a few minutes remaining in Sprint Cup final practice. We show you the closing moments after a break.
Tonight, the wildest party in racing will be rocking the Motor City as Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Newman, and Bud Moore stop by for some fun. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Michigan tonight at 7 Eastern, only on Speed.
We believe everyone should get low prices every day. Every day.
On everything. On everything. And if you happen to find something lower,
we'll match it. We'll match it.
We'll match it. Any ad, any price?
Right at the register.
Get low prices every day on everything you need to beat the summer heat. Like Minute Maid Lemonade or Tropicana Fruit Punch for just $1. Backed by our Ad Match Guarantee. Save money, live better. Walmart.
If you had a choice between...
They itch, sweat, burn, smell. You could have foot dermatitis. It's what Gold Bond medicated foot powder was made for. Medicated to tackle the itch. Keeps feet dry. Look for the healing seal. Gold Bond foot powder. Works as hard as your feet.
I'm a dancer, and until now, my feet showed it.
Since foot skin's 20 times thicker, there's Gold Bond Ultimate Healing Foot Cream. 7 penetrating moisturizers and vitamins help heal rough, dry feet. Gold Bond Ultimate Foot Cream.
This stuff really works.
People say I have the voice of an angel. Not because, but because I have Xfinity, the voice service with the best call clarity. I get caller ID on my TV and my PC, and I can check my voicemail online.
And you're saving money.
Get Xfinity Voice with unlimited nationwide calling for $19.99 a month for 12 months. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your current number. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
That's the only song they know.
Telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Couple of minutes remaining in Sprint Cup final practice from the Michigan International Speedway. Round 15 for Cup teams here on Sunday afternoon.
See if his 22-car Kurt Busch can hit on something to kind of give them a direction. He's not quickest in his practice session, but he has not been happy with that race car.
Brian Vickers, keep your eye on him tomorrow during pole qualifying. Of course, he didn't race here due to illness last summer in June or August, but won the 3 poles prior to that. He is fast when it comes to 2 laps at Michigan.
Great to see.
What's up here, Ralph?
You can see right now that Joey Logano's talking things over with Denny Hamlin. They brought the car back in here. He's saying that the steering box was so different than what he's used to running that he wasn't able to get a good feel for the setup of the car because he was having issues trying to understand the steering box. It was just too quick for Joey, not the way he tends to like it. That's what he's describing to Denny right now. So they're going to go up in the hauler. Both crews are going to talk about it, and they're going to try to decipher what they would need setup-wise based on that steering box being the one thing that Joey couldn't get his arms around.
Yeah, and they run different valving, different boxes. You know, it's whatever a driver gets used to. You know, yeah. And obviously, you know, guys that used to run manual boxes, and you get into this stuff. Every driver has a different feel for what he wants to feel through his hands and in his hands when he turns that thing, and how much pressure he wants to have to exert on that steering wheel. And no matter what springs and shocks you have in it, sometimes that steering box being a little fast or a little slow can give you a different feel.
Yeah, you see right there, red and black flags are out. And you saw the hand motions. We watched Martin Truex Jr. in the 56 car try to complete his final run of trying to express that to Joey. So it'd be interesting what direction they go in, Adam.
The top 3 cars in this final practice, David Stremme, J.J. Yaley, Travis Kvapil, all go or go homers, so they likely made a qualifying run here in final practice. When you look at the cars locked in on speed, Jimmy Johnson, the fastest of those, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Mark Martin, Greg Biffle, and Kurt Busch, the top 5. All but Johnson have won here at Michigan in their Cup career. Don't forget, top of the hour, it's the ARCA Racing Series. Coming up here on speed, Cale Gale is on the pole. Thanks for being with us for Sprint Cup Final Practice.
Neighbors! It's time to stop wasting our weekend going back and forth to some home improvement warehouse. Look at us. We shouldn't need a GPS to find the fertilizer. We should go to Ace. They can help us find what we need in one trip. Then we can spend our weekends doing weekend things.
It's time to get your weekend back and turn your to-do list into a to-done list. Ace, the helpful place.
Well, it's a glorious day. I don't know about all you, but I've been waiting a long time for this day to happen. And it's finally here.
Kawasaki's Good Time Sales Event!
Kawasaki! You can win a Kawasaki at every participating dealership. A Ninja 250R, buy a 250, and thousands of other prizes. And on that note, I love ya.
You are cordially invited to Kawasaki's Good Time Sales Event. Get your ticket at kawasaki.com/win.
Here's to the pursuit of better, faster, cleaner, funner. Here's to the pursuit of advancements that help make new engines possible and dreams a reality. Here's to the pursuit of another 100 years of earning America's trust. Not just oil. Pennzoil. Get the same Pennzoil that Elio uses in his IndyCar, now at AutoZone.
There's a new team in the garage. NASCAR and the American farmer are working together to introduce American ethanol. A renewable energy solution that is the right choice for the future of our sport, our country, and our planet. It's a brand new race day.
Welcome back to Michigan, everyone. It's another one of those rare moments of silence this afternoon as we have had cars on and off the racetrack among NASCAR's 2 top series and also the ARCA series, which is getting ready to set to race in a matter of moments. We are up in what we call our little tree house up here at the speed stage. Trackside is coming your way in just a moment, but right now we want to recap some of the events of the day. And of course, that practice session that ended just a few moments ago was nothing short, Randy Pemberton, of action-packed on the racetrack. More troubles for Joe Gibbs Racing as the number 20 lost an engine.
Boy, they have had their difficulties today. If you're just tuning in with this, they had an oil pan issue for all Joe Gibbs Racing earlier today. That's under review by NASCAR. Then Joey goes out, happy hour, loses an engine. Interestingly enough, he didn't get any time on the racetrack, so what Denny Hamlin kindly did was offer him his seat to make sure that Joey could get a feel of his setup. So that's teamwork at its most, and hopefully that will help Joey, even though he didn't get any happy hour.
So Joey did turn a couple laps in the 11 car, but here's what happened between Jeff Burton and David Reagan as Burton gets loose and Reagan goes into the back of him, but they did avoid what could have been a disaster, Randy.
Absolutely. That could have been 2 backup cars so easily. Jeff Burton getting loose, like you said. Johnny slowed up in front of him, checked up. They did have some damage on the left rear of the 31 car. Guys all over it, quickly got it fixed. They got back on the racetrack, and likewise for the right front damage there on the 6 car. They got that fixed.
And a good thing for David Reagan as well, because because he's been fast all day long. Looks like he potentially could be one of those dark horses for the victory on Sunday. But right now, let's talk about a guy who has been doing very well as of late, and his last win came on this racetrack. Of course, we're talking about Dale Earnhardt Jr. And remember the fuel mileage victory that he got here. Nonetheless, a win is a win, but it's the last time he visited Victory Lane.
Hard to believe. It's been 107 races. This will mark 108 going into this. Look how excited he was back there. He looked a little bit younger, a little less stressed back there in Victory Lane, but nonetheless, he's been good here in practice, a steady, solid day. But when we look at the racetracks, Johnny, that are coming up in the chase, ones that we've already been to so far this year, look at that. Average finish at those tracks, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is the best so far. That bodes well for that race team.
So far this season, we have raced on 8 of the 10 chase tracks. Of course, we haven't been to Chicago or Homestead yet, as they are the first and the last tracks in the chase for the championship. But as of those tracks right now this year, Junior fans, rejoice because your driver does have the best average finish on those 8 racetracks. Let's go to Hermie Sadler.
Well, JR, and just following up more about the 88 car and Dale Earnhardt Jr., just talked to Jason Burdett, the car chief that works on this 88 car, and I said, you know, how's the day going? How's the car been? He said, Hermie, it's been great all day long. Dale Jr. has been very happy with the car. He can work the top line of this racetrack like he always loves to do. It can work the middle to the bottom of the racetrack, still has a lot of speed. And I asked him about qualifying runs versus race runs, and he said we did one qualifying run in the first practice because that's when they set the qualifying order for tomorrow. But second practice has been 100% in race runs. They're in top 5 on the board and very consistent. And one thing Jason pointed out that's been very helpful to them, when they unload like they have today and the car's been good, it allows them to try some different things they've been wanting to try at the racetrack. And when they unload fast and Dale Jr. is comfortable, it gives them an opportunity to test some new things on the car and to go back to what they know is a tried and true proven setup. So I know a lot of Dale Earnhardt Jr. fans are looking to break this winless streak 3 years ago here at Michigan. Well, this team is mighty, mighty confident, and you can tell by looking Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s eyes that he is confident as well. These guys are strong this weekend, Johnny.
Hermie, thanks a lot. You know, you got to be confident, you got to be strong, you got to have speed, but also these races are so difficult to win these days, Randy. For Dale Jr. to come in second twice this season, that's a feat in and of itself because of how difficult this competition is. But you have to have everything go your way like Jr. did in his last victory. He just so happened to save enough fuel to finish towards the end.
Well, he did then, but let's look forward to now. I sort of felt this treehouse rumble just a little bit when Hermie was down there and giving everybody optimism. They are very optimistic that this race team is on the cusp of something great. And I'll tell you what, by virtue of that practice session, these guys have it dialed in. You know for sure that Steve Letarte has got some adjustability built in there. Everybody that perhaps was down on Steve Letarte couldn't get Jeff Gordon to victory lane. He is helping your driver, Junior Nation, and it's not far away. Those two are 2 peas in a pod. They communicate well together, and they're making some hay right now. They're going to get a win, maybe right here at Michigan. Looking good for Junior so far this weekend.
And just want to remind you, race fans, not only is it a good idea to come out and watch and see if Dale Jr. can win this thing, but also they have done a lot of improvements to this racetrack. There's still plenty of great tickets available, so come on out and join us on Sunday. It's supposed to be a beautiful day. Now, Randy, by NASCAR rule, the slowest 10 will qualify first. The fastest 10 in the first practice session will qualify last. Wow. And here are your slowest 10.
Going to build that drama. We're going to watch these guys go out early on, and of course the excitement is going to raise and raise and raise. There's the guys that are going out later on, beginning with Trevor Bayne going out 37th. Dale Earnhardt Jr. pretty quick, going out 38th, then all the way down. David Rudiman was pretty good in that first practice session as well.
Let's go back to Hermie Sadler. Hermie?
Yeah, I just want to give one more piece of news from here in the garage. Team Red Bull driver Casey Kane. Kenny Francis is his normal crew chief. We want to send our condolences to Kenny and his family. His mother passed away earlier this week. Engineer Keith Rodden is filling in as a crew chief this weekend, at least for today and tomorrow. The team tells me that Kenny Francis may return Sunday morning for the race, but I want to let all the Casey Kane fans know that he is without his crew chief, Kenny Francis, at least for today and tomorrow, Johnny.
Hermie, thanks a lot, and best wishes with Kenny as well. So we got a lot of excitement still to come this weekend. We have, of course, a Cup race on Sunday, Nationwide on Saturday, but of course tonight a little ARCA racing action as well, Randy.
Oh, you know that's always going to be exciting at Michigan. This is one of their home bases. Everybody that runs in the ARCA race, they absolutely love to come here to Michigan. We talk about the Cup Series, the Nationwide Series, running in the backyard of the manufacturers. Well, it's very important for the ARCA Series as well. So practice is over for the Cup Series. They got a good taste of sunshine and some cloudiness. Go out to qualify tomorrow right here on Speed. We got the ARCA race coming up. Hey, who could ask for anything more?
Hey, it doesn't get much better than this here at Michigan in the Irish Hills area. The fans will be out in force this weekend because it's supposed to be beautiful on Sunday. And now we're going to send you to the ARCA Racing Series for what's sure to be a very exciting race here at the Michigan International Speedway. So long, everybody.